Welcome to this channel, where forgotten civilizations breathe again and the past rises from dust with unstoppable power. Today, we open the gates to one of the greatest stories ever recorded. The Battle of Kadesh, the legendary clash between mighty Egypt under Pharaoh Ramses II and the powerful Hittite Empire. This is not simply a battle. It is the first historically documented large-scale war in human history, the birthplace of military strategy, psychological warfare, heroic propaganda, and, astonishingly, the world's first known peace treaty. Imagine tens of thousands of warriors, chariot wheels roaring across dusty Syrian plains, spies weaving lies, weather-shaping tactics, generals panicking, kings praying, horses screaming, arrows flying, shields clashing, and fate hanging by a single thread. At the center, Ramses II, isolated, surrounded by chaos, nearly destroyed before rising like thunder to rewrite destiny. Here, you will discover how two superpowers shaped Bronze Age diplomacy, how geography and climate controlled war, how medicine and science worked on the battlefield, how poetry and art preserve memory, and how archaeology continues uncovering truth beneath the soil. Kadesh will take you into royal temples, scribal schools, chariot workshops, treaty rooms, and the minds of ancient kings. This is a story about courage and ego, ambition and fear, survival and collapse. It explains how the world before Iron Age stood on edge, how the great Hittite Empire vanished, and how Ramses turned uncertain stalemate into eternal glory through masterful propaganda. If you want to witness ancient chariot warfare, global politics, betrayal, divine belief, technology, climate crisis, cultural exchange, and the earliest diplomatic paperwork humanity ever created, then stay with us. Because after this introduction, you will not just hear history, you will feel it. The story of the Battle of Kadesh begins long before the chariots of Ramses II and the warlords of the Hittite Empire collided on the plains along the Orontes River. To understand why this single battle became so famous, we must travel centuries earlier into the Bronze Age world of expanding kingdoms, competing trade networks, and the fierce political personality of the Egyptian and Hittite governments. Egypt, located along the Nile and supported by the flood cycles that made agriculture reliable, had already been a world power for over 1,000 years before Ramses II was even born. The Nile Valley produced wheat, barley, linen, gold, and religious prestige that made Egypt appear eternal. Pharaohs claimed divine status, saying they literally lived as gods on earth. This worldview fueled massive building projects, standing armies, and a political culture that saw foreign conquest as a sacred duty rather than a simple necessity. Their interests spread across Canaan, Nubia, and Syria, where Egypt had been collecting tribute, installing governors, and controlling important caravan routes linking Africa to Asia. On the other side of the region, the Hittite Empire had risen from a cluster of Anatolian highland kingdoms that mastered ironworking, rigid military discipline, and legal reforms that gave them internal stability. By 1274 BCE, they were in their imperial golden age. Their capital at Hattusa, located deep in what is now Turkey, served as a headquarters of kings who claimed absolute authority under the storm god Tezub. The Hittites were famous for their military technology, particularly their larger, heavier chariots that carried 3 warriors instead of the Egyptian 2-man design. These chariots could smash through enemy lines with shock power, and their professional soldiers had years of battlefield experience in mountainous terrain. Unlike Egypt's river valley environment, the Hittites grew powerful in a harsher land of rugged hills and unpredictable weather. This shaped their minds toward suspicion, negotiation, and relentless struggle. Between these two great empires lay the Levant, modern Syria, Lebanon, parts of Israel, and Jordan. This region was economically valuable and politically unstable. Cities like Kadesh, Amuru, Ugarit, and Byblos lived along rich trade corridors connecting Mesopotamia to the Mediterranean world. Whoever controlled this land controlled wealth, alliances, grain supplies, timber access, and critical diplomatic influence. It was inevitable that both Egypt and the Hittites would want to dominate it. Wars for this region did not begin when Ramses II came to power. For a century before Kadesh, both sides had fought repeatedly, capturing cities only to lose them again through rebellion or diplomatic scheming. Every city-state was tempted to switch sides because aligning with the wrong empire could mean destruction, but loyalty to just one was also dangerous. Rulers feared angering the stronger empire at any given moment. Thus, the world before the Battle of Kadesh was not peaceful. It was a block of dry wood waiting for a spark. Ramses II, who would lead Egypt into Kadesh, rose from a political legacy built by his father, Seti I. Seti had reconquered several Syrian cities that Egypt had lost during the chaotic period following the death of Pharaoh Akhenaten, the ruler famous for religious reforms that destabilized the empire. Akhenaten had closed foreign campaigns to focus on internal religious transformation, believing Aten, the sun disk, was the only god worthy of worship. While interesting historically, this policy seriously weakened Egypt's hold on Canaan and Syria. Local princes rebelled, and the Hittites seized the opportunity to expand south, claiming strategic areas that Egypt depended on. When Seti I became pharaoh, he wanted to return Egypt to its former glory by restoring military authority. He recaptured several towns, including Kadesh for a brief moment. But the city was too far from Egypt and too close to enemy territory to remain loyal for long. After Seti's death, Ramses inherited a throne tied to unfinished war. Ramses II came into power young, ambitious, and determined to carve his legacy in both stone and memory. His goal was not only to maintain Egypt's prosperity, but also to surpass every ruler who had ever lived before him. Egypt had already built pyramids, temples, massive statues, and sprawling cities, so Ramses wanted achievements visible for eternity. Military victory was the clearest path to fame. Kadesh, as a lost Egyptian possession, became a symbol. Whoever controlled it would be seen as the master of Syria. Ramses believed reclaiming Kadesh permanently would elevate his reputation beyond mere kingship. He would be immortalized as a warrior pharaoh, equal to his grandfather Thutmose III, the most successful conqueror in Egyptian history. Ramses had political pressure too. Egypt needed a strong military figure to unify the nobility and priesthood while discouraging rival nations from rebellion. An empire the size of Egypt could not survive under a weak leader. Victory was not optional. It was necessary for internal stability. Yet, the Hittite Empire was not passive. Their king, Muwatalli II, was clever, experienced, and fully aware of Egyptian ambitions. He understood that Kadesh was not simply a border fortress. It was a gateway that opened trade routes south into Palestine and north into Anatolia. Losing the city would expose Hittite territory to Egyptian invasion and potentially inspire other states to defect and join Egypt. For Muwatalli, defending Kadesh was not only strategic, but symbolic proof of the Hittite Empire's dominance. When Seti I became pharaoh, he wanted to return Egypt to its former glory by restoring military authority. He recaptured several towns, including Kadesh for a brief moment. But the city was too far from Egypt and too close to enemy territory to remain loyal for long. After Seti's death, Ramses inherited a throne tied to unfinished war. Ramses II came into power young, ambitious, and determined to carve his legacy in both stone and memory. His goal was not only to maintain Egypt's prosperity, but also to surpass every ruler who had ever lived before him. Egypt had already built pyramids, temples, massive statues, and sprawling cities, so Ramses wanted achievements visible for eternity. Military victory was the clearest path to fame. Kadesh, as a lost Egyptian possession, became a symbol. Whoever controlled it would be seen as the master of Syria. Ramses believed reclaiming Kadesh permanently would elevate his reputation beyond mere kingship. He would be immortalized as a warrior pharaoh, equal to his grandfather Thutmose III, the most successful conqueror in Egyptian history. Ramses had political pressure too. Egypt needed a strong military figure to unify the nobility and priesthood while discouraging rival nations from rebellion. An empire the size of Egypt could not survive under a weak leader. Victory was not optional. It was necessary for internal stability. Yet, the Hittite Empire was not passive. Their king, Muwatalli II, was clever, experienced, and fully aware of Egyptian ambitions. He understood that Kadesh was not simply a border fortress. It was a gateway that opened trade routes south into Palestine and north into Anatolia. Losing the city would expose Hittite territory to Egyptian invasion and potentially inspire other states to defect and join Egypt. For Muwatalli, defending Kadesh was not only strategic, but symbolic proof of the Hittite Empire's dominance. When Seti I became pharaoh, he wanted to return Egypt to its former glory by restoring military authority. He recaptured several towns, including Kadesh for a brief moment. But the city was too far from Egypt and too close to enemy territory to remain loyal for long. After Seti's death, Ramses inherited a throne tied to unfinished war. Ramses II came into power young, ambitious, and determined to carve his legacy in both stone and memory. His goal was not only to maintain Egypt's prosperity, but also to surpass every ruler who had ever lived before him. Egypt had already built pyramids, temples, massive statues, and sprawling cities, so Ramses wanted achievements visible for eternity. Military victory was the clearest path to fame. Kadesh, as a lost Egyptian possession, became a symbol. Whoever controlled it would be seen as the master of Syria. Ramses believed reclaiming Kadesh permanently would elevate his reputation beyond mere kingship. He would be immortalized as a warrior pharaoh, equal to his grandfather Thutmose III, the most successful conqueror in Egyptian history. Ramses had political pressure too. Egypt needed a strong military figure to unify the nobility and priesthood while discouraging rival nations from rebellion. An empire the size of Egypt could not survive under a weak leader. Victory was not optional. It was necessary for internal stability. Yet, the Hittite Empire was not passive. Their king, Muwatalli II, was clever, experienced, and fully aware of Egyptian ambitions. He understood that Kadesh was not simply a border fortress. It was a gateway that opened trade routes south into Palestine and north into Anatolia. Losing the city would expose Hittite territory to Egyptian invasion and potentially inspire other states to defect and join Egypt. For Muwatalli, defending Kadesh was not only strategic, but symbolic proof of the Hittite Empire's dominance. He moved his capital closer to southern Syria to focus all military energy on halting Egypt's expansion. He formed alliances with local Syrian rulers, bribed mercenaries, and even negotiated with tribes who could attack Egyptian supply lines. Hittite spies moved throughout the region, feeding misinformation to Egyptian scouts. Both empires prepared for war as if preparing for destiny. The rivalries building toward Kadesh demonstrate a world transitioning from myth to recordable history. Earlier battles are known only through legends and fragmentary tablets, but Kadesh is supported by abundant evidence. Egyptian inscriptions at Abu Simbel and Karnak, Hittite diplomatic letters, and clay tablets that survive millennia. This is why historians call Kadesh the earliest well-documented major battle. The richness of these records grants us the ability to reconstruct troop numbers, chariot formations, military errors, and propaganda strategies with surprising clarity. And yet, even with all this knowledge, the truth is complicated. Both sides altered facts, exaggerated victories, and shaped narratives to glorify their leaders. The Battle of Kadesh became history's grand stage where truth, politics, and myth fused into one unforgettable event. The geography leading to Kadesh shaped everything that would happen there. The city of Kadesh sat along the Orontes River, surrounded by fertile plains suitable for cavalry maneuvering. North of the city lay rugged mountain passes, thick forests, and narrow roads where supply trains were slow and vulnerable. To the south stretched open terrain leading back toward Egyptian-controlled Canaan. Unlike battles fought in desert sands, Kadesh's landscape offered both visibility and danger. Enemy armies could move quickly, but they could also hide behind rolling hills or groves of trees. The region was dotted with fortified towns, farm settlements, and religious shrines, all capable of supporting troops temporarily. Kadesh itself was heavily fortified with strong walls and defensive structures built specifically to withstand siege warfare. The Hittites had strengthened the city after capturing it from Egypt decades earlier. They had installed loyal leadership, garrisons, and supply networks to guarantee the city would never fall easily again. The Egyptian route to Kadesh was long and exhausting. Ramses II marched north from Pyramus in the Nile Delta with a massive army divided into four main divisions: Ammonius, Ra, Ta, and Set. Each division marched separately along staggered routes over hundreds of miles, making speed possible but unity fragile. If enemies attacked suddenly, individual divisions could be isolated and destroyed. Ramses believed the Hittite army was far away based on intelligence reports. In reality, the Hittite king Muwatalli II was hiding with a massive force north of Kadesh, waiting to ambush. He had assembled allies from numerous regions: Carchemish, Aleppo, Arzawa, Lycia, Dardanians, and more. This was no small conflict. It was a continental war, bringing soldiers from across the ancient Near East into one battlefield. The Hittites built a camp beyond the river and hid chariot battalions in forested ground, preparing to strike at the exact moment the Egyptian army appeared vulnerable. Meanwhile, diplomacy continued through spies and deception. Two Hittite informants disguised as desert tribesmen approached the Egyptians, claiming that Muwatalli had fled to Aleppo in fear of Ramses' army. Ramses believed them, not realizing they were intentionally misleading him to draw his army deeper into danger. Egypt had superior scouts, maps, and scribes, yet the pharaoh allowed pride and ambition to triumph over caution. The desire to win glory pushed him forward faster than reason recommended. As a result, when the Egyptian Ammonius division reached the outskirts of Kadesh, they did not realize they were marching directly into a trap. The other divisions were still days behind. Ramses expected a quick occupation and a symbolic victory. Instead, he arrived alone with only 1/4 of his full army at the most dangerous moment possible. This combination of terrain, misinformation, diplomacy, psychology, and political ambition demonstrates why the Battle of Kadesh grew into far more than a simple fight between two armies. It became a dramatic clash between worldviews: Egyptian grandeur versus Hittite resilience, river civilization versus mountain empire, divine kingship versus pragmatic military culture. The world of 1274 BCE was changing, and the Battle of Kadesh would force both sides to confront the limitations of power and the consequences of pride. The story truly begins here, at the edge of the Iranis, where the fate of empires moved toward collision. The long march of Ramses II toward Kadesh remains one of the most ambitious military movements of the late Bronze Age. To fully appreciate what happened, we need to visualize not only the distance covered, but also the complexity of moving tens of thousands of soldiers, horses, chariots, food supplies, craftsmen, engineers, scribes, and even royal administrators. Ancient Egyptian campaigns were not small operations. They resembled portable cities on the move, each element carrying a political and logistical purpose. Ramses did not simply order his army northward. He organized a traveling military machine that could function independently for months at a time. Specialists walked beside soldiers, armor repairers for chariot wheels, leather workers for reins, scribes keeping written logs, physicians treating wounds and disease, priests carrying religious relics, diplomats delivering messages to loyal Canaanite cities, and storage managers who monitored grain and water distribution. The army depended on supply routes stretching back to Egypt, where caravans continuously followed behind, delivering new equipment, food, and reinforcements. The divisions Ramses commanded were named after gods not merely for symbolic pride, but to maintain structure and identity. The Ammonius division marched closest to Ramses and served as the elite corps. The RA division followed behind and was intended to reinforce the vanguard. Next came the Ta division, which handled heavy logistic support, siege equipment, and troop organization. The rear guard was the Set division, formed from hardened desert soldiers, scouts, and experienced cavalrymen. Each division marched separately to maximize terrain coverage, avoid overcrowding, and reach water sources in intervals. Yet marching separately came with immense risk. If ambushed, a division could be cornered and destroyed before the others arrived. Egyptian intelligence usually compensated for this danger through scouts, spies, and diplomatic networks along the Syrian coast. But in the march to Kadesh, overconfidence overcame caution. As the army traveled north, they reached fortified Egyptian-friendly territories such as Gaza, Jaffa, and Megiddo, places familiar from earlier kings like Thutmose III. The presence of Egyptian temples and administrative centers in these cities supported morale, since soldiers saw clear evidence of empire strength. However, once Ramses crossed the region near Damascus and entered the central Syrian plains, things became different. Local loyalties grew uncertain. Terrain became more wooded and uneven, and the landscape felt foreign compared to the open Nile Valley. The memories of Seti I's failed attempt to permanently hold Kadesh weighed on the minds of commanders. During night encampments, priests conducted rituals for the god Ammonius, asking him to protect the army from ambush and deceit. Songs, chants, and drum rhythms echoed through the camps, bonding the troops in a shared belief that they marched under divine approval. Still, as the army advanced, warning signs began to surface. Reports arrived claiming the Hittite army was far away in northern Syria, but the information came from unfamiliar sources, wandering tribesmen and captured scouts who suspiciously agreed with one another. Egyptian commanders debated whether these reports were truthful. Some felt the Hittites had too much pride to flee without confrontation. Others argued that Ramses' reputation inspired fear, forcing Muwatalli II to retreat. Ramses, seeking personal glory, accepted the optimistic interpretation. At this stage, ambition clouded caution. Rather than waiting for all 4 divisions to form a solid front line, Ramses pushed ahead with the Ammonius division to make a dramatic arrival at Kadesh. He wanted to camp near the city before sunset, believing his sudden presence would shock the Hittites and force immediate surrender. Instead, he was marching straight into the jaws of a masterful ambush. To understand the danger Ramses walked into, we must explore the Hittite army under King Muwatalli II and the profound differences between Hittite and Egyptian warfare. The Hittites trained within a rugged Anatolian environment where mountainous terrain shaped their culture. Their soldiers learned to fight in close formations, scale slopes under heavy armor, ambush hidden passes, and maneuver through forests that Egyptian troops would find unfamiliar and intimidating. They prioritized chariot warfare not simply for open plains combat, but for shock strategy, bursting through enemy formations to cause chaos, breaking ranks, and demoralizing infantry. Unlike Egyptian chariots, which were lightweight and designed for speed and archery precision, Hittite chariots were built heavier, capable of carrying 3 men, a driver, a shield-bearing warrior, and a spearman or archer. These chariots acted like mobile tanks on the battlefield. Although slower, they delivered crushing impact capable of overturning lighter Egyptian vehicles. The Hittite Empire was a mosaic of cultures, languages, and traditions. It expanded from central Anatolia into Syria and northern Mesopotamia, absorbing city-states through treaties, marriages, and military intimidation. Unlike the Egyptian pharaoh who proclaimed divine status, the Hittite king presented himself as first among nobles, bound by agreements with influential families. Therefore, he often had to negotiate internally before acting externally. To fight the Battle of Kadesh, Muwatalli II unified diverse allies under one banner, convincing kingdoms like Aleppo, Carchemish, and Ugarit to contribute troops. Many of these soldiers spoke different languages but shared a common goal: stopping Egyptian expansion. The Hittite king also gathered mercenaries from the Aegean region, tribes from western Anatolia, and professional chariot units trained in years of continuous warfare against neighboring states. This assembled force, hidden near Kadesh, was far greater than Ramses expected. Muwatalli II's strategic brilliance was shown in his ability to remain invisible. He concealed his army north of Kadesh behind forested hills and riverbands, using the landscape as a natural shield. He even placed chariot battalions in covered ground east of the river, ready to launch at precisely the right moment. To enhance the trap, Muwatalli deployed psychological warfare. He sent 2 disguised Hittite agents toward the Egyptian lines pretending to be shepherds. They claimed the Hittite king feared Ramses and had retreated far north. Ramses accepted their words without deep interrogation, which later Egyptian records admitted was a critical intelligence failure. Hittite scouts observed the Egyptian army dividing itself across the terrain, noting when the R8 division drifted several miles behind Ammonius and lost visual contact. Once that happened, the Hittites prepared to strike. The Hittites were also skilled document keepers. They recorded communications in cuneiform clay tablet archives that still survive today. These archives reveal political diplomacy before the battle, negotiations, pressure applied to Syrian cities, and even religious rituals requesting storm god support. Muwatalli II understood that a single victory over Egypt would reshape Middle Eastern politics forever. If he crushed Ramses near Kadesh, cities in Canaan would rebel, weakening Egyptian dominance along the Mediterranean coast. Trade routes transporting cedar wood, olive oil, bronze, tin, and luxury goods would shift north, enriching Hittite cities and empowering their economy. The stakes were enormous. Meanwhile, Ramses believed he had marched toward a quick conquest. His scribes prepared space on future temple walls to document victory scenes. He imagined himself stopping near Kadesh, forcing surrender, returning to Egypt, and presenting foreign captives at festivals honoring Ammonius. Instead, the Hittite army was waiting with immense numbers, ready to unleash one of the greatest chariot assaults in ancient history. The quiet space between the Orontes River and the walls of Kadesh would soon transform into chaos. Thundering hooves, screaming soldiers, flying arrows, shattered chariots, drowned horses, and desperate clashes where entire military divisions fought for survival. Before the first arrow flew at Kadesh, the Egyptian army began constructing a fortified camp south of the city. This encampment was square-shaped, protected by a wooden palisade made of poles hammered into the ground. Inside were tents, storage areas, animal corrals, commander spaces, and a royal center for which Ramses directed operations. The Egyptians intended to use this camp as a secure staging ground for siege machinery and as a psychological statement to the city. The pharaoh had arrived. While Egyptian engineers built the camp, scouts spread around the region, searching for local inhabitants to interrogate. One group of scouts captured 2 enemy spies who revealed the truth. The Hittite army was not far away. It was hidden just across the river, preparing to attack. When Ramses heard this, the weight of miscalculation crashed upon him. He suddenly realized he had only 1 division near him, while the other 3 were still marching. His Ammonius division alone could not withstand the full Hittite army. Ramses reacted quickly, sending urgent messengers to the RA division, ordering them to move faster. But the message came too late. Before reinforcement could arrive, Muwatalli II launched his attack, targeting the RA division on the road south of Kadesh. Imagine thousands of Hittite chariots charging downhill at a marching column that was spread out along a narrow route. The RA soldiers were not in defensive formation. They were not ready for battle. They were transporting equipment, marching casually, and expecting to reach the camp safely. Suddenly, forests erupted with movement, and the thunder of chariot wheels shook the earth. Warriors wearing helmets, bronze armor, and animal-decorated shields burst through dust clouds. Horses screamed. Drivers whipped reins. The Hittites smashed into the RA division, tearing it apart. Chariots overturned, infantry collapsed, and surviving soldiers ran toward Ramses's camp in total panic. Their arrival created chaos within the Egyptian camp. Ramses, still organizing his command structure, saw terrified troops flooding in, shouting warnings, and collapsing with exhaustion. The camp nearly turned into a site of stampede and confusion. But what truly demonstrated the strength of Egyptian discipline was how Ramses responded. Rather than panicking, he seized control, climbed into his chariot, rallied his guard units, and prepared to fight even though he was hopelessly outnumbered. The Hittite chariots soon crossed the river and thundered toward the camp itself. They smashed through unfinished defenses and spread throughout the Egyptian center. For a moment, it looked like Egypt's greatest army would be destroyed in a single afternoon. Ramses later claimed that divine intervention saved him, saying the god Ammonius entered his heart and gave him superhuman courage. Realistically, it was military training, personal bravery, and experienced officers that stopped the collapse. Egyptian spearmen formed shield circles around the pharaoh. Archers fired concentrated volleys, and chariots reinforced gaps. The king personally led counterattacks, driving straight into the Hittite chariot corps. His bodyguard units executed bold maneuvers that slowed the enemy advance enough to reorganize the camp defenses. Meanwhile, the Hittites began losing momentum. Their chariots, heavier and built for impact, were not suited for sustained close fighting within narrow camp spaces. They needed open ground to maintain charge power. As they became stuck among tents and barricades, the Egyptians seized opportunity, striking back with archery precision. Yet even as Ramses stabilized his camp, he faced the horrifying reality that only a quarter of his army had arrived. If the Hittites launched another massive wave before the Ta and Set divisions reached the battlefield, Ramses and the entire Ammonius division would be destroyed. The Battle of Kadesh was no longer about glory. It had become pure survival. The shocking force of the Hittite ambush shattered the calm around Ramses II. When the RA division collapsed under the first chariot assault, Ramses suddenly realized the magnitude of his situation. His army, organized into 4 separate marching divisions, had stretched itself across many miles of Syrian landscape. Each division moved along a loose schedule, but with occasional delays caused by uneven terrain and supply complications. Even though this structure looked efficient in planning rooms, it was dangerously fragile in real-life combat conditions. When the Hittites attacked the RA division, the sounds of screaming horses, collapsing soldiers, and chariots grinding against earth and bone echoed across the battlefield. Survivors brought that terror to Ramses' camp. They ran breathless into the Ammonius division's position, screaming warnings that the horizon was filling with enemy forces. The situation placed enormous pressure on both Ramses and the Ammonius division. What made the Hittite attack so powerful was not just the number of chariots, but the surprise and violence with which they struck. Hittite commanders launched their units with exceptional timing. They knew the Egyptian soldiers were marching in column formation rather than battle formation. A marching column stretches its forces into a thin line, limiting maneuverability and making defense nearly impossible. Worse, the RA division had been marching during a hot and dusty afternoon, with troops exhausted from long-distance travel. Supplies weighed soldiers down, armor rubbed painfully against sweating bodies, and a dry wind battered lungs. When the Hittite chariots burst from the tree line, speed amplified impact, turning the road into a slaughter zone. As remnants of the RA division stumbled into Ramses' newly established camp, panic spread rapidly. Egyptian discipline, although legendary, began to crack around the edges. Some soldiers threw down their shields and ran. Horses neighed and kicked wildly, overturning supply carts. Chariot crews struggled to form cohesive lines because the enemy attack had been sudden, chaotic, and faster than any commander expected. Ramses likely felt a moment of chilling dread. The entire Syrian campaign, designed to elevate his legacy, was now spiraling into potential disaster. If he failed here, Egypt could lose international respect, political authority, and even crucial territories. Yet even in the midst of chaos, Ramses demonstrated qualities that elevated him above ordinary kings. He realized quickly that an army without leadership would turn into a fleeing mob. Portions of the Ammonius division began collapsing into disorder as the RA survivors pushed through their lines. But instead of retreating, Ramses took direct command. He mounted his chariot, held his reins tightly, and began rallying troops by shouting orders that cut through the turmoil. Egyptian records carved later into temple walls describe him riding into battle alone, surrounded by thousands of enemies. Although these accounts exaggerate his solo heroism, they do reflect real leadership. Ramses did not hide behind officers or stay inside camp walls. He stood at the front, shaping defense under unimaginable pressure. At that critical moment, Egyptian archers formed coordinated lines. They pulled back their composite bows, superior to Hittite archery designs, and fired volleys into the advancing chariots. Thousands of arrows showered down, striking horses, drivers, and shieldmen. This barrage slowed the Hittite advance enough to allow Ramses' chariots to mobilize. Once mobile, they accelerated forward, colliding with enemy units already losing speed as they navigated the camp's cramped interior. The clash created deafening noise, cracking wood, snapping harness leather, clanking bronze, and screams from soldiers who understood that their lives depended on desperate resistance. The Egyptians stabilized long enough to avoid annihilation. Victory was far from certain, but survival now seemed possible. While Ramses battled to secure his campsite, the Hittite king Muwatalli II faced challenges of his own. His initial ambush had been brilliantly devastating, yet success came with complications. The Hittite chariot strategy relied on open ground mobility and continuous forward impact. But the Egyptians, though initially shaken, recovered quickly and forced the battle into tighter physical space, where Egyptian weapons and training gave them an edge. Once deep inside the Egyptian camp structure, the bulky three-man Hittite chariots lost tactical advantage. They became wedged between wagons, barricades, livestock pens, siege tools, and tents. Infantry units could not follow swiftly because the camp's wooden palisade blocked direct entry. What began as a powerful shock assault was turning into a chaotic skirmish in which disciplined Egyptian archers and spearmen could kill from close range. Muwatalli observed this from across the river, trying to determine whether to send another wave of chariots immediately or wait. According to surviving Hittite records, he had nearly 3,500 chariots, a massive number for the ancient world. These chariots came from multiple allied states, each led by local commanders. Coordination across different languages, discipline systems, and tactical schools was difficult. Muwatalli understood that if he burned all his chariot forces too early, he risked losing his ultimate advantage. Yet he also saw signs that the Egyptians were regaining control. Ramses' ability to rally resistance surprised him. Much of the Hittite strategy depended on Egypt collapsing mentally rather than simply losing men. Because Egypt worshipped the pharaoh as a living god, a psychological defeat to the king himself would shatter morale. But Ramses was not behaving like a broken ruler. He was behaving like a warrior determined to rewrite destiny. Meanwhile, the remaining Egyptian divisions, Ta and Set, marched steadily toward the battlefield. They heard war sounds traveling over miles of terrain, thunder from chariot wheels, clashing metal, shouts and curses, and the disturbing echo of death. Instead of panicking, these divisions took it as a sign that their presence would decide Egypt's fate. Experienced officers ordered troops into battle formations, preparing to join the fight as soon as they reached the Orontes River. Messenger runners moved between divisions, explaining situations, describing enemy positions, and encouraging speed. The soldiers knew Ramses was isolated, and they also knew how disastrous it would be if the pharaoh died. Egyptian military philosophy placed Pharaoh at the center of power and religion. Without him, the empire risked collapsing internally. Therefore, marching faster became a patriotic and spiritual duty. Back at the camp, Ramses faced the next Hittite assault. A second wave of enemy chariots, larger than the first, crossed the river. Dust clouds rose like a storm behind them, marking their advance. Trumpet calls echoed across the plain as Hittite commanders shouted orders. Egyptian morale wavered again, despite gaining ground inside camp boundaries. The arrival of more fresh enemies appeared overwhelming. Yet Ramses made a dramatic shift in tactics. Instead of remaining inside the camp as a defender, He chose the unexpected and risky choice to attack outward. He led chariot squadrons straight through gaps in the palisade and charged directly into the oncoming Hittite mass. This decision shocked the Hittites, who expected Egyptians to remain defensive. The Egyptian chariots, lighter and faster, moved in wide arcs and fired arrows continuously while turning. This motion, unique to Egyptian design, allowed warriors to shoot accurately even at full speed. The Hittites struggled to respond because their own chariots could not pivot sharply. They needed room to accelerate before making impact. Egyptian horses, trained to maneuver on narrow ground, helped Ramses turn the tide. As the pharaoh sliced into enemy ranks, Egyptian infantry surged from behind, screaming battle cries and stabbing upward into chariot bodies. The courage displayed by Ramses' bodyguard squads helped break the second Hittite charge, though victory remained uncertain and the battlefield remained drenched in blood. The most dramatic moment in the Battle of Kadesh was the arrival of the Nearin, an allied military group under Egyptian command whose identity has long been debated. According to Ramses' inscriptions, these troops came from Amurru or from loyal Syrian vassals who chose to side with Egypt rather than the Hittite Empire. Their sudden appearance was a miracle of timing. As the sun began lowering across the horizon, Ramses saw the landscape shifting. To the southeast, dust rose in long streaks, signaling the approach of organized troops. For a moment, both Egyptians and Hittites froze in confusion. Neither side knew who these soldiers were. Then Egyptian war cries erupted. The Nearin were friendly. They had marched with astonishing speed to reach the battlefield before nightfall, having left their original positions days earlier after receiving orders through messengers. Their arrival electrified Egyptian morale. Soldiers who had been fighting and bleeding for hours suddenly felt hope. Ramses seized the opportunity. He reorganized his scattered troops, joining forces with the newcomers to form a united front line. Meanwhile, the Hittites realized their momentum was gone. Their chariots, exhausted from constant forward assaults, suffered from broken wheels, injured horses, and trapped formations. Their infantry had not reached the Egyptian camp quickly enough to maintain pressure. Muwatalli II had expected the Egyptian army to collapse at the first blow, but instead, he now faced opponents who were increasing in strength as the battle continued. The Nearin swept around the flank and struck the Hittites from the side, forcing them away from the Egyptian camp. Ramses used the moment to launch one more daring chariot assault. Egyptian chariots fanned outward, forming a crescent shape before pushing inward, trapping Hittite units between infantry lines and riverbank terrain. Water, mud, and embankments restricted Hittite retreat. Many chariots overturned or were abandoned. Horses slid into the river and drowned, dragging warriors with them. Those who escaped the water faced Egyptian spearmen armed with stabbing blades. By late afternoon, the battle had transformed completely. The Egyptians, once desperate, now controlled the battlefield's tempo. Ramses, though furious about the ambush, refused to retreat. He wanted to crush the Hittite army to erase humiliation. But Muwatalli II still had thousands of reserve soldiers positioned on the far side of the city walls. If he sent them forward, the battle could restart and drag into night, creating catastrophic darkness confusion. Ancient armies feared night battles because torches blinded as much as they illuminated. Friendly forces could kill each other without seeing clothing colors or banners. Muwatalli chose caution. He withdrew his battered chariot units back across the river to regroup. Both sides paused. The Egyptians held the field outside the camp, exhausted but alive. The Hittites stayed north across the Orontes, guarding Kadesh but avoiding renewed combat. No victor had emerged, yet the Egyptians proclaimed survival as divine triumph. Ramses demanded scribes record his heroism, ensuring future generations would never forget his solo bravery. He promised that statues, temples, and carved inscriptions would immortalize his story. In his mind, surviving overwhelming odds made him victorious beyond argument. Meanwhile, the Hittites claimed political victory since Kadesh remained under their control, and Ramses had failed to conquer the city. The battle ended not with surrender, but with two empires rewriting truth in opposite directions, setting the stage for peace negotiations that would someday reshape world diplomacy. As the sun lowered over the battlefield at Kadesh, the violence of the day slowly dissolved into an eerie, exhausted quiet. Dust clouds, stirred by thousands of chariot wheels and infantry feet throughout the brutal fighting, now hung suspended in the orange evening air. Bodies littered the plains. Egyptian soldiers, Hittite warriors, horses tangled in harness straps, shattered chariot frames, and splintered shields. The Orontes River, calm in the morning, now carried broken wood and floating corpses downstream. Despite the cries of wounded men, the battlefield strangely echoed with silence. Silence born not from peace, but from mutual exhaustion. Both armies had reached physical and emotional limits. For the first time since dawn, each side stopped to acknowledge what the day had cost them. The armies had not fought to annihilation, but they had inflicted immense damage upon one another. Ramses II spent that night in a mixed state of triumph and frustration. On the one hand, he had defied overwhelming odds and prevented annihilation. His courage, command presence, and near-reckless battlefield leadership had prevented the Ammonius division from collapsing under the pressure of the Hittite ambush. On the other hand, his original goal, to seize Kadesh, had evaporated. The Hittites still held both the city and its surrounding defensive networks. Ramses must have realized that capturing Kadesh now would require prolonged siege warfare, additional reinforcements, and months of sustained effort. His troops, battered and fatigued, were in no condition to storm a walled fortress. Ramses was too intelligent to ignore reality. Yet even as he evaluated the tactical situation, scribes recorded him declaring divine victory. In Egyptian ideology, pharaohs never failed. They might face obstacles, but in every official inscription, their God-chosen status ensured triumph. Ramses could not return home admitting defeat, so he reframed survival itself as triumph. While Egyptian camps reorganized destroyed wagons and buried fallen soldiers, the Hittite army also tended to its wounded. Muwatalli II knew his ambush had nearly destroyed Ramses, but nearly was dangerous. If Egypt had collapsed, Hittite dominance over Syria would have been absolute. But because Ramses stabilized the field, the battle now stood at a frozen stalemate. The Hittites were victorious in strategic location. They still held Kadesh and controlled the river crossing, but they failed to eliminate the Egyptian threat entirely. Muwatalli realized that attacking again at night risked disaster. Chariots did not operate well in the dark. Horses panicked in blackness, wheels snapped on unseen rocks, and troops struck allies instead of enemies. Night battles in the Bronze Age were catastrophes waiting to happen. So both leaders, though driven by pride and ambition, chose restraint. That night, the Egyptians built fires around their destroyed encampment, illuminating the wounded lying on reed mats and makeshift blankets. Medical workers moved through rows of injured men, applying linen bandages soaked in honey, oils, and herbal mixtures, ancient antiseptics. Priests chanted prayers to Ammonius, hoping to raise morale and steady nerves. The wounded cried for water, for mercy, for family thousands of miles away. Ramses must have realized that capturing Kadesh now would require prolonged siege warfare, additional reinforcements, and months of sustained effort. His troops, battered and fatigued, were in no condition to storm a walled fortress. Ramses was too intelligent to ignore reality. Yet even as he evaluated the tactical situation, scribes recorded him declaring divine victory. In Egyptian ideology, pharaohs never failed. They might face obstacles, but in every official inscription, their God-chosen status ensured triumph. Ramses could not return home admitting defeat, so he reframed survival itself as triumph. While Egyptian camps reorganized destroyed wagons and buried fallen soldiers, the Hittite army also tended to its wounded. Muwatalli II knew his ambush had nearly destroyed Ramses, but nearly was dangerous. If Egypt had collapsed, Hittite dominance over Syria would have been absolute. But because Ramses stabilized the field, the battle now stood at a frozen stalemate. The Hittites were victorious in strategic location. They still held Kadesh and controlled the river crossing, but they failed to eliminate the Egyptian threat entirely. Muwatalli realized that attacking again at night risked disaster. Chariots did not operate well in the dark. Horses panicked in blackness, wheels snapped on unseen rocks, and troops struck allies instead of enemies. Night battles in the Bronze Age were catastrophes waiting to happen. So both leaders, though driven by pride and ambition, chose restraint. That night, the Egyptians built fires around their destroyed encampment, illuminating the wounded lying on reed mats and makeshift blankets. Medical workers moved through rows of injured men, applying linen bandages soaked in honey, oils, and herbal mixtures, ancient antiseptics. Priests chanted prayers to Ammonius, hoping to raise morale and steady nerves. The wounded cried for water, for mercy, for family thousands of miles away. Some soldiers stared in the firelight without speaking, haunted not only by death but by the shock of nearly losing their king. Ramses personally visited sections of his army, speaking to officers, encouraging units, and surveying damages. His presence strengthened morale. Across military cultures, warriors who saw their leaders share danger gained new loyalty. Ramses understood psychology better than many kings of his era. That night, instead of isolating himself in royal luxury, he remained embedded among troops, reinforcing his legend as a fighting king. Yet internally, Ramses must have felt a storm of conflicting emotion. He had marched to Kadesh expecting swift glory and returned to camp that night knowing the war might end without triumph. He had believed misinformation provided by enemy spies. His eagerness had pushed him into the battlefield too early. And because of these decisions, thousands of Egyptians died outside Kadesh's walls. Egyptian autobiographical inscriptions later attempted to mask this truth, portraying Ramses as invincible. But human reality cannot be concealed from soldiers. Those who fought beside him knew the truth. He had survived by inches, not by divine miracle alone. Still, survivors admired him for refusing to abandon the battlefield. The Hittite camps, positioned north of the city across the river, were equally tense. Muwatalli II wondered whether Ramses would attempt a nighttime attack to regain momentum. He posted guards throughout dark forest passes and near the riverbank, ready to repel surprise Egyptian maneuvers. Messengers moved between allied contingents explaining the next day's expected plan: maintain Kadesh, protect supply lines, avoid unnecessary confrontation unless Egypt approached the city walls. Muwatalli also believed reinforcements would reach him soon. Syrian states loyal to the Hittite Empire had pledged additional infantry. If they arrived, he could renew the offensive. Both leaders ended the day believing another engagement remained possible. Night settled over the field, not as conclusion, but as temporary pause before destiny resumed. The night after the Battle of Kadesh offers crucial insight into emotional, mental, and human dimensions of ancient warfare. Modern readers often imagine ancient military conflict as constant heroism, glory, and direct combat. But reality included fear, trauma, confusion, guilt, and the heavy psychological weight of survival. Many Egyptian soldiers spent the night unable to sleep. They replayed moments of terror, watching comrades trampled beneath horses, hearing bones break under chariot wheels, smelling the metallic scent of blood mixed with dust, feeling the shockwave of impact when the Hittite chariots burst into the RA division. Trauma existed long before modern psychology named it. Soldiers who survived Kadesh likely carried memories that shaped their dreams, personalities, and spiritual beliefs for the rest of their lives. Meanwhile, Ramses and his generals met in a council tent to review options. The officers who led the RA division described the ambush in painful detail. How scouts failed to identify hidden enemy forces, how the two Hittite spies successfully deceived Egyptian intelligence, and how marching in separated columns had nearly destroyed the army. Strategists recommended tighter formations for future campaigns, greater emphasis on verifying intelligence reports, and improvement of battlefield communication networks. These discussions mark an important moment in military history because they demonstrate critical reflection, not just myth-making. Ancient armies, contrary to stereotypes, constantly analyze successes and failures to refine future strategy. Another major subject of debate involved whether to remain near Kadesh, attempt an early morning engagement, or withdraw southward. Ramses clearly desired total victory. Capturing Kadesh would have immortalized him instantly. But his officers calculated realities. Siege warfare against a fortified city without proper engines would require weeks of preparation. The Hittites had fresh reserves behind city walls. Egypt, by contrast, had suffered more battlefield exhaustion. Food supplies were uncertain because the RA and Ammonius divisions lost large quantities of grain and water during the ambush. Spare chariot wheels were limited. Several officers warned Ramses that prolonged siege operations might stretch supply lines to breaking point. Syria's local population could turn hostile if Egypt appeared weak. In fact, some villages might attack Egyptian foraging parties, stealing pack animals or killing isolated soldiers. In addition, the Ta and Set divisions, though advancing, had not yet fought. Soldiers used to combat fatigue might hesitate under renewed pressure. Then there was the emotional dimension. Egyptian troops had marched north with confidence, believing conquest inevitable. Now they looked to Kadesh not as a tempting trophy, but as a fortress hiding the enemy who had almost destroyed them. Motivation mattered deeply. Bringing weary troops into a siege against confident defenders could lead to collapse. Ramses, who valued military psychology, knew his men required rest, unity, and reassurance. Across the river, Muwatalli II held a meeting with his own commanders. They celebrated partial victory. After all, they had inflicted heavy losses on Egypt, but serious concerns remained. The Hittite army had fought almost exclusively with chariots. Their infantry, though present, had not engaged heavily in daytime combat because they remained trapped behind the river crossing and camp fortifications. Their chariot forces suffered significant equipment damage, broken axles, ruined wheels, and wounded horses. Replacing horses was extremely difficult on campaign. They required careful breeding, training, feeding, and specialized handlers. Even if Muwatalli wished to launch another full wave of chariot charges, his forces needed repairs. The Hittite leadership also recognized something unsettling. Egyptian resilience had exceeded expectations. Muwatalli had believed that if he killed Ramses or forced him into flight, Egyptian troops would collapse. But instead, Ramses rallied his forces and fought as fiercely as any Hittite king. The Egyptian pharaoh's willingness to ride into the heat of battle impressed even enemy records. Later Hittite documents describe Ramses as strong and determined. This respect between enemies, rare but real, deepens our understanding of history. The Hittites did not see Egypt as weak. They saw Egypt as worthy adversary. Finally, both armies looked upward at the night sky. The stars over Kadesh glowed brightly, clear, sharp, and ancient. Soldiers from both sides, though separated by river and allegiance, shared identical human rituals that night, speaking to ancestors, praying to gods, whispering promises to families waiting at home. Some warriors carved their names or symbols into wooden shields, hoping to preserve memory in case death found them next day. Survival in the Bronze Age was uncertain even during peace. At Kadesh, it was a gift measured hour by hour. The world around them remained quiet, but minds roared with questions. Would there be renewed combat? Would reinforcements arrive? Would the war end tomorrow, or continue for years in that silence? Both empires contemplated futures shaped not by myth, but by the fragile reality of flesh, bone, and blood. The night after Kadesh also provides a rich example for historians who study the emotional and social fabric of ancient warfare. Many armies across history, Roman legions, medieval knights, Napoleonic infantry, left written accounts describing nighttime fear after battle. Yet those at Kadesh stand among the earliest recorded examples of widespread psychological reflection. Egyptian scribes, who later chronicled the battle in poetic and monumental form, included emotional detail unusual for royal inscriptions. They described Ramses speaking to himself, questioning why his troops abandoned him, calling out to his father Ammonius in moments of despair, and demanding that the god prove loyalty in return for lifelong devotion. These writings were propaganda in many ways, yet their emotional tone reveals internal human struggle. Unlike simple victory boasts, they show tension, anger, sadness, disappointment, and spiritual testing. Ramses was not pretending he faced trouble. He acknowledged overwhelming danger. Meanwhile, Hittite records reflected a different emotional style. They did not personalize Muwatalli II's feelings, nor describe individual fear. Instead, they recorded military movement, diplomacy, and economic stakes. The Hittites focused on alliances, enemy numbers, and strategic consequences rather than personal drama. That difference between written cultures gives historians valuable clues. Egypt celebrated pharaohs and their emotions, shaping history through personality. The Hittites emphasized statecraft, alliances, and legal agreements. These contrasting documentary traditions later shaped how modern scholars interpret the battle. Egypt remembered heroism, while the Hittites remembered geopolitical reality. Nighttime also changed the social structure inside both military camps. Without active combat, soldiers built small fires and shared food. They exchanged stories about earlier campaigns and revealed fears they never voiced under daylight discipline. Officers relaxed rules, knowing morale demanded compassion rather than strict punishment. Some soldiers prayed silently, asking gods to spare them tomorrow. Others checked weapons obsessively, tightening bowstrings, oiling sword edges, and reinforcing leather armor straps. They were preparing psychologically for another unpredictable battle day. While ordinary soldiers wrestled with grief and exhaustion, intelligence officers worked aggressively. Ramses needed information. He sent scouts to circle the riverbanks quietly. They listened for movement, measured troop shadows, counted campfires across the river, and attempted to locate reserve Hittite infantry. The scouts' report likely shocked commanders. The Hittite army remained massive, reinforced, and ready to fight again if necessary. Egyptian officers concluded something difficult to accept. Egypt lacked strength to storm Kadesh, even with reinforcements. The Egyptian royal scribes also crafted new messaging for troops. They reminded soldiers of God supporting Egypt, highlighted heroic moments from earlier campaigns, and emphasized that Ramses himself had fought at the front. This messaging mattered profoundly. In the Bronze Age world, belief often determined battlefield outcome more than weapon quality. If troops believed divine forces stood beside them, they fought harder. If they feared abandonment, courage dissolved. Ramses's nighttime speeches were therefore not symbolic gestures. They were tactical moves. Across the river, the Hittites faced internal political pressures. Allied contingents demanded rewards, payment, and recognition for battlefield service. These allies did not fight purely for loyalty. They fought for material benefit. Muwatalli needed to keep them satisfied or risk rebellion in his coalition. This vulnerability helped shape next-day decisions. If fighting continued and the Hittites suffered heavy losses, allied states might reconsider loyalty. They could abandon Muwatalli, negotiate independently with Egypt, or rejoin neutral diplomacy networks. In short, victory must be certain or not attempted. The night ended without renewed combat, but it produced something historically more significant: the mutual realization that total destruction would help neither empire. If Ramses died, Egypt plunged into political chaos, leaving Hittites without stable southern trade partners. If Muwatalli died, the Hittite Empire fragmented, ripping apart their northern confederations. Both kings recognized the cost of pushing for absolute victory. This understanding would, in time, lead to something unprecedented in the ancient world: diplomatic negotiation and the eventual creation of history's first major written peace treaty. The Battle of Kadesh was not finished, but the night between battles revealed truths that swords alone could not carve. War between great empires demands not only strength, but wisdom, restraint, and acceptance of limits. To understand the Battle of Kadesh beyond narrative and emotion, we must investigate the military technologies and logistics that shaped the ancient Bronze Age world. Wars in this era were not decided solely by courage or divine faith. They were determined by material supply networks, engineering skill, weapon manufacturing, and the ability to train large bodies of men to operate complex machines under pressure. The armies at Kadesh represent the pinnacle of Bronze Age military development. Chariots, composite bows, bronze swords, leather armor, shields, and wooden fortifications all came together in overlapping layers of military science. Such engineering advancements reveal why Kadesh was not merely a chaotic clash, but a calculated confrontation informed by decades of tactical evolution. Egyptian and Hittite chariots illustrate this contrast beautifully. Egyptian chariots were lightweight and fast, crafted primarily from carefully selected woods, such as acacia and tamarisk. They used animal sinew, horn, and leather bindings to reinforce structural joints. Their wheels contained 6 spokes, a number that balanced strength and speed. 2 horses pulled each chariot, and inside stood 2 men, a driver and a warrior armed with composite bow and short spear. This 2-man arrangement allowed Egyptians to maximize speed and maneuverability. They relied on hit-and-run tactics, firing arrows while moving, then retreating to repeat the cycle. Such chariot warfare demanded not only physical skill, but advanced engineering instincts to ensure the vehicles were light enough to glide across desert earth and battlefield soil without sinking or collapsing. The Hittite approach differed significantly. Their chariots were heavier, larger, and designed for brute force impact. Instead of 2 warriors, they carried 3, a driver, a spearman or swordsman, and a shield bearer. Their wheels often had 4 spokes, thicker and reinforced with hardwood to tolerate collision shock. A 3rd passenger increased stability in chariot hand-to-hand combat. This design made Hittite chariots slower and less agile, but dramatically more destructive upon collision. When charging, they turned the battlefield into a bowling lane of broken bones and crushed bodies. In open terrain, like the plains near Kadesh, these chariots could devastate unprepared infantry formations. That is why the RA division was so quickly overwhelmed. Its men were not positioned for shock impact. Chariot maintenance demanded daily labor. Horses required feed, water, brushing, hoof treatment, and wound care. Drivers needed calloused hands and powerful forearms to steer animals under pressure. Warriors practiced for hours firing bows from moving platforms, learning to aim while bouncing over uneven soil. These skills took years to master and represented social stratification. Not every soldier could become a charioteer. In Egypt, chariot warfare required aristocratic status. Charioteers belonged to the elite social class and often came from wealthy families. Horses themselves were luxury imports from Syria and Anatolia, making chariot corps a symbol of wealth and national power. Weaponry likewise reflected Bronze Age complexity. Egyptians relied on the composite bow, a masterpiece of ancient craftsmanship built from wood, horn, and sinew, glued and tightly bound under months-long pressure. This weapon produced lethal energy, allowing arrows to penetrate armor and shields from significant distances. Ramses' chariot archers used these bows to rain staggering arrow volleys across Hittite formations. Meanwhile, Hittite warriors fought with bronze-tipped spears, long slashing swords, and massive rawhide shields stretched over wooden frames. Their armor often included bronze helmets and layered leather cuirasses. Egypt favored scale armor, a protective layer made from hundreds of small metal plates sewn on a fabric or leather. Understanding the science of arms helps explain why the battlefield shifted the way it did. In the beginning, the Hittites' heavy chariots forced Egypt into a defensive scramble. Once fighting moved into the camp, Egyptian light chariot agility helped reverse momentum. The battlefield at Kadesh was not random chaos. It was a scientific demonstration of how engineering design determines tactical capability. Even the Orontes River played decisive technological roles. Water weighed horses down, and mud could trap wheels. Each detail matters. This environment transformed Kadesh into a living laboratory of Bronze Age warfare, beyond weapons and vehicles. The logistical structure sustaining Ramses' forces illustrates the enormous organizational sophistication of ancient Egypt. Modern readers rarely imagine that Bronze Age armies required months of preparation, supply documentation, and infrastructure development before marching. Yet the Egyptian state, with its scribal schools and centralized bureaucracy, produced some of the world's earliest administrative professionals. These officials coordinated food shipments, water storage, ration schedules, medical supplies, and soldier pay. The army that marched toward Kadesh was not merely a soldier force. It was a moving economy. Imagine the magnitude of transporting thousands of men through foreign landscapes where local populations might be hostile. Bread ovens were established along the route. Water depots were prepared. Messengers coordinated delivery timetables. Military cooks measured daily grain requirements. And because bread spoiled, troops carried flour rather than finished loaves, grinding and baking food at campsites. Perhaps the most impressive logistical element was horse management. Horses consumed enormous feed volumes, much more than infantry rations. Without proper hay, chariot forces became useless. Egypt developed fodder caravans, staffed by laborers and pack animals, accompanying the army at staggered intervals. These caravans moved slower than soldiers, so Egyptian commanders planned for supply gaps, hence the heavy reliance on resupplied depots left behind in friendly Canaanite towns. Ramses' chain of supply stretched hundreds of miles. Any breach, either through ambush or rebellion, could destroy an entire campaign. In fact, some historians argue Ramses suffered from logistical overreach before reaching Kadesh because he pushed forward too fast, expecting food stores to arrive on time. When the RA division collapsed, many rations were lost, contributing to hunger and morale decline later that night. Wagon trains also formed an essential component of the Egyptian campaign system. These large wooden carts carried additional arrows, spare bowstrings, quivers, tent materials, clay water jugs, and personal belongings of soldiers. Egyptian soldiers frequently traveled with luxury goods, linens, jewelry, status items, revealing military hierarchy. Such items could weigh armies down, slowing mobility and tempting enemy raiders. But they also reflected Egyptian culture. Warfare was not a barbaric free-for-all. It was a royal enterprise performed within structured ritualism. Armies marched to music played by trumpets and drums. Priests carried divine statues to inspire troops. Military banners bearing deity symbols fluttered above ranks. All of this had logistical impact. Medical logistics also deserve attention. Egyptian physicians, trained through extensive schooling in temple hospitals, treated injuries using herbs, honey antiseptics, beer infusions, and surgery. Some wounds required splints or bone resetting techniques that modern medicine would recognize. The army contained scribes whose sole duty was to record the wounded and dead, data used for economic compensation to families. This demonstrates a sophisticated social contract between ruler and soldier. Those who fought for the pharaoh were not abandoned. Their families received state attention. The Hittites, though different culturally, matched Egypt in logistical complexity. They maintained supply depots near Kadesh to feed their garrison and support allied troops. Because their empire centered in Anatolia, a land with harsher climates and rugged mountains. They developed impressive road networks to move armies quickly. Their chariot corps required equally intense horse care, and their bronze industry operated across large foundry networks. Bronze required copper and tin. These metals did not originate in the same regions. Copper mines in Cyprus and tin mines possibly in Central Asia or Afghanistan fed the Hittite war machine. This means Kadesh depended on international resource trade. One battle connected continents economically. Furthermore, the Hittites developed diplomatic logistics, marriage politics, vassal enforcement, treaty control, and hostage exchange. Many Syrian city-states remained loyal because Hittite kings took royal hostages to secure oaths of allegiance. These diplomatic practices meant Kadesh was not a random war. It was the product of decades-long geostrategic networking. Thus, logistics should not be imagined as background noise. It formed the skeleton of both empires. Without supply, no army could fight. Without roads, no division could march. Without horses, no chariot force could operate. Kadesh, therefore, stands not only as heroic myth, but as detailed testimony of Bronze Age administrative genius. Although chariots dominate the battlefield image of Kadesh, infantry units played roles central to outcome and survival. When Hittite chariots smashed through Egyptian lines, infantrymen absorbed devastation. Foot soldiers carried shields, javelins, axes, and short swords. Their armor varied. Some fought nearly bare, relying on speed and movement. Others wore layered linen armor, soaked in resin to harden protection. Egyptian infantry tactics relied on formation discipline, not individual heroics. They formed shield walls, spear rings, and bow ranks depending on terrain. Archers provided suppressive fire. Spearmen protected archers from chariot rushes. Slingers hurled stone bullets. Axemen delivered close-range killing blows. Infantry held the camp's interior, while Ramses fought externally with chariots. Without infantry, Egyptian chariot corps might have collapsed under repeated Hittite assaults. Hittite infantry differed culturally and tactically. Their soldiers came from mountainous Anatolia, meaning they were comfortable with rugged landscapes and hand-to-hand combat. They used heavier, broader shields and long spears designed to face cavalry directly. Many Hittite infantrymen fought in chain formations that resembled later Greek phalanxes in concept. Tight units pushing forward as a solid mass behind shields and overlapping spear points. These infantrymen excelled at storming fortifications and holding ground. Had they arrived near Ramses's camp earlier in the battle, Egypt might not have survived. Light infantry also mattered. Scouts and skirmishers moved ahead of main formations to harass enemy advance, deliver messages, and spread misinformation. The Hittite spy deception worked precisely because skirmishers blended into landscape as wandering tribesmen. Intelligence officers on both sides used disguise, bribery, interrogation, and hostage extraction. One intercepted messenger could shift strategic outcome. The presence of foreign contingents further complicated infantry structure. Egypt employed mercenaries from Nubia and Libya. Nubian archers were especially valuable, known across the ancient world for extraordinary accuracy. Libyan infantry wielded distinct, long spears and carried cowhide shields. Their cultural differences enriched Egyptian battlefield diversity. Meanwhile, the Hittites fielded contingents from western Anatolia, Arzawa, Lukka, Massa, and likely fighters from northern Syria. These groups brought unique weapons, curved swords, different shield shapes, and varied cultural fighting styles. Kadesh, therefore, was not a duel between two armies. It was a multinational conflict involving dozens of ethnic identities. Weapons manufacturing reflected this multicultural interaction. Bronze swords required specialized forging skill, heating copper and tin alloy, hammering edges, quenching in water, then grinding sharpness. Some swords were leaf-shaped, others straight and narrow. Spearheads varied between widening diamond shapes and elongated triangles optimized for armor penetration. Arrowheads came in barbed forms to prevent removal from flesh. Warfare technology demanded skilled artisans. Egypt trained swordsmiths in temple workshops. Hittite lands used mountain forges. Every weapon carried history in its metal. Psychological combat also played major roles. War cries, drum beats, trumpet calls, and banner displays were not decorative. They affected morale. Egyptians painted divine symbols on shields to terrify opponents. Hittites decorated chariots with predator imagery, such as lions and wolves, to intimidate enemies psychologically. Soldiers personalized gear with carvings representing family names or tribal symbols, strengthening identity. Finally, environmental science shaped infantry performance. Kadesh lay near river marshlands where humidity exhausted troops, softened bowstrings, and made leather armor heavier. Horses struggled when hooves sank in mud pockets. Dust caused by afternoon winds irritated eyes and throats. Fighters breathed dirt with every shout, reducing lung efficiency. Dehydration led to fainting and disorientation. Heatstroke threatened unprotected men wearing bronze helmets. These environmental effects demonstrate why armies rested at night. They were physically broken. Ancient wars pushed human biological limits. At Kadesh, infantry ultimately prevented complete disaster. When chariots withdrew at dusk, infantry secured camp boundaries, tended to wounded, and reorganized camp defense. Their presence allowed Ramses to sleep, knowing his army would not dissolve in darkness. Without disciplined foot soldiers, chariot warfare alone could not hold territory. In this sense, the infantrymen, anonymous, rarely named in inscriptions, formed the true foundation of both armies. History remembers kings and commanders, but the men who stood shield to shield on the battlefield endured suffering unimaginable today. Their sweat, fear, and sacrifice built the legacy of Kadesh. To fully understand why the Battle of Kadesh was fought with such fierce determination, we must study the political stakes that drove Ramses II and Muwatalli II toward conflict. Wars in the Bronze Age were rarely random eruptions of violence. They were carefully calculated responses to political opportunity, domestic pressure, and international prestige. Kadesh, sitting along the Orontes River, symbolized far more than a military outpost. It marked the dividing line between two massive imperial systems, Egypt to the south and the Hittite Empire to the north. Whoever controlled Kadesh possessed the key to Syrian trade routes. Whoever held Kadesh could intercept merchants carrying copper, tin, cedar timber, glass, olive oil, wine, and gold. Whoever owned Kadesh gained political influence over dozens of smaller city-states whose loyalty depended upon security and proximity to power. Egypt looked northward and saw opportunity. Under Ramses II, Egypt was re-emerging from the instability caused by earlier religious revolution under Akhenaten, whose decision to elevate the Aten solar cult fractured Egypt's traditional religious order. When his rule collapsed, regions once loyal to Egypt drifted toward Hittite influence. By the time Ramses inherited the throne, Syria had become a contested buffer zone. Losing it forever would reduce Egypt's prestige and weaken its image as a world empire. Ramses understood that the Egyptian nobility, priesthood, and military elite expected expansion, not surrender. The pharaoh needed a strong international victory early in his reign to silence internal rivals. Kadesh offered the perfect symbolic stage. If he reconquered it, he could present himself as the heir of Thutmose III, the king who famously expanded Egyptian borders into Asia generations earlier. Ramses wanted to match or surpass that legacy. Meanwhile, the Hittite Empire had undergone changes of its own. To fully understand why the Battle of Kadesh was fought with such fierce determination, we must study the political stakes that drove Ramses II and Muwatalli II toward conflict. Wars in the Bronze Age were rarely random eruptions of violence. They were carefully calculated responses to political opportunity, domestic pressure, and international prestige. Kadesh, sitting along the Orontes River, symbolized far more than a military outpost. It marked the dividing line between two massive imperial systems, Egypt to the south and the Hittite Empire to the north. Whoever controlled Kadesh possessed the key to Syrian trade routes. Whoever held Kadesh could intercept merchants carrying copper, tin, cedar timber, glass, olive oil, wine, and gold. Whoever owned Kadesh gained political influence over dozens of smaller city-states whose loyalty depended upon security and proximity to power. Egypt looked northward and saw opportunity. Under Ramses II, Egypt was re-emerging from the instability caused by earlier religious revolution under Akhenaten, whose decision to elevate the Aten solar cult fractured Egypt's traditional religious order. When his rule collapsed, regions once loyal to Egypt drifted toward Hittite influence. By the time Ramses inherited the throne, Syria had become a contested buffer zone. Losing it forever would reduce Egypt's prestige and weaken its image as a world empire. Ramses understood that the Egyptian nobility, priesthood, and military elite expected expansion, not surrender. The pharaoh needed a strong international victory early in his reign to silence internal rivals. Kadesh offered the perfect symbolic stage. If he reconquered it, he could present himself as the heir of Thutmose III, the king who famously expanded Egyptian borders into Asia generations earlier. Ramses wanted to match or surpass that legacy. Meanwhile, the Hittite Empire had undergone changes of its own. After decades of political turbulence, including royal assassinations and power struggles among noble houses, the Hittites finally regained stability under the dynasty of Suppiliuma I. This king rebuilt Hittite power, conquered northern Syria, and forged alliances through marriage diplomacy, forcing Syrian cities to swear loyalty by treaty oath. When Muwatalli II came to power, his duty was to preserve these gains. Losing Kadesh would risk shattering that oath network. City-states that feared Hittite retaliation would instead switch allegiance to Egypt, sparking rebellion across the empire. That would eventually cost the Hittites manpower, taxes, food supplies, and military strength. So for Muwatalli, Kadesh was not simply a geographical target. It was the cornerstone of regional political stability. Both leaders also had personal motivations. Ramses, young and ambitious, desired immortal fame. He wanted temples filled with inscriptions of triumph. He wanted statues carved from granite that displayed him smiting foreign enemies. He believed military glory equaled divine legitimacy. Muwatalli, on the other hand, governed an empire vulnerable to internal fracture. Hittite aristocrats, vassal kings, and foreign allies constantly negotiated power. If Muwatalli failed in war, opponents could claim the gods withdrew their blessing. This political pressure fueled his aggressive strategy. Thus, the Battle of Kadesh was inevitable not because armies sought bloodshed, but because their rulers believed defeat would unravel everything they built. Two men, both determined, intelligent, proud, and ambitious, positioned their forces on a stage where the world could watch. Kadesh became the Bronze Age equivalent of a geopolitical championship, and neither side could afford to back down. Cultural identity also shaped the emotional intensity of Kadesh. Egypt and the Hittite Empire represented two very different models of civilization. Egyptians believed their land was the center of the universe, protected by gods who chose the Nile Valley as sacred ground. Their society was ordered, ritualistic, artistic, and deeply spiritual. Pharaohs were seen not as kings, but as living gods. Even the common farmer prayed that his plowing and harvesting served the divine cycle. Egyptians saw foreign peoples as chaotic forces beyond the horizon, dangerous yet necessary to conquer. Expanding empire meant expanding divine order. Soldiers marching under Ramses did not simply fight for territory. They believed they defended cosmic balance. The Hittites saw the world differently. Their empire was forged through practical governance rather than divine absolutism. While they worshipped a large pantheon of deities, Their kings did not claim to be gods. Instead, they were chief servants of divine will. Hittite culture valued legal tradition, treaties, contracts, written agreements on clay tablets, and negotiation between nobles. Where Egypt carved religious hymns into temple walls, the Hittites recorded treaties in clay archives. Where Egyptian identity relied on religious eternity, Hittite identity revolved around legal obligation. Their military alliances across Anatolia and Syria were political constructs rather than spiritual missions. This difference influenced how each side remembered Kadesh afterward. Egypt turned the battle into mythic poetry. Hittites documented it as geopolitical reality. Cultural values influenced military attitudes too. Egyptian soldiers trained within a system that linked obedience with religious purpose. Fighting under the eyes of Ammonius, R.A., and Ta gave spiritual strength. As battles turned chaotic, priests shouted divine encouragement. Hittite troops, meanwhile, fought under the watch of their storm god Tezhub, patron of warriors and thunder. His presence represented raw power and force rather than cosmic harmony. Artistic styles reflect cultural divergence. After Kadesh, Egyptians carved massive relief scenes on walls at Luxor, Abu Simbel, Karnak, and Abydos. These images showed Ramses pulling bowstrings, trampling enemies, and standing alone among corpses of Hittites. The storytelling felt epic and dramatic, nearly theatrical. The Hittites did not create visual propaganda of this scale. Instead, they kept tablets describing diplomatic correspondence and military agreements. Their writing style looked bureaucratic to modern eyes, but reveals how differently they wanted history preserved. The battle also reflected how cultures viewed time. Egyptians believed in cyclical eternity. Each pharaoh attempted to recreate the glory of past ancestors. Ramses marched to Kadesh, imagining himself reflecting Thutmose III's campaigns. Hittites saw history as linear political development. Muwatalli inherited alliances and sought to maintain them, not replicate mythic past glory. These cultural differences influenced troop morale. Egyptian soldiers believed defeat meant dishonoring gods. Hittite soldiers believed defeat meant violating treaty obligations that held their world together. Both motivations produced equal determination. Neither army fought with casual attitude. They fought with cultural purpose. Understanding this dimension transforms our modern perspective. Kadesh was not simply about lines of soldiers. It was a clash between entire worldviews that shaped how human civilization itself evolved. The Battle of Kadesh must also be seen through the emotional motivations of the individuals who participated. At the highest level, Ramses II experienced a psychological drama unlike any other moment in his life. He arrived at Kadesh expecting swift victory, confident in personal destiny. Moments later, he watched his divisions collapse under surprise attack, saw men die around him, and realized the ambush nearly cost him not only his army, but also his future reputation. At that moment, Ramses confronted fear, not fear of death alone, but fear of historical erasure. If he died at Kadesh, he would be remembered not as a god hero, but as a failed ruler like Akhenaten. Ancient kings feared obscurity more than mortality. Muwatalli II faced his own emotional conflict. Through years of planning, he positioned the Hittite Empire to deliver a crushing blow to Egypt. When the initial ambush succeeded, he believed he held history in his hands. But as the battle shifted and Ramses stabilized the Egyptian center, Muwatalli saw the cost of pushing further. If he sent reinforcements, he risked turning victory into disaster. If he allowed Ramses to survive, he risked losing propaganda advantage. The emotional battle within Muwatalli between ambition and caution defined leadership at Kadesh. We must also consider ordinary soldiers. Egyptian infantry marched hundreds of miles from home. Their families stayed behind in villages where the Nile determined life. These soldiers left wives, children, farms, and communities. They believed that survival earned a lifetime pension or land rewards. Many were teenagers experiencing war for the first time. The terror they felt during the Hittite surprise attack was not just tactical panic. It was the raw human realization that dreams could die in seconds. Similarly, Hittite chariot warriors fought because their culture honored strength and battlefield excellence. They trained from youth to serve elite military roles. They carried community pride and tribal loyalty. Some fought to protect their farms in Anatolia, fearing Egyptian expansion would destabilize homelands. Others fought because warfare offered social mobility. Victory meant reward, land, or marriage status. Kadesh's emotional dimension extended into religion. Soldiers prayed for dreams, foretelling success. They touched amulets, kissed divine symbols, sang hymns, and offered sacrifices. They believed ancestral spirits watched from above. Sleep that night was more spiritual than physical, a communion between mortal men and divine forces guiding fate. The emotional trauma after the first day shaped next morning decisions. Ramses woke determined to enforce Egyptian pride. Muwatalli woke determined to preserve Hittite authority. Neither king allowed exhaustion to break resolve. That shared refusal created the historic result, a prolonged confrontation without total victory. Kadesh's emotional legacies continued long after swords stopped swinging. Egyptian veterans told stories of Ramses saving them with his own hands. Hittite veterans told stories of overwhelming Egyptian numbers. Generations of children grew up hearing fathers describe thunderous hooves, swirling dust, and rivers of blood. Those memories shaped national identity. Even centuries later, long after the Hittite Empire collapsed, storytellers preserved emotional echoes of Kadesh. Egyptian poets turned Ramses into a mythic hero. Later cultures studied the inscriptions as examples of leadership under pressure. The emotional spine of the battle proved stronger than any fortress wall because it carried forward in a cultural consciousness long after physical monuments eroded. Thus, the Battle of Kadesh stands not only as geopolitical confrontation or tactical science, but as deeply human drama. It reveals how emotion, memory, fear, pride, hope, and ambition shape military history. Behind every chariot wheel and arrow flight was a beating heart, terrified and determined to shape the world's destiny. When dawn crept over the war-torn fields around Kadesh, the atmosphere carried a mixture of dread, tension, and cold uncertainty. The previous day had nearly ended in disaster for Egypt, and though Ramses II managed to stabilize the situation, victory remained as elusive as mist above the Orontes River. Ramses awoke facing a monumental challenge: whether to risk everything and renew battle or accept that capturing Kadesh was no longer realistic. The Egyptian camp, once full of confident chatter and eager anticipation, now pulsed with quiet whispers and painful groans from the wounded. Soldiers described dreams littered with phantom chariots, falling arrows, and a thunder of hoofs. Many awoke, questioning whether they could survive another day. Yet they tightened belts, strapped armor, and prepared mentally to face the unknown. Ramses spent the early morning assessing the battlefield. From chariot vantage, he surveyed the field stretched before him. Overturned chariots from both armies lay in broken heaps, resembling skeletal remains of wooden beasts. Several areas of flattened, earth-marked pathways where Hittite war chariots had slammed through Egyptian lines. The air tasted metallic, heavy with dry blood. Crows gathered overhead, circling the remnants of battle. The Orontes River flowed calmly, indifferent to human destruction. Across the water, beyond Kadesh's defensive walls, movement stirred among Hittite troops, proving Muwatalli II remained confident and in command. Ramses conferred with generals and scribes. Reports confirmed that the previous days' fighting inflicted significant Egyptian casualties. Many chariot horses died, and replacements were limited. Without horses, chariots became useless shells. Infantry units, though still strong, suffered heavy exhaustion. The Ta and Set divisions, which had arrived late and fought little, remained fresh and useful, but lacked full battlefield insight. Ramses recognized a difficult truth. Even with reinforcements beside him, Hittite defenses near Kadesh remained powerful. Muwatalli held high ground behind walls fortified with stone and timber. His reserves, rested and organized, could attack on command. The Egyptian pharaoh struggled internally. Pride demanded continued assault, but rational calculation warned against reckless decision-making. Egypt's military structure functioned beautifully in open-field combat, yet siege warfare required different equipment: battering rams, towers, ladders, and supply consistency. Ramses had none of these on hand. Marching deeper into Syria to gather siege engines would risk exposing his army to ambush once more. Meanwhile, the Hittites possessed a city defended by experienced warriors familiar with terrain. Ramses also knew that news of the battle's early failures could spread south to Egypt, damaging perception of strength. The priests and nobility expected conquest, not hesitation. If he returned home empty-handed, enemies might interpret caution as defeat. The pharaoh needed to salvage a narrative of dominance. That required confronting the Hittites again, if not through direct assault, then through controlled threat and symbolic demonstration of power. Across the river, Muwatalli II evaluated his own position. Although his army shocked the Egyptians initially, their later attempts to strike the Egyptian camp had failed. His chariots needed repair. Many horses required rest. Infantry remained eager to prove themselves, yet crossing the river to attack a well-prepared Egyptian position would erase their advantage. The Hittite king also feared losing troops unnecessarily. Though he had initial superiority in numbers, he did not want to risk an all-out confrontation that might reverse yesterday's gains. If he suffered catastrophic losses, vassal kingdoms might revolt against a weakened Hittite central authority. As the sun rose higher, neither side moved. The two armies, separated by river and fear, watched one another silently. Trumpets occasionally sounded across camps to maintain discipline. Priests carried incense along Egyptian lines and encouraged soldiers to stand firm. On the Hittite side, commanders shouted motivational orders to cavalry teams and inspected chariot wear. The stage was set for a second day of potential devastation, yet hesitation governed strategy. War is not always a matter of endless motion. Sometimes standoff defines outcome more than combat. Day 2 at Kadesh became a day of calculated waiting, a moment in time when two world empires struggled between the hunger for glory and the fear of irreversible loss. Despite early hesitation, tensions soon escalated. Ramses, unwilling to appear passive, ordered formation demonstrations. Egyptian chariot squads rode forward in organized configurations near the northern battlefield perimeter. They lined up before enemy view, sending a message. Egypt remained powerful, disciplined, and fearless. These displays were risky, An unexpected Hittite charge could shatter exposed units. But psychological warfare mattered enormously. Ramses wanted Muwatalli to believe that Egypt possessed momentum. In response, Hittite infantry approached the riverbanks. Protected by archers posted behind stone walls, they advanced with shields raised, signaling readiness to fight. Yet neither side fired the first arrow. Ancient warfare operated under unspoken rules. Initiating battle required deliberate command, and neither king wanted to look desperate. Inside their minds, calculations shifted like sand beneath chariot wheels. If Ramses struck first, he risked a trap. If Muwatalli attacked first, he risked losing numerical advantage. As hours passed, diplomatic curiosity emerged between both camps. Ramses sent scouts forward under truce flag to assess the condition of Hittite formations, an action implying negotiation interest. Muwatalli permitted this movement because it allowed him to evaluate Egyptian morale. Scouts from both armies saw something similar: exhausted men, damaged chariots, and leadership unwilling to gamble recklessly. The sight of equal weariness deepened the standoff. Meanwhile, the Ta division reorganized weapon supplies. Regional commanders distributed arrows, sharpened swords on sandstone blocks, and reinforced shields along their rims. Slingers collected new river stones as ammunition. Officers taught formations how to rotate into fresh lines to reduce fatigue. Ramses's leadership shined at this moment, not through attack, but through organization. He ensured every soldier understood defensive formation patterns. He reminded troops that Egyptian skill in holding ground rivaled their attack ability. On the Hittite side, Muwatalli communicated with Syrian allies positioned near Kadesh's interior. These allies demanded battle continuation to cripple Egypt permanently. They argued that allowing Ramses to depart alive risked future retaliation. Yet Muwatalli saw another path: expose Ramses's caution, publicize Egyptian failure to take Kadesh, and broadcast this symbolic superiority across the region. For Hittites, psychological victory might outweigh battlefield destruction. Throughout midday, heat battered both armies. The Syrian sun turned armor into ovens, superheating bronze helmets and leather plating. Soldiers drank cautiously, conserving water supplies. Egyptian ration officers distributed barley gruel and figs, quick energy that helped maintain strength. Nearby, priests burned incense near command tents, asking divine forces for favorable outcomes. Ramses walked through his troops on foot, speaking directly to soldiers. He thanked them for courage, promised rewards, and swore that Ammonius stood with them. His calm confidence, even under danger, inspired loyalty. As morning passed into afternoon without battle renewal, soldiers on both sides wondered whether war ended silently. But beneath surface calm, strategic planning intensified. Ramses considered small-scale raids across the river to test enemy resolve. Muwatalli contemplated flanking maneuvers around Egyptian formations via forested hills. While both plans offer potential, risk far outweighed reward. Even a minor loss could shift morale dramatically. Around noon, both armies formally recognized what had become obvious informally. Neither side possessed advantage strong enough to justify renewed combat. Ramses could not storm Kadesh. Muwatalli could not crush Egypt. The struggle had transitioned from open warfare into symbolic confrontation. Ancient military history contains many such standoffs where armies glared across valleys, listening to wind rustle grass and hearing leather armor creak, but never clashing. The Battle of Kadesh's second day stands as proof that wars are not only fought through killing. Sometimes restraint shapes destiny more than courage. This stalemate generated unanticipated consequences: boredom, impatience, and frustration among soldiers. Young recruits who expected heroic sword duels instead passed hours cleaning armor and practicing marches. Veterans who preferred decisive combat worried their suffering the previous day would be meaningless. Yet commanders valued the stalemate because it protected armies from destruction. By mid-afternoon, delegations met between the two armies, not to negotiate surrender, but to establish safe zones for collecting wounded and burying the dead. This temporary peace gesture, common in ancient warfare, showed mutual respect. Egyptian and Hittite medics crossed the battlefield searching corpses and treating survivors. They listened to men whisper enemy names as they died, proof that soldiers on both sides recognized each other's humanity even through violence. As the sun lowered again, the standoff persisted. Ramses recognized one unavoidable truth. He could not remain at Kadesh indefinitely. Supplies would diminish, disease would spread, and morale would break. Soon he would need to decide: withdraw with strategic justification or provoke hopeless conflict. The answer would shape international politics for decades. By evening of the second day, Ramses II faced the hardest decision a commander could make: withdraw without conquest. Ancient kings rarely admitted limitations. Power demanded confidence, even arrogance. To retreat from Kadesh threatened to taint Ramses's legacy permanently. Yet wisdom required recognizing reality. He stood hundreds of miles beyond secure Egyptian territory, surrounded by Syrian allies loyal to the Hittite crown. His supply lines stretched dangerously thin. Many horses were dead or wounded. His infantry, though loyal, endured immeasurable physical toll. Ramses summoned his council. Generals debated options passionately. Some argued for renewed attack at dawn, believing that Muwatalli's hesitation revealed weakness. Others begged for withdrawal, warning that further combat risked annihilation. Ramses listened carefully. Despite emotional longing for triumph, he embraced rational judgment. The strategic goals of the campaign, to challenge Hittite dominance, strengthen Egypt's northern presence, and prove military capacity, had been fulfilled symbolically. Even though Egypt had not captured Kadesh, it had not been crushed. In ancient geopolitics, survival itself could equal victory. Ramses realized he could return home and proclaim success by shaping narrative. If he emphasized personal heroism rather than territorial acquisition, Egyptian citizens would celebrate him. Historians often misunderstand this moment. They imagine Ramses simply returning to Egypt ashamed. In reality, pharaohs possessed extraordinary political storytelling abilities. Ramses planned to engrave temple walls describing how he, alone and abandoned, defeated thousands of Hittites through divine courage. He would present Kadesh not as lost goal, but as monumental triumph. He would show himself driving his chariot into enemy swarms while terrified soldiers fled behind him. He would carve inscriptions from north to south Egypt displaying divine power. These messages would solidify his internal authority, silence doubters, and elevate his legend above military factual truth. Across the river, Muwatalli II watched Egyptian hesitation grow and claimed psychological victory. Though he had not destroyed Ramses, he prevented Egypt from seizing Kadesh. That alone preserved Hittite control over Syria. For him, victory did not require Egyptian annihilation. It required maintaining status quo. Muwatalli planned to send envoys to nearby cities declaring Hittite dominance, using propaganda to secure future alliances. As night fell for the second time, Egyptian soldiers prepared quietly for withdrawal. Wagons were repaired, equipment reorganized, wounded stabilized for transport. Division commanders instructed troops to march at dawn in protective formation to avoid ambush. Priests blessed men and horses, praising Ammonius for delivering them from destruction. Meanwhile, Hittite lookouts monitored movement, but Muwatalli issued orders forbidding night attack. He did not want Egyptians to panic and cause confusion that might trigger unnecessary losses. Before leaving, Ramses made one last symbolic gesture. He rode along the defensive perimeter, speaking to every division. He told troops that Ammonius had ensured triumph, that Egypt had stood undefeated against overwhelming odds. Soldiers, though exhausted, cheered. They believed because belief gave meaning to suffering. Human psychology reveals that men prefer narratives explaining sacrifice rather than accepting purposeless horror. Ramses provided purpose. At dawn on the third day, Egyptian divisions slowly withdrew southward in controlled march. Trumpets sounded single notes as troops retreated with dignity. The Hittites did not pursue. Muwatalli remained content, knowing Kadesh survived under his flag. As Egyptian formations disappeared over southern horizon, the Battle of Kadesh ended, not with decisive slaughter, but with triumph shaped by interpretation. History would later treat Kadesh strangely. Egyptian inscriptions portrayed overwhelming victory. Hittite records described Egyptian retreat. Modern scholars reconciled both accounts, labeling the battle a stalemate. Neither side won outright. Yet the stalemate mattered profoundly. It prevented devastation of two world superpowers and opened door for diplomatic transformation. Without Kadesh, ancient diplomacy might not have evolved toward formal treaty systems. The battle's end was not closure. It was catalytic beginning to new political world. When Ramses II and the Egyptian army began their controlled withdrawal from Kadesh, the entire Syrian region entered a new era of political calculation. Although neither side achieved overwhelming victory, the psychological shockwaves echoing across Syria were immense. City-state rulers, tribal chieftains, merchant guild leaders, and military commanders all attempted to interpret the battle's outcome. Their decisions over the coming months would determine which empire, Egypt or the Hittites, would dominate the region longer. Nothing about Syria was simple. It was a melting pot of languages, religions, cultures, economies, and political loyalties. Some cities leaned toward Egypt because they depended on Nile trade and agricultural goods. Others supported the Hittites for protection against nomadic invasions. Many behaved opportunistically, switching sides based on whichever empire seemed ascendant. After the battle, Egyptian withdrawal signaled to several Syrian states that Egypt lacked resources to wage immediate siege warfare. Kadesh remained intact under Hittite control, and the failure to capture it made some rulers question whether Egypt could guarantee their safety. Syrian rulers acted based on survival instinct. Shifting alliances were not a matter of betrayal, but necessary adaptation. Muwatalli II moved quickly. He sent envoys armed with gifts, silver ingots, and promises of protection to northern Syrian cities. Strategic letters reinforced that Kadesh stood unbroken, and this symbolic resilience meant the Hittite world order remained unchallenged. Many kings responded favorably, submitting tribute and sending soldiers to strengthen Hittite garrisons in the region. However, the story did not unfold entirely in favor of the Hittites. Word of the Egyptian army's impressive survival circulated widely. The fact that Ramses II, surrounded and nearly defeated, rallied his troops and pushed back thousands of Hittite chariots stunned observers. Even enemy states admired the courage. Some Syrian city leaders admired Egyptian cultural prestige more than Hittite practicality. Egypt represented wealth, monumental architecture, religious glamour, and artistic sophistication. Egyptian temples, gold jewelry, and writings inspired loyal admiration. These states hoped that Egypt would regroup and return later, meaning they hesitated to commit fully to Hittite allegiance. Meanwhile, overland trade networks between Damascus, Ugarit, Byblos, and Amurru remained vulnerable. Merchants feared traveling through zones where Hittite patrols clashed with Egyptian scouts. Economic instability triggered inflation, food scarcity, and rising prices of bronze goods. Tin imports slowed down, threatening weapon production. Without raw metal supplies, local smiths struggled to produce spears, arrowheads, and axe blades. Economic declines also affected temple offerings and royal treasury income. Kings who depended on trade wealth found themselves negotiating desperately with both empires. Some Syrian rulers wrote secret letters to Egypt indicating willingness to provide passage or supplies if Ramses returned. Others sent similar messages to Muwatalli. Surviving tablets from the era reveal how diplomacy functioned as a survival game. Say whatever necessary to avoid destruction. Egypt, though physically withdrawing, remained active diplomatically. Ramses II did not want the world to believe Egypt had lost. He sent scribes to carve victory inscriptions before news spread. Messengers traveled south through Canaan announcing Egyptian triumph. Gold statues depicting Ramses as warrior king were prepared for temples in Memphis and Thebes. This propaganda campaign influenced Syrian politics subtly. If Egypt believed itself victorious, Syrian leaders feared abandoning Egypt too quickly. They wanted to avoid provoking Egyptian anger should the pharaoh return. Similarly, Hittite elites worked tirelessly to capitalize on battlefield stalemate. Their scribes recorded contracts proving Syria remained under their legal ownership. Treaties reinforced obligations, grain shipment, horse breeding promises, and loyalty oaths. The Hittites treasured written records. Clay archives served as their version of political insurance. The most intriguing reaction to Kadesh came from city-states trapped between the two giants. Amurru, a region that historically switched between Egyptian and Hittite control, became a diplomatic battleground. Its leaders analyzed troop movements, supply flows, and alliance health to guess the future winner. They sent spies into both camps. They fed rumors into both empires. They positioned themselves to benefit regardless of outcome. If Kadesh proved anything, it was that Syrian states understood the art of survival in a world of unpredictable empires. In summary, Egypt's withdrawal did not produce immediate Hittite supremacy. It reshaped political geography into a landscape of calculation, deception, and strategic patience. Syria remained contested ground, and the aftermath of Kadesh became a theater where diplomacy replaced warfare, at least temporarily. Although the fighting had ended, emotional wounds ran deep inside Egypt's army. The march south became more than a journey home. It was a moving hospital filled with wounded bodies and shaken spirits. Soldiers walked in silence, troubled by memories of comrades crushed beneath Hittite wheels or shot through by enemy arrows. Egyptian military hymns that once sounded with confidence now echoed with somber tones. The drums beat slower. Marching songs turned into whispering prayers. Ramses rode frequently at the head of the Ammonius division to maintain morale. Beneath his outward charisma, he must have processed a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Pride from surviving ambush, relief at avoiding total defeat, frustration at losing Kadesh again, and determination to rewrite the narrative. He never wanted his name associated with confusion, panic, or retreat. Egyptian ideology demanded perfection. Pharaohs were symbols, not men. They were living gods in the eyes of their people. They did not make mistakes, they made destiny. To support this divine image, Ramses' scribes began documenting the battle while memories were still fresh. They interviewed survivors, sketched battlefield layouts, and recorded military statistics that would later be exaggerated into dramatic poetry. It is telling that the Egyptian version of Kadesh contains long, emotional monologues from Ramses, describing how his soldiers abandoned him, leaving him alone to fight thousands. This narrative constructed him as singular hero, protected by Ammonius. Although historically inaccurate, it allowed Ramses to convert an indecisive outcome into glorious myth. It also helped unify Egypt behind his leadership. Average citizens who never traveled to Syria or saw Hittite military might believed the pharaoh achieved immortal greatness. Meanwhile, Egyptian generals continued disciplined reorganization during the march. They redistributed wounded men for easier transport. They reassigned officers to fill gaps in command chains. They punished individuals who fled in fear during the battle because Egypt enforced harsh discipline, even for understandable panic. They also sent reports back to the Nile Delta summarizing outcomes. These reports probably used careful wording, emphasizing Egyptian strength and minimizing vulnerability. The psychological health of the wounded soldiers was another matter. Nightmares haunted men sleeping under desert stars. Veterans described the thunder of enemy hooves as if it echoed still behind them. They dreamed of being trapped inside their overturned chariots or running helplessly while arrows passed through flesh. This trauma, though undocumented officially, must have influenced veteran culture. PTSD existed long before modern terminology. Soldiers carried memories like hidden wounds. Some would never talk about Kadesh again. Others would speak endlessly, trying to purge memory through storytelling. The march south also exposed Egyptian soldiers to friendly populations living in Canaan. Villages greeted troops with mixed emotions. Admiration for Egyptian resilience and dread that surviving armies brought trouble. Farmers supplied fresh bread and olives. Local women treated wounded men with herbal medicines. Priests prayed alongside Ramses' religious leaders. All these encounters reinforced Egyptian belief that empire extended beyond win-lose combat. Influence came through cultural respect and economic ties, not just sword strength. Still, soldiers whispered questions. Would Egypt return to Syria soon? Would they face Hittites again? Would yesterday's suffering lead to future war? Ramses promised they would indeed return if necessary. He spoke of unfinished destiny. But many soldiers quietly hoped Egypt would negotiate peace rather than risk another cataclysm. They feared facing Hittite chariots again. Even within Egypt itself, the news of the battle produced shockwaves. People waited anxiously to greet the returning army. They expected treasure wagons, prisoners of war, and trophies of victory. Instead, they saw heavy wounds, empty chariots, and missing comrades. Families experienced heartbreak learning that sons, brothers, and fathers lay dead on foreign soil. Temple rituals multiplied to honor spirits of fallen warriors. Despite sorrow, national pride surged because Ramses' propaganda worked brilliantly. Through story crafting, he transformed survival into triumph. Relief imagery showed him dominating enemies single-handedly. Priests compared him to gods who defeated chaos forces. Citizens accepted this narrative because it felt inspiring. Reality may have been complicated, but myth lived easier inside the heart. Thus, the physical withdrawal from Kadesh became a psychological journey. Soldiers returned changed. emotionally scarred yet spiritually bonded. Kadesh became not just a battlefield, but a defining episode in Egyptian national identity. While Egypt focused on recovery and narrative building, the Hittite Empire used the post-Kadesh period to strengthen regional authority. Many modern interpretations underestimate how hard the Hittites worked after the battle to consolidate control. Kings cannot rely on myth alone. They must enforce order. Muwatalli II did not celebrate endlessly. He immediately initiated strategic reconstruction programs and political maneuvers designed to ensure Syria remained permanently aligned to Hittite interests. First, he reinforced garrisons around Kadesh and neighboring cities. Extra troops were stationed to deter Egyptian return. Siege defenses were expanded. Deeper moats, stronger gates, sharpened palisades, and new watchtower systems to monitor enemy approach. These construction projects provided employment for local populations, creating economic ties between Hittite government and Syrian workers. Loyalty was not sustained by fear alone. It also emerged through mutual benefit. Second, Muwatalli worked tirelessly on diplomatic messaging. He sent written tablets to allied kingdoms praising their assistance. He rewarded loyal vassals with captured spoils and trade privileges. He redistributed grain shipments to demonstrate generosity. His leadership style differed from Ramses. He ruled through negotiation rather than monumental propaganda. Hittite kings depended on aristocratic networks. If nobles felt neglected, power structures destabilized. Therefore, Muwatalli balanced pride with humility. However, the Hittite Empire gained more than military prestige from Kadesh. They gained breathing space. If Ramses had captured Kadesh, Egypt could have marched deeper into northern territories, threatening core Hittite lands. Because Kadesh did not fall, Muwatalli no longer feared imminent invasion. He redirected resources northward, focusing on internal reforms and boundary stability. Yet the victory was not unchallenged by consequences. War expenses drained treasury resources. Horses required replacement. Casualties depleted military manpower. Noble families demanded compensation for their fallen sons. Hittite scribes recorded new contracts formalizing troop obligations. These burdens shaped Hittite policy decisions for years. Many historians believe the cost of maintaining Syrian control eventually contributed to future Hittite decline. Empires rarely crumble instantly. They fade under weight of prolonged responsibility. Culturally, Kadesh deepened Hittite identity. Stories circulated describing Hittite chariot might. Children grew up hearing tales of how their fathers shattered Egyptian armies. Warriors felt proud knowing they stood equal to Egypt, a civilization older and wealthier than their own. This pride strengthened loyalty, reducing internal rebellion risk. Internationally, the outcome shifted power dynamics. When neighboring kingdoms such as Assyria, Babylon, Cyprus, and Mycenaean Greece heard of Kadesh, they responded carefully. Assyria, already rising in power, recognized that Hittites remained strong. Babylon, fearing Hittite might, maintained peace agreements. Cyprus continued metal trade with both empires, avoiding political favoritism. Mycenaean traders, interacting with ports in Ugarit, documented Syrian politics in merchant correspondence. Kadesh became a diplomatic reference point, proof that Egypt could not dominate Asia freely. Nevertheless, the Hittites also recognized danger beneath victory. Ramses survived. Egypt's army, though battered, remained capable of future campaigns. Egyptian pride ensured they would not abandon Syria easily. The Hittites assumed war would return someday, so they prepared. They stockpiled bronze. They expanded warhorse breeding. They reinforced border towns and trained soldiers year-round. But history is rarely linear. Although both empires expected returning conflict, fate led them down another path: diplomacy and eventual peace treaty. Mutual exhaustion, internal crises, and external threats changed priorities. Both empires discovered they needed stability more than endless war. The Battle of Kadesh did not end regional rivalry. It transformed it. The aftermath revealed truth behind empire survival. Military power alone cannot rule forever. Communication, resource management, emotional resilience, propaganda, trade relationships, and political diplomacy sustained empires more effectively than blade and shield. Thus, the 8th chapter of this long historical journey demonstrates the larger purpose of Kadesh: not just bloodshed, but evolution of international identity. The Battle of Kadesh did not end with the clash of swords. Its legacy evolved through political shockwaves that reshaped both empires internally. For Egypt, the aftermath became a period of strategic self-analysis. Ramses II returned home determined to secure stability across borders that suddenly seemed vulnerable. Even though he crafted the narrative of overwhelming Egyptian victory, Ramses knew the Hittites remained dangerous, firmly entrenched in northern Syria. The pharaoh had to calculate how to maintain imperial confidence without provoking reckless war the empire could not sustain immediately. Kadesh exposed weaknesses that Egyptian leadership could not ignore: overextended supply lines, unreliable intelligence gathering, and dangerously fragmented army formation protocols. Ramses began addressing these failures with administrative reforms. One of the most important steps he took was reorganizing military recruitment. Before Kadesh, Egypt relied heavily on chariot elites and aristocratic commanders, many of whom inherited rank. After Kadesh, merit began to matter more. Ramses promoted men based on battlefield conduct rather than noble birth. This shift preserved morale because soldiers saw that skill, not pedigree, brought advancement. Promotions also served political function. Rewarding bravery increased loyalty toward the pharaoh, reducing risk of internal rebellion. Egypt, like all empires, faced constant threat from ambitious governors and priesthood factions. Ramses' new military admiration would strengthen royal authority against domestic power rivals. Another impact of Kadesh involved economy and labor distribution. Armies consumed vast quantities of bronze weaponry, and replacing this after the battle required increased mining output. Egypt expanded copper extraction in Sinai and increased imports from Cyprus. Egyptian smiths produced new swords, spearheads, arrow tips, and chariot fittings. Meanwhile, Ramses ordered construction campaigns across Egypt to redirect public attention away from war wounds. Massive architectural projects rose across Thebes, Luxor, and Memphis. The great temples at Abu Simbel and Karnak began expansion. These works employed thousands of laborers, masons, and sculptors. Monument building boosted the economy and reinforced Egypt's identity as a chosen civilization blessed by gods. Ramses also focused on securing Canaanite territories. Local tribes and rebellious city-states had taken advantage of Egypt's absence during the Kadesh campaign. Upon his return, Ramses ordered punitive expeditions to re-establish supremacy. These campaigns were smaller than Kadesh, but symbolically essential. Egyptian troops raided border towns, quelled uprisings, and installed loyal governors. Through this strategy, Ramses transformed perceived weakness into proof of resilience. The message to neighbors was clear: Egypt may have failed to seize Kadesh, but remained a powerful intervention force. Meanwhile, Egypt's priesthood, always influential, interpreted the battle through religious symbolism. They proclaimed that Ammonius, the god who protected Ramses, had proven supremacy over all other divine forces. Temple rituals emphasized that when the world collapsed around the pharaoh at Kadesh, the god stepped in to guide him. This narrative served political and spiritual functions. It reassured citizens that divine order remained intact, and it protected the pharaoh's image. If Ramses had returned without mythic justification, people might have questioned his authority. At the same time, Kadesh intensified rivalry between Egyptian and Hittite political ideologies. Egyptians required their king to appear invincible. Hittites accepted pragmatic rulers who could negotiate and compromise. These cultural differences shaped how each side remembered Kadesh. In Egypt, truth bowed before narrative glory. In Hattusa, truth served political record-keeping. This duality is crucial for historians because it explains why sources diverge dramatically. The immediate political aftermath for Egypt was not one of despair, but of energetic mobilization and cultural reinforcement. Kadesh did not crush Egypt. It invigorated Egyptian identity. It forced the empire to reimagine strength, not as destruction of enemies, but as adaptation, storytelling, and internal unity. Egyptian civilization endured another 1,000 years partly because of lessons learned through the chaos outside the walls of Kadesh. The political aftermath inside the Hittite Empire also deserves careful study. For many years, historians focused primarily on Egyptian accounts, simply because Ramses carved them everywhere. Only in the modern era, with translation of Hittite clay tablets, did scholars uncover how deeply Kadesh affected Hittite domestic politics. Muwatalli II initially emerged from the battle with pride. He had successfully defended Kadesh and prevented Egyptian conquest. However, beneath the surface triumph lay subtle fractures within the Hittite ruling house. Muwatalli faced intense criticism from rival factions who argued that he did not defeat Ramses decisively when opportunity existed. They questioned why the Hittite army did not pursue Egypt during withdrawal, claiming a missed chance to reshape the political world permanently. Critics argued that had Muwatalli crushed Ramses near Kadesh, Egypt might have collapsed into civil unrest, allowing Hittites to dominate the entire Levant. Instead, Egypt survived, and because Egypt survived, it remained a threat. These political arguments deeply influenced Muwatalli's later policies. The Hittite king also had to appease numerous allied city-states. Allies expected reward for their participation. Some wanted wealth. Others wanted increased land rights. Some demanded military positions within the empire. Failing to satisfy these desires risked rebellion. Kadesh produced not only military cost, but administrative burden. Muwatalli spent years negotiating with governors from Carchemish, Aleppo, Ugarit, and Amurru, ensuring their loyalty remained secure. Without these vassals, Syria could collapse under revolt or be absorbed by a resurgent Egypt. Further complications emerged in Hittite succession politics. Muwatalli's brother, Hattusili III, began building his own power network. He commanded forces in northern Anatolia and controlled crucial military territories. Eventually, he seized the Hittite throne, dethroning Muwatalli's son. This internal struggle may have roots in post-Kadesh bitterness. If Kadesh had produced a clearer victory, Muwatalli's dynasty might have enjoyed greater legitimacy. Instead, contested results created opportunities for rival ambition. Despite challenges, the Hittites still experienced diplomatic strength after the battle. They used legal treaties to secure dominance. They expanded economic presence through Syrian trade routes. They imported copper and tin metal, essential for bronze weapon renewal. They forged hunting alliances with tribes near the Black Sea to acquire horses. Kadesh became a diplomatic symbol for Hittites, proof that they were equal to Egypt, not inferior. Internationally, the battle altered global perception. Nearby powers took notice. Babylonian kings reconsidered treaties, calculating power balance between Hittite and Egypt. Assyria, rising aggressively in northern Mesopotamia, monitored the situation. If Egypt had won decisively, Assyria might have challenged the Hittites immediately. But Hittite resilience discouraged foreign invasion. Diplomacy replaced war for now. Interestingly, Hittite scribal culture preserved Kadesh with calm pragmatism. Their surviving tablet accounts do not exaggerate numbers. They do not depict Muwatalli as a supernatural being. They list city names, troop statistics, and alliance lists. They record the battle as strategic success, not mythic miracle. This rational recording method gives modern historians a counterbalance to Egyptian propaganda. But even Hittite sources contain bias. They emphasize Egyptian retreat and highlight Hittite territorial preservation. The Hittite legacy of Kadesh therefore reveals imperial strength mixed with long-term vulnerability. Though victorious in field reality, the battle increased political instability at home. It demanded more troops stationed abroad, more grain shipped to Syria, and more diplomatic attention to allies. Like Egypt, the Hittites carried scars from Kadesh, not physical alone, but administrative and psychological. The most remarkable aspect of Hittite reaction to Kadesh lies in their future relationship with Egypt. Within 4 decades, Hittites who once fought Ramses would sign a peace treaty with him, the first recorded diplomatic contract in world history. That treaty would reflect not weakness, but wisdom. Both sides recognized that endless conflict threatened not just armies, but entire civilizations. To understand why Kadesh became so deeply remembered, we must explore how historical memory formed after the battle. Memory does not simply record events. It shapes identity, teaches lessons, and influences future generations more than raw facts ever could. Kadesh, although militarily inconclusive, became immortal through storytelling. Egyptians turned the battle into national myth. Ramses II authored versions of events that portrayed him as lone hero facing overwhelming odds. These accounts appeared everywhere. Temple walls, papyrus scrolls, festival songs, and even children's educational texts. The poem of Pentor, one of the most famous Egyptian battle narratives, exaggerates enemy numbers and describes divine intervention guiding Ramses. It includes dramatic imagery of Egyptian soldiers fleeing while the pharaoh stands fearless. These stories were not designed to record truth. They were crafted to teach citizens that their king embodied divine courage. Such propaganda shaped Egyptian culture for centuries. Ramses ruled for 66 years, giving him unprecedented time to imprint cultural memory. His monuments dominated landscapes. His image overshadowed earlier kings. Later generations saw him not only as victorious leader, but as model ruler whose strength proved Egypt's favored relationship with gods. His myth outlived his dynasty, influencing future pharaohs who tried to replicate his style. Even modern cinema and textbooks portray Ramses as larger-than-life figure because his self-written legacy survives more vividly than Hittite administrative letters. Yet Hittite cultural memory evolved differently. Their society valued written legal truth and collective decision-making. They preserved Kadesh through diplomatic documents, not monument walls. To them, Kadesh marked affirmation of imperial durability. Their records show pride. The Hittites faced Egypt, greatest civilization of ancient world, and survived undefeated. They continued to rule Syria. They kept Kadesh. Their identity strengthened under belief they prevented Egyptian domination. This memory reinforced military training across Anatolia and encouraged future generation warriors to defend homeland fiercely. Historical memory also shaped international identity. Modern scholars learned about Kadesh through multiple sources, requiring comparison between Egyptian hyperbole and Hittite diplomacy. This dual perspective offers unique insight. History is rarely absolute. Truth exists between stories. The fact that both empires claimed victory demonstrates how war narratives shape national psychology. Egyptians balua moral triumph. Hittitas balua territorial maintenança. The battle influenced future world cultures too. Later civilizations looked to Kadesh as model for personal heroism, state propaganda, and diplomatic development. Medieval historians admired Ramses as prototype warrior monarch. Renaissance scholars studied his inscriptions to understand ancient leadership. 19th century Egyptian archaeologists rediscovered battle reliefs, sparking new national pride in Egypt's past. Most importantly, Kadesh introduced long-term concept of negotiated peace. The battle did not solve animosity. It revealed that total conquest between superpowers was nearly impossible. It forced rulers to consider treaties, not just warfare. The eventual peace agreement between Ramses II and Hattusili III remains the oldest surviving international treaty. Modern diplomats reference it as a milestone in political evolution. Its clauses included extradition rules, non-aggression promises, and defense pacts, ideas that echo into present-day United Nations agreements. Therefore, Kadesh survives not as lost war, but as cultural turning point. It showed humanity that myth could shape nations, truth could be shared or contested, diplomacy could replace death, and memory could rewrite reality. Epic battles are remembered not because blood fell on dirt, but because stories written afterward shaped identity. Kadesh became mirror of civilizations, reflecting who they believed they were and who they hoped to become. The long-term legacy of the Battle of Kadesh extended far beyond the battlefield itself. Although fought in 1274 BCE, its impact influenced military theory and international diplomacy for centuries. Many later empires, generals, and political thinkers realized that this battle represented a turning point, a demonstration that major powers could collide with horrifying force yet emerge without a decisive winner. Kadesh was one of the earliest moments in history where the cost of war clarified itself to political strategists. The battle's outcome forced Egypt and the Hittites to adapt military structures moving forward, not through larger weapon stockpiles alone, but by restructuring communication methods, recruitment systems, and battlefield intelligence networks. One clear lesson involved reconnaissance. Ramses II arrived at Kadesh because he believed false information delivered by disguised Hittite agents. This mistake nearly cost him his army. After returning to Egypt, Ramses reorganized scouting divisions. He increased training for field informants and expanded spy networks in Assyria and southern Anatolia. Egyptian military papyri produced after Kadesh include references to systematic message relay networks, suggesting increased attention to battlefield communication reliability. Ramses understood future wars would require better awareness of terrain and enemy position. The Hittites also learned from the event. Their ambush succeeded wonderfully, but their heavy chariot force faced difficulty after storming the Egyptian camp, where cramped space blocked maneuvering. Some Hittite commanders later argued for development of hybrid infantry, chariot tactics in close quarters. Though historical evidence is limited, researchers believe the Hittite military machine, after Kadesh, used infantry more frequently in siege and urban warfare scenarios. The battle reshaped debates about chariot design too. Egyptian chariots, lighter and faster, proved more adaptable once the fight moved inside dense geographical zones. Hittite chariot engineers likely finessed wheel construction and harness design to increase turning capacity. Beyond immediate strategic lessons, Kadesh influenced warfare technology itself. Armies across the Near East began improving bronze arrowheads and spear points. Composite bow designs changed under Egyptian innovation, becoming more durable under stress. Shield construction evolved. Soldiers demanded gear that resisted chariot impact better. It is also possible that the battle inspired expanded use of battlefield standards and flags to maintain unit identity in chaotic environments. Kadesh may have contributed to development of tactical formations later used in Sea Peoples conflicts near the end of the Bronze Age. Even the meaning of victory evolved because of Kadesh. Before this battle, ancient empires glorified annihilation of enemies as the only acceptable outcome. The concept of stalemate carried shame. After Kadesh, survival, political positioning, and narrative control became equally valuable tools. This shift foreshadowed the rise of international balance of power systems. Historians point out that Kadesh helped lay groundwork for future warfare philosophy. Huge armies could clash, expend massive resources, and still emerge with the geopolitical map relatively unchanged. Modern parallels include World War I, where enormous casualties did not dramatically alter borders initially. The battle also marked a defining moment in the transformation of Egyptian kingship. Ramses' response to Kadesh, turning a near disaster into celebrated triumph through inscriptions and architecture, became blueprint for later pharaonic propaganda. His example demonstrated that rulers could manipulate historical narrative to maintain authority. He influenced how future commanders thought about image control. Kadesh essentially taught Egypt that power did not emerge solely from battlefield outcome. It came from shaping memory. Because of these decisions, Ramses II became arguably the most famous pharaoh in history, overshadowing even his military descendants. His reign lasted 66 years, and Kadesh operated as foundational myth. Thus, the military legacy of Kadesh rests not only in tactics or technology, but in intellectual transformation. Armies became smarter, leaders became more cautious, political systems evolved, and war, once celebrated as dramatic judgment delivered by gods, began to mirror human calculation, preparation, and psychological control. Kadesh became the world's first major conflict remembered not simply as fight, but as lesson. The Battle of Kadesh also transformed diplomatic thinking across the ancient world. Before this conflict, war dominated interactions between major states. Treaties existed, but they were local, short-term agreements between smaller kingdoms or temporary truces forced by mutual exhaustion. Egypt and the Hittite Empire had occasionally exchanged letters and emissaries, but neither side had engaged in any practice resembling structured international law. After Kadesh, however, the old system proved insufficient. Both empires recognized a fundamental reality. Neither could destroy the other without destroying themselves. The Hittites had halted Egyptian expansion, yet could not push south to conquer the Nile Valley. Egypt failed to seize northern Syria, yet the Hittites lacked strength to march into Canaan. This standoff forced both superpowers to reconsider methods of maintaining dominance. Their leaders began to value negotiation more highly than open warfare. Within decades, Ramses II and the Hittite ruler Muwatalli III produced an unprecedented treaty, the world's first significant surviving diplomatic document. This treaty, which would come into existence around 1259 BCE, included sections astonishingly modern in spirit: mutual defense, extradition of fugitives, neutral recognition of borders, and formal pledges of peace. The agreement even promised that both kings would respond to requests for military aid if third-party enemies attacked. In many ways, this foreshadowed later NATO-like structures. The treaty also contained clauses emphasizing honesty between leaders and protocols forbidding hostile propaganda. These were revolutionary ideas for ancient diplomacy. Kadesh played a central role in shaping these developments. Ramses and Muwatalli III knew each other's military strength. Their armies stood on equal footing. Instead of competing through open conflict, they could compete through political alliances, economy, and marriage diplomacy. Indeed, the treaty was later strengthened by a royal marriage. Ramses II took a Hittite princess as wife, linking dynasties through family bond. This was not symbolic romantic gesture. It was vital political architecture designed to preserve peace. Another diplomatic innovation following Kadesh was standardization of archival record-keeping. The Hittites, meticulous scribes, archived copies of diplomatic letters and treaties in clay form. Egypt, through temple inscriptions, immortalized agreements in stone. Together, they ensured durability of international law. Today, fragments of these texts survive in museums, allowing historians to reconstruct formal relationships between two empires 200-plus years later. Diplomacy also expanded internationally after Kadesh because other kingdoms witnessed how peace benefited major powers. Assyria realized Egypt and the Hittites were no longer preoccupied exclusively by one another and resumed territorial ambition northward. Babylon strengthened trade relations with both sides. Small city-states in Syria gained temporary stability, knowing two giants agreed not to devastate their lands repeatedly. Kadesh did not bring utopia. War still existed. But it marked a shift where cooperation became a genuine strategic option. Beyond formal diplomacy, ideological diplomacy also grew. Egypt and Hittite exchanged technological knowledge, chariot techniques, bronze smithing, medical ideas. They traded luxury goods and royal gifts. Elite families intermarried. Envoys traveled between capitals through safer trade routes. Letters addressed rulers with affectionate titles like brother, suggesting unprecedented kinship between former enemies. Thus, the aftermath of Kadesh proved that emotional rivalry could evolve into institutional agreement. This change in thinking revealed something profound about human civilization. Eventually, war teaches exhaustion, and exhaustion teaches peace. The idea that two imperial powers could share influence rather than destroy each other became a milestone in global political development. In this sense, Kadesh belongs not simply to Egyptian or Hittite history, but to the universal story of diplomatic birth. Perhaps the most fascinating aspect of Kadesh lies not in military maneuvers, nor in political outcomes, but an ideological rivalry between the two empires. Egypt and the Hittite world represented competing visions of how civilization should operate on cultural, religious, and philosophical levels. Their confrontation at Kadesh became a symbolic struggle between two world orders, each convinced their system defined truth. Egypt built its worldview around divine kingship. Pharaohs embodied gods on earth. Society obeyed through spiritual devotion, believing cosmic balance depended on rulers' authority. Success proved divinity. Failure challenged religious identity. This ideology explains why Ramses II invested enormous energy into shaping the story of Kadesh. If his people believed he faced danger because he marched alone into enemy hordes, they could accept a version that defined him as chosen vessel of Ammonius. For Egyptians, mythology was truth, and truth shaped reality. Ramses wrote inscriptions to ensure future generations saw him through lens of eternal heroism. The Hittite worldview differed. Kings were not gods, but servants of the gods, particularly the storm god Tezhub. Their legitimacy rested on legal documents, oath contracts, and promises. Their capital, Hattusa, housed archives filled with clay tablets recording treaties, trade agreements, and religious rituals. Their identity did not derive from a mortal king image, but from administrative order. This made them more flexible politically. Treaties held meaning even when kings changed. Unlike Egypt, where divine lineage defined leadership, the Hittite throne could pass through negotiation and political maneuvering. This ideological difference shaped memory. Egyptians turned Kadesh into heroic myth. Ramses alone, thousands of enemies falling, divine thunder. Hittites wrote calmly. Egypt approached Kadesh, failed to capture it, retreated, and Hutti retained territory. Modern historians often lean toward Hittite narrative for accuracy, yet ignoring Egyptian myth means missing the cultural truth. Egyptians needed Kadesh to define their identity. Politics alone cannot explain why Ramses covered temple walls with inscriptions 3 stories tall. He did it because ideology demanded symbolic perfection. The ideological rivalry also influenced regional perceptions. Many Syrian city-states preferred Egyptian rule because Egyptian culture felt luxurious and spiritually appealing. Temples were decorated with gold, art flourished, and the Nile produced agricultural abundance. Hittite rule, while more pragmatic and fair legalistically, felt austere. Their cities lacked monumental glamour, yet their administration offered stability, treaty law, and military protection against nomads. Syrian communities weighed these ideological choices when pledging loyalty. The long-term ideological legacy of Kadesh continues today. Modern audiences remember Ramses, not Muwatalli, because the Egyptian tradition of visual narrative imprinted itself onto global imagination. Western historians grew up studying temple reliefs, not clay archives. Hollywood retold Ramses' legend through movies. School books taught Egyptian mythology more than Hittite government structure. The result, public memory favors Egypt, though political truth may favor Hutti. This discrepancy teaches a powerful lesson. History is not only what happened, but what societies choose to remember. Kadesh demonstrates how memory outlives fact. Egypt lost no territory afterward. Hutti gained no new provinces, and military results remained balanced. Yet collective memory transformed Kadesh into a symbol of Egyptian heroism and diplomatic evolution. Because of ideological differences, Kadesh shaped cultural evolution globally. It taught the world that even myth can preserve moral truth. Courage matters, honor matters, loyalty matters. Meanwhile, Hittite archival records taught the world that honest accounting, treaties, and documentation protect civilization from chaos. These dual legacies survive beyond empire collapse. After both Egypt and the Hittites faded from world dominance, their lessons remained. Narrative plus law equals civilization. For these reasons, the Battle of Kadesh stands today not solely as an event, but as philosophical milestone, a moment where humanity discovered that history can be written in stone, on clay, in memory, or through peace. And every version, though shaped differently, remains essential to understanding human experience. When we speak of the Battle of Kadesh, we often picture kings shouting orders, chariot wheels spinning, war cries rising, and soldiers clashing beneath the sun. Yet, the ripples of that battle extended into civilian lives. People who never smelled battlefield smoke yet felt its consequences. To understand Kadesh fully, we must examine how the event shaped societies far beyond the warriors. The first major social impact unfolded in Egypt, where returning veterans entered cities carrying scars, stories, and evidence that war had evolved from ritualized combat into terrifying industrial destruction, even in the Bronze Age. Veterans were not silent. They spoke to family members, priests, and neighbors about chariot formations, enemy ambushes, fear, and adrenaline. These stories circulated through taverns, markets, temples, and trade caravans. Ordinary Egyptians gained new awareness of foreign foes. They heard about Hittite cruelty, Syrian geography, and the harsh challenges of campaigning far from home. Before Kadesh, Egyptian citizens largely saw foreign conflicts as distant matters. Campaigns occurred somewhere beyond Asia, an abstract geography echoing heroics of earlier pharaohs. But after Kadesh, battle stories described how close Egypt came to disaster, and this proximity changed cultural perception. Many Egyptians became more aware that war could be unpredictable. They learned that even divine kings were vulnerable, even mighty armies could panic, and even sacred strategies could falter. Such awareness subtly reshaped Egyptian attitudes toward power and leadership. Pharaohs were still worshipped as divine, but Kadesh nudged cultural consciousness, making people realize leadership required human skill, not just ritual sanctity. Beyond social awareness, Kadesh influenced Egyptian art and symbolism. Monumental reliefs carved about the battle portrayed armies in astonishing detail. Bowmen firing arrows, horses mid-gallop, chariots smashing into formations, and Ramses looming undefeated. These images lined temple walls, not only honoring the king, but educating citizens visually about warfare. For the first time, Egyptians saw artistic depictions of mass chariot combat. War transformed into cultural spectacle, influencing how people saw their nation. Children grew up staring at temple inscriptions describing the battle, embedding memory into collective identity. Priestly groups observed another impact: new theological emphasis on divine protection during chaos. The written poem about Kadesh highlights Ramses invoking Ammonius for strength when surrounded. This moment became a religious lesson. The gods respond to loyalty, courage, and devotion. Priests used this narrative to strengthen temple authority. They told worshippers that Ramses survived because offerings and prayers ensured divine favor. Public belief reinforced temple economics. More offerings flowed, more festivals arose, and priesthood influence grew. Meanwhile, social tension also increased. While temples celebrated triumph, ordinary Egyptians saw fathers and sons missing from dinner tables. Cities hosted funerals, mourning those who perished. Some widows struggled to support children after losing providers. Taxes increased to rebuild military infrastructure and pay for temple inscriptions. War victory required economic cost. Kadesh demanded societal sacrifice beyond physical battlefield. Male identity also changed. Soldiers who survived became walking embodiments of honor. Wearing battle scars increased social prestige. Families boasted of kin who fought beside the pharaoh. But hidden trauma lingered beneath celebration. Many warriors suffered mental struggle, reliving chariot stampedes and hearing phantom screams during the night. Though ancient cultures lacked words like trauma or shock, individuals across Egypt certainly experienced emotional aftermath. Society recognized heroism outwardly, yet internal suffering remained private. Women, too, played a role in Kadesh's aftermath. They inherited land from slain soldiers, took over agricultural responsibilities, and offered support roles as healers. They told stories to children about bravery, weaving battle narratives into lullabies, shaping youth identity. Mothers reminded sons that Pharaoh needed future warriors to defend Egypt. In this way, war influenced birth rate patterns and gender roles. Meanwhile, the social effects intensified in Canaan and Syria. Populations there lived between two superpowers, adapting survival behavior to imperial shifts caused by Kadesh. Towns sympathetic to Egypt worried Egypt might never return. Villages under Hittite rule feared future retaliation if Egypt regained strength. Civilian migration increased. Families moved to avoid taxation, conscription, or revenge raids. Kadesh changed daily geography of life, forcing border communities into emotional limbo, waiting to see which empire would rule their land next. Thus, the social impact of Kadesh demonstrates truth beyond battlefield glory. War reshapes human lives far from chariot wheels and sword swings. Religious interpretation of the Battle of Kadesh deeply altered cultural identity in both Egypt and the Hittite world. For Egyptians, Ramses' survival served as spiritual proof that the gods intervened directly in human affairs. Ramses claimed Ammonius infused him with courage during his darkest moment, when charioteers from the RA division fled. Egyptians did not doubt this claim. Ammonius worship reached its zenith around Ramses' reign partially because of Kadesh's narrative power. Hymns praised the god as savior. Temples expanded rituals honoring him. Priests taught that Ramses, as divine son, embodied living evidence that gods walked among humans. However, this religious triumph masked complicated internal dynamics. Egyptian religion functioned as a political tool. Priesthood used Kadesh to justify greater economic demands. More offerings, more statue gilding, more festivals. Citizens contributed grain, livestock, perfumes, and gold to support ritual expansion. Kadesh thus enriched temples, but rituals also comforted grief. Families who lost soldiers offered prayers requesting safe passage for souls. The mythic framing of Kadesh as God-guided event helped people process death emotionally. Kadesh also changed religious art. Representations of deities alongside Ramses appeared more frequently on temple walls. Inscriptions show Ammonius standing beside him, or divine falcons hovering above chariot wheels. The message: Pharaoh and gods exist in shared world. This reinforced political religious unity. Meanwhile, in the Hittite Empire, religion functioned differently. Kadesh proved to the Hittites that their storm god favored their army because they had preserved Kadesh. Priests emphasized that divine blessing allowed them to blunt Egypt's attack. Ritual celebrations followed. Temples in Hattusa likely hosted animal sacrifices honoring Tezhub. Yet, unlike Egyptian religion, Hittite divine involvement did not revolve around monarchy alone. The gods blessed institutions, treaty law, noble councils, and holy archives. Hittite religion also encouraged realism. While Egyptians immersed battle stories in emotional prayer, Hittite accounts remained pragmatic, recording event rather than worship narrative. Their religion valued covenant and written truth, not mythic embellishment. For Hittites, Kadesh proved that loyalty, oaths, and alliances worked. Their allies arrived, fought, and protected territory. This strengthened belief that political treaties held divine sanction. Kadesh additionally influenced religious diplomacy between the two empires. The eventual peace treaty included religious clauses invoking gods of both nations. This suggests deep theological respect. Gods were not merely tribal, but universal forces recognizing international order. The treaty invoked divine punishment for oath breakers, demonstrating how religion framed diplomacy. These ideas resonate into modern religious diplomacy, where oaths and honor codes connect law and faith. Within Syrian city-states, religion became survival strategy. Local priests interpreted the battle as omen. In Amurru, worshippers believed divine signs revealed Egypt and Hittite would share rule over a region rather than destroy it. Shrines reflected anxiety and hope. Villagers prayed to weather gods to protect harvests from imperial raiders. Religion offered psychological stability when politics offered chaos. Meanwhile, Kadesh created spiritual questions. Some Egyptians wondered why gods allowed such near defeat. How could omnipotent Ammonius permit the RA division to fall apart? Priests answered. Ammonius tested Ramses to reveal his greatness. Difficulty, they said, strengthened Pharaoh's divine identity. This interpretation prevented theological doubt from spreading. The battle also influenced funerary beliefs. The idea of war dead returning honored by gods grew stronger. Priests offered assurances that soldiers fallen at Kadesh entered glorious afterlife. Stele dedicated to unknown warriors appeared near temples, offering symbolic burial for bodies left behind in foreign soil. In summary, Kadesh reshaped global religious psychology. It strengthened Egypt's faith in interventionist gods, reinforced Hittite trust in law-based spirituality, united diplomacy with theology, and shaped civilian perception of divine justice. Beyond bloodshed, spiritual narratives ensured the battle lived eternally, not just through memory, but through belief. While social and religious consequences shaped daily life, the psychological ripples of Kadesh penetrated deeper into personal identity and collective consciousness. Modern psychology teaches that traumatic events imprint themselves upon culture. Kadesh was one such event. It altered how both empires perceived security, power, and the fragility of control. Egyptian troops who witnessed the terror of Hittite ambushes carried emotional scars that shaped national storytelling. Their memories influenced how parents raised children, how writers recorded history, and how generals planned future war. Soldiers experienced sensory trauma, sounds of galloping horses, screams of dying comrades, and overwhelming dust clouds choking lungs. Such images embed themselves into neural pathways, shaping attitudes toward risk and aggression. Although ancient societies lacked psychological language, their actions reveal coping mechanisms. Veterans often returned to farming. Working land grounded their spirits. Others returned to temple life, seeking spiritual guidance. Some re-enlisted, channeling trauma into military identity. PTSD existed as identity shift. Collective trauma developed too. Egyptian society recognized vulnerability. Before Kadesh, Egypt believed neighboring states existed to be conquered. After Kadesh, many Egyptians realized other cultures possessed equal technological complexity and bravery. This recognition humbled worldview, introducing respect for foreign peoples. Egyptians still viewed themselves as a central world power, but arrogance softened. Kadesh also shaped educational culture. Schools used battle stories to teach loyalty, courage, and obedience to Pharaoh. Children memorized lines from the poem of Pentor, internalizing mythic courage. In doing so, trauma became teaching tool. rather than hide fear. Egyptians reframed it as challenge overcome by faith and discipline. The psychological polarity between heroic myth and battlefield truth also created dual identity within Egypt. Warriors knew that inscriptions exaggerated events. They witnessed comrades flee, saw Ramses surrounded, and felt the sting of near defeat. Yet publicly they praised Pharaoh's glory. This contradiction produced silent tension. Humans hold multiple truths simultaneously. Kadesh taught Egyptians to accept myth while acknowledging reality, a sophisticated cognitive practice that remains common today across cultures. In a Hittite world, psychological response manifested differently. Their culture valued pragmatic survival. Veterans likely felt pride more than trauma, believing their empire secured northern Syria and preserved honor. Yet these men also carried dark memories. They marched through fields filled with corpses. They dragged wounded horses across dirt as they bled into riverbanks. They witnessed commanders argue strategy while bodies cooled. Their writings reveal less emotional expression, but silence does not equal absence. Furthermore, psychological tension intensified between ruling families. Political fear grew within Hittite nobility because succession threats often followed wartime uncertainty. Anxiety regarding loyalty and conspiracy shaped future actions, including coups and counter-coups. Kadesh might not have caused psychological disorder directly, but it amplified anxiety within aristocracy. Civilian populations also absorbed psychological shock. Stories of mass slaughter traveled through merchant caravans, creating fear across Levant. Anxiety about future wars emerged, and some families relocated to avoid border disputes. Children hearing accounts of chariot massacres internalized the world as unstable and threatening. This collective insecurity likely strengthened religious devotion. Meanwhile, psychological admiration shaped inter-empire perception. Egyptians, even after loss of Kadesh, respected Hittite might. They spoke of Hittite chariot speed and bravery with awe. This distant admiration shaped political empathy, making later treaty formation psychologically easier. Finally, trauma became foundation of memory ritual. Egyptians visited temples, reading inscriptions again and again, turning pain into empowerment. Hittites read treaty tablets, internalizing victory through legal language. Both cultures used memory to reduce anxiety and increase identity cohesion. Thus, psychological consequences of Kadesh reveal that battles are never isolated. They create social behavior, influence emotional patterns, restructure memory, and transform worldview. Kadesh stands as an ancient example of how trauma shapes civilizations, not just individuals. The Battle of Kadesh, though primarily known for military spectacle, had deep economic consequences that influenced the Bronze Age world in ways that scholars are still unraveling. The economies of Egypt and the Hittite Empire were not isolated domestic engines. They were interconnected with vast regional trade networks stretching across 3 continents. Kadesh disrupted, reshaped, and redirected these networks, triggering commercial transformation that reached well beyond imperial borders. To explore the true legacy of the battle, we must first understand how deeply economic life in the late Bronze Age depended on political security. Before Kadesh, Syria functioned as a thriving commercial corridor between the Mediterranean and Mesopotamia. Caravans traveled between cities transporting copper from Cyprus, tin from Central Asia, wine and oil from Canaan, precious stones from Afghanistan, timber from Lebanon, and crafted goods from Anatolia. Egypt imported cedar wood to build ships and sarcophagi, and the Hittites obtained luxury textiles and metal weapons from southern mines. This multicultural marketplace provided wealth to everyone involved. City-states like Ugarit, Byblos, and MR thrived because they sat at crossroads where Egyptian and Hittite merchants exchanged commodities. But the Battle of Kadesh shook this system. Supply routes became dangerous, controlled by troop movements and unpredictable ambush zones. Merchants feared their caravans would be seized by soldiers or raiders. A convoy of camels bearing wine across Syrian plain might be caught between Egyptian scouting parties and Hittite chariot patrols. A copper shipment from Cyprus destined for Egypt might instead be diverted to Hittite storage. These tensions altered market prices dramatically. Metal costs increased, forcing kingdoms to ration bronze weapons. Timber scarcity forced Egypt to slow shipbuilding. Olive oil, used for food, medicine, and lamp fuel, became a luxury item in certain cities. Economic instability bred desperation. After Kadesh, regions along Canaan's coastline lost economic confidence. Villages once enriched by trade now feared famine. Wealthy merchant families moved their businesses to safer ports like Tyre and Sidon. Such migrations shifted long-term commercial power. Cities closest to Kadesh struggled under tax pressure as imperial overseers demanded grain for military feed. Meanwhile, rural farms were forced to produce crop surpluses for armies marching through region. On a deeper level, Kadesh exposed how fragile Bronze Age globalization truly was. The entire military structure depended on international metal supply chain. Bronze weaponry required tin from distant mines. When trade routes became uncertain, entire empires faced production crisis. Without bronze arrowheads, chariots lost efficiency. Without bronze spear tips, infantry struggled to penetrate shields. The cost of warfare increased exponentially. Egypt responded to these problems by expanding local mining operations, especially in Sinai and Nubia. Expeditions into desert regions collected turquoise, copper, and gold to protect economic independence. These campaigns had social consequences too. Forced labor increased in mineral regions, and Egyptian bureaucracy expanded to maintain mining output. The Hittites, meanwhile, fortified their grip on metal-producing regions in Anatolia. They preserved strong ties with Cyprus to secure copper shipments, reinforcing maritime trade. They also improved road systems across mountainous terrain to secure overland tin transport. War always forces innovation, and Kadesh accelerated development. Interestingly, Kadesh may have accelerated beginnings of iron experimentation. Although Bronze Age iron use existed before the battle, new military pressure encouraged smiths to experiment further. Some scholars believe that after Kadesh, Hittite blacksmiths increased iron production slowly, creating groundwork for Iron Age military revolution. Though iron would not dominate until centuries later, the seeds of industrial shift emerged partly through Kadesh's economic wake. Finally, economic trauma encouraged alliances. Egypt and Hittite eventually realized that peaceful trade brought more wealth than territorial expansion. Both empires valued Syrian commerce, and diplomatic treaties later ensured safe trade passage. Thus, Kadesh transformed war economies into shared trade economies, proving that battle and business shape history together. To explore the complex post-Kadesh economy more deeply, we must examine how ordinary people experienced economic shifts. Farmers, artisans, fishermen, and caravan drivers endured consequences long before kings felt discomfort. For villagers across Canaan, the most immediate problem was taxation. When pharaohs returned from battle, They needed more grain to feed soldiers, more linen to produce uniforms, and more metal to build weaponry. Egyptian tax collectors moved aggressively across the Levantine countryside. Villagers who normally delivered modest grain quotas found their obligations doubled. Many farmers lost surplus, food once reserved for winter survival. Hunger increased, prompting migration. Some families fled to highland tribes for refuge. Others abandoned farms altogether. Similarly, Hittite-controlled cities demanded lumber, metals, and livestock to repair chariots. Horses consumed enormous amounts of food daily. Armies returning from Kadesh required pasture reserves. Syrian peasants living under Hittite rule had to produce hay, barley, and oats. When agricultural production fell short, officials imposed labor tax, sending men into road building, chariot maintenance, and garrison construction. Market culture changed as well. Metal prices soared because weapon replacement consumed half the bronze output. This forced civilians to adjust lifestyles. Bronze tools grew scarce. Farmers repaired old plows instead of buying new ones. Household utensils passed across generations because buying replacements became costly. Elite families hoarded bronze jewelry for value security. Merchant guilds, not modern corporations, but wealthy trade lineages, found survival through adaptability. Guild leaders rerouted trade north toward Anatolia or west via Mediterranean sea lanes. Regions like Cyprus gained new wealth because ship transportation bypassed war-torn land routes. This shift reshaped maritime urban centers. Port towns turned into banking hubs, offering loan agreements to kings preparing new campaigns. Trade instability also influenced technological spread. Artisans traveled across lands, searching for safer markets, carrying knowledge with them. Egyptian pottery makers fled to Byblos, teaching new stylistic techniques. Hittite metalworkers moved to Ugarit, spreading copper alloy formulas. Thus, economic disruption ironically strengthened cultural fusion. Kadesh also impacted class dynamics in Egypt. Wealthy temple elites benefited from increased religious funding. Lower-class laborers, however, endured greater hardship. Landless villagers hired themselves as soldier recruits to escape hunger. Military recruitment increased not out of patriotism alone, but out of economic desperation. Ramses used this influx to expand army numbers without heavy aristocratic dependence. In the Hittite world, wealthy merchants profited from supplying horses and metal goods to army rebuild. These elites gained political power. Meanwhile, rural peasants struggled because Hittite land laws required them to produce essential goods for war. For them, Kadesh brought neither glory nor opportunity. It brought survival burden. Yet, economic instability birthed opportunity for some groups. The Phoenicians, skilled shipbuilders and traders along the Levantine coast, grew stronger because both empires needed reliable maritime commerce. They carried Egyptian grain, Hittite metals, and Cypriot copper. Their strategic location allowed them to remain neutral, earning profit while others fought. Over centuries, this economic advantage helped the Phoenicians develop into naval superpower of Iron Age. Another overlooked consequence of Kadesh was rise of black market networks. When official trade routes collapsed, smugglers began operating desert routes beyond imperial taxation. They transported tin and gold secretly, selling at inflated rates. Criminal networks generated enough profit to gain political influence. Kings understood this risk. Therefore, they increased border patrol and espionage to crack down on unauthorized trading. Economically, Kadesh revealed fundamental truth. Empires do not collapse from single battle defeat. They collapsed through slow erosion of financial systems supporting armies. Wars like Kadesh strained treasuries, reduced crop production, distorted market values, and demanded infrastructure repair. These pressures became underlying factors contributing to late Bronze Age collapse centuries later. Thus, the economic consequences of Kadesh illustrate how combat is never isolated from marketplace reality. Armies depend on cities, cities depend on farms, and farms depend on political peace. The battle severed these connections temporarily, forcing civilians to adapt. Through this adaptation, the world changed, not always for better, but evolving nonetheless. To understand Kadesh from a global economic perspective, we must recognize that the Bronze Age world was interconnected in surprising ways. Trade routes stretched from Greece to Afghanistan, from Nubia to Anatolia, linking cultures Western classrooms seldom discuss together. Kadesh became focal point in chain reaction that slowly altered entire intercontinental economy. Consider how bronze production worked. Copper deposits existed in Cyprus, Sinai, Anatolia, and Crete. Tin deposits came from Afghanistan, perhaps even for Britain. These sources supplied international workshops, forging weapons, jewelry, tools, and artistic objects. When Kadesh disrupted stability in Syria, merchants looked for new distribution paths to ensure tin reached bronze makers. Over time, the necessity of adapting routes encouraged long-distance exploration. This explains why archaeological traces of Mycenaean Greek pottery appear in Israel and why Egyptian beads reach Cyprus. Economic instability made traders more adventurous. Furthermore, Kadesh weakened economic centralization. Syrian city-states once relied heavily on Egypt or Hittite for political protection. After Kadesh proved neither empire could completely dominate region, local rulers realized they could negotiate trade terms more independently. Amuru, for example, began playing both sides more boldly, demanding better tribute deals. Some local kings even increased taxes on foreign caravans passing through their territory, increasing independent wealth. This fragmentation of control mirrors later medieval feudal dynamics. We also see Kadesh influencing maritime trade evolution. Before battle, land caravans dominated economic movement. Afterward, ocean shipping gained more value because seas provided safer transportation. This shift accelerated nautical technology. Ship hulls grew wider to carry larger cargo loads. Navigation techniques improved. Cargo inventories diversified to justify long voyages. Eventually, these maritime advancements helped connect Mediterranean cultures into one economic web. The economic consequences extended into cultural development as well. Scarcity changed artistic traditions. Luxury items previously made from bronze or gold began using clay, faience, or bone due to resource shortage. Pottery styles absorbed outside influences because artisans moved to different cities. In this sense, Kadesh spurred cultural hybridization throughout Levant. With trade shifting, social inequality increased. Wealth concentrated among merchants who could afford long-distance caravans and ships. Lower classes remained trapped in local economies damaged by war taxes. Inequality often fuels civil unrest, and some historians link long-term instability in Canaan to this widening wealth gap. The tension between wealthy trader elites and impoverished farmers eventually contributed to revolts centuries later. Kadesh also altered diplomacy across commercial lines. Embassies exchanged goods as symbolic peace gestures. A Hittite king might send chariots, horses, or bronze cauldrons to Egypt. Ramses might send linen garments, gold rings, and grain stores in return. Trade and diplomacy merged, reinforcing peace. For the first time, luxury commerce became a political tool. Economically, Kadesh reminds us that war always costs more than blood. It costs metal, wood, manpower, time, farmland, animals, and emotional energy. Every chariot wheel required craftsmen. Every spear required miners. Every soldier required fields of grain. Kadesh disrupted this entire economic ecosystem for years. Finally, Kadesh influenced future imperial planning. The Hittites realized controlling Syria demanded more money than it produced, and they gradually shifted strategic interest northward to protect homeland. Egypt learned that extended campaigns drained resources, inspiring later pharaohs to strengthen internal economy rather than pursue endless conquest. Soon, the diplomatic peace treaty produced new trade revival, proof that even enemies understand profit's power. In summary, Kadesh was not merely a confrontation of armies. It was a disruption to global economy. It altered trade networks, encouraged maritime innovation, reshaped artisan migration, influenced population demographics, and demonstrated that economies, not just swords, determine imperial survival. The Battle of Kadesh left artistic and literary fingerprints across the civilizations that survived it. Ancient people did not merely record history. They reshaped it into cultural identity. Kadesh, more than any other battle of its era, produced a wave of written, visual, and poetic creations that influenced how both Egyptians and outsiders understood war. To begin, Egyptian temple art devoted enormous effort to immortalizing Kadesh. On the walls of Abu Simbel, Luxor, Karnak, Abydos, Ramesseum, and other monumental structures, we see Ramses II riding into enemy ranks with bow drawn, chariot horses galloping at full sprint. The battle images are dramatic, convincing viewers that Ramses personally defeated thousands of Hittites. These reliefs served multiple artistic functions: preservation, propaganda, education, and worship. Ramses commanded artists to carve Kadesh scenes into stone not because he needed reminders, but because the public needed reassurance. The art teaches loyalty and inspires awe. Despite the swirling chaos depicted in the reliefs, the pharaoh stands calm, confident, heroic, an artistic decision reinforcing narrative that one man turned defeat into triumph through divine favor. Even the smallest visual choices mattered. Artists sculpted motion into chariot wheels, tension into bowstrings, fear into enemy eyes. Viewers felt the emotion without questioning authenticity. Interestingly, the artistic presentation of Kadesh reveals cultural psychology. Egyptians were obsessed with order. Temple reliefs always depict Ramses controlling the battlefield, never losing command. Chaos appears only behind enemy lines. The Egyptians portray themselves as uniform, disciplined, heroic. Foreign enemies appear disorganized. This exaggeration reflects worldview. Egypt represents order, Ma'at. Foreign lands represent chaos, Isfit. Thus, Kadesh art becomes a symbolic map of Egyptian society rather than accurate combat record. Beyond art, Kadesh influenced literature. The poem of Pentor, one of the longest military poems surviving from antiquity, dramatizes Ramses's battlefield speeches. In it, Ramses calls to Ammonius, "Where are you, father? Has a father ever forgotten his son?" These emotional lines are poetic, not historical documentation, revealing Egyptian literature valued emotional storytelling more than factual precision. The poem mixes human failure with divine rescue, shaping future works in Egypt and surrounding cultures. Kadesh also influenced scribal training. Egyptian schools used poetic recitations of the battle to teach reading, memorization, and cultural loyalty. Young scribes copied verses describing ambush tactics, heroic bravery, battlefield panic, and divine salvation. These lessons shaped worldview and civic responsibility. Beyond Egypt, neighboring cultures borrowed imagery. Syrian clay tablets commonly referenced northern kings who fight like Ramses. Hittite scribes occasionally acknowledged Egyptian artistic skill, copying stylistic touches. Even Mycenaean Greeks, trading near Levant, admired Egyptian prestige, absorbing artistic values into their early palace murals. One overlooked legacy, Kadesh increased use of battlefield art as historical writing method. Later empires, including Assyria and Persia, copied Egyptian motif. Victory reliefs carved into palace walls. When we see Assyrian kings depicted hunting lions or defeating enemies, they echo Ramses' artistic logic. The precedent began at Kadesh. The concept that a king's image must outlive truth in stone became standard political artistry. Furthermore, Kadesh changed iconography of Egyptian gods. Ammonius began receiving warlike symbolism, power stance, muscular presence, and direct protection of Pharaoh. Before this battle, Ammonius represented creation, breath, and sky. After Kadesh, he embodied warfare. This theological shift appears in amulets, jewelry, hymns, and statues. In summary, Kadesh did not simply become art. It became an artistic engine that redefined Egyptian cultural expression, shaped scribal education, influenced foreign aesthetics, and established monument propaganda standards that echoed through civilizations for centuries. Literature inspired by Kadesh reveals fascinating evolution in storytelling. Most ancient war narratives were short, ritualistic, and formula-driven. But Kadesh created an entirely new genre, heroic autobiographical epic. Unlike traditional lists of victories, the bulletin and poem of Pentor turned a pharaoh into protagonist of dramatic journey. Egypt's written version shaped global military literature in ways modern readers rarely consider. The structure of the poem feels surprisingly modern. Exposition, rising tension, disaster moment, emotional breakdown, divine inspiration, heroic comeback, and triumphant conclusion. This storytelling sequence appears centuries later in Homeric epics, medieval knight tales, Renaissance plays, and even contemporary cinema. Because Ramses II recorded internal thoughts, fear, and loneliness, he pioneered psychological literature centuries ahead of Greek tragedies. The poem describes Ramses abandoned, betrayed, fighting alone. That narrative theme, one hero against impossible odds, became universal myth repeated throughout history. It appears in Gilgamesh, later in the Iliad, and even in modern narratives such as superheroes standing alone against armies. Kadesh thus contributed to birth of literary archetype, the lone warrior. Beyond emotional content, Kadesh literature emphasized geography and detail. The poem names rivers, mountains, enemy tribes, divisions, and chariot models. These specifics mark transition from mythic storytelling to semi-historical documentation. Kadesh literature walked the line between truth and drama, shaping future historian struggles to recover objective facts. Another unusual element, the Kadesh records exist in multiple identical copies carved across Egypt. Repetition was not coincidence. It was massive public messaging campaign. Literacy increased among elites. More people saw papyrus scrolls and temple inscriptions than ever before. Public recitation events at festivals exposed even non-literate citizens to story. Bards likely sang simplified versions, turning Kadesh into a national poem. The influence extended beyond Egypt. Hittite literature also grew more complex after Kadesh. Tablets show greater narrative detail in later treaty texts and royal letters. The act of confronting Egypt stimulated scribal pride, encouraging richer language and metaphorical vocabulary. Meanwhile, Syrian poets composed songs lamenting destruction left by warring giants. These poems, though lost to history, likely influenced later Canaanite storytelling traditions. They describe burning fields, fathers lost to war, and prayers to Baal for protection. Cultural intermingling formed hybrid texts where Egyptian heroism fused with Syrian grief. Kadesh even influenced mythic archetypes. Egyptian scribes compared Ramses to gods who fought chaos serpents. Later, stories in Near East mythology, like Baal defeating Yam, adopted themes of lone warrior confronting overwhelming force. These cross-mythic similarities demonstrate literary globalization centuries before the term existed. Finally, Kadesh strengthened pride in written word. Egyptian scribes realized writing could immortalize emotion, not just bureaucracy. This led to flourishing literary creativity within temples and schools. Hymns, love poetry, philosophical dialogue, satire pieces, and moral stories began appearing more often. Scholars speculate that Kadesh gave scribes confidence to document feelings, not just facts. Thus, the literary legacy of Kadesh is monumental. It birthed hero epic structure, advanced narrative psychology, spread cultural identity, influenced global mythology, and institutionalized literary propaganda as central political tool. When we trace story traditions through Homer, Virgil, Shakespeare, and modern novels, we find echoes of one Bronze Age battle carved in a stone more than 3,000 years ago. Beyond artistic imagery and written poetry, the Battle of Kadesh influenced deeper cultural movements, identity formation, historical education, and political memory control. Egypt used Kadesh to define what it meant to be Egyptian. Before this war, Egypt viewed itself as an eternal kingdom whose kings rarely faced equal opposition. But Kadesh forced Egyptians to see themselves as powerful, yet not invincible. This dual identity reshaped cultural personality. Schooling changed across Egypt. Students studied Kadesh to learn values: bravery, loyalty, faith, and obedience. Teachers used battle lines to instruct grammar, punctuation, and narrative composition. Young scribes copied Ramses' speeches, practicing stylistic emotional writing. Because scribes later shaped government, they carried Kadesh ideology into administration and law. The battle story thus infiltrated statecraft generationally. Kadesh also reshaped elite culture. Aristocrats no longer praised lineage alone. They praised service beside Ramses. Nobles began documenting personal achievements through autobiographies carved in tombs. These inscriptions listed battles fought, lands visited, and loyalty shown. This autobiographical tradition expanded because Kadesh glorified personal military story. Additionally, Kadesh influenced religious festivals. Annual reenactments likely occurred, where priests retold Ramses' victory narrative, temple singers recited verses, and actors performed story scenes. Ritual drama reinforced unity. Citizens watched reenactments with pride, internalizing mythic version as truth. The battle even shaped holidays indirectly. Victories of gods over monsters, already celebrated in older myths, gained new patriotic tone. Kadesh emotionally reinforced Egyptian belief that gods and king worked together. The Hittites developed cultural responses too. While their artistic output lacked massive stone reliefs, their cultural memory valued rule by law identity even more after Kadesh. Their scribes proudly cataloged treaties, alliances, and inventories, believing documentation itself symbolized civilization. Hittite academics emerged. Royal scholars studying language, medicine, and astrology, encouraged by pride earned at Kadesh. Victory through documentation motivated intellectual culture. Another cultural shift concerned perspectives on death. Those who died at Kadesh were not forgotten. Egypt honored them through poetry and offerings. Meanwhile, Hittite funeral traditions honored fallen nobles through ancestor worship ceremonies. This memorialization gave deeper meaning to military service. Later civilizations inherited fragments of this cultural memory. Greek writers admired Egyptian monumental inscriptions. Roman generals invoked Ramses's heroic lone stand imagery. Medieval crusaders romanticized the concept of one warrior holding against army multitudes. Each later culture unknowingly borrowed psychological motifs born from Kadesh artwork and poetry. Kadesh also encouraged political storytelling as permanent cultural element. Monarchs across world adopted Ramses's technique. Record every action in monumental form to control legacy. Assyrian kings documented lion hunts and pitched battles. Persian kings gardaient beasts en inscription. Roman emperors decorated triumphal arches. All these traditions echo Egyptian narrative logic rooted in Kadesh. Stone plus message equals immortal authority. Modern culture, too, reflects this legacy. We turn battles into movies, heroes into legends, and conflict into narrative drama. Kadesh stands at dawn of entertainment war history. It proved humans' hunger for meaning within battle chaos, and cultures will reshape truth to serve identity. Thus, the cultural legacy of Kadesh reaches into schools, temples, tombs, literature, theater, politics, art, poetry, global mythology, and even modern psychology. Bronze Age dust transformed into eternal cultural memory. Kadesh shows that civilizations do not only win in battle. They win in story, in education, in symbolism, and in how future generations define identity. To understand the significance of the Battle of Kadesh, we must go beyond swords, chariots, kings, and treaties, and explore the scientific and technological framework that empowered these ancient armies to operate at extraordinary levels of coordination. Warfare in the Bronze Age was not improvised. It depended on engineering, chemistry, mathematics, environmental knowledge, and animal science. Armies moved like machines only when properly supported by scientific comprehension, whether knowingly or instinctively. At Kadesh, both Egypt and the Hittites demonstrated mastery over the scientific disciplines available in their era, and the confrontation between these superpowers accelerated technological exchange and development. Chariot design was one of the most important engineering achievements underlying Kadesh. Egyptians used lightweight materials, wooden spokes, leather lashings, and sinew bindings to reduce drag and enhance speed. The wheels measured carefully for weight balance. Engineers considered the physics of rotational inertia centuries before the concept had written terminology. Egyptian chariots placed axle closer to the rear to stabilize weight distribution, giving archers steadier shooting platform. The Hittites, by contrast, used heavier chariots with reinforced frames. Their axle placement closer to the center allowed them to hold three-man teams, increasing shock impact. This engineering decision reflected scientific trade-offs, speed sacrificed for force. Both systems reveal applied physics in Bronze Age engineering practice. Additionally, the wheel technology at Kadesh marks a breakthrough in material science. Chariot wheels required a perfect marriage of resilient wood types: elm, oak, sycamore, and tamarisk. The Egyptians used six-spoke wheel design because studies of tension showed that more spokes increased weight and decreased speed, and fewer spokes risk collapse. That decision speaks volumes about experimentation. Bronze pins and leather tires reduced friction. Greases made from animal fat lubricated wheel axles to decrease heat friction damage caused by long battlefield movement. These innovations do not appear suddenly. They evolved from centuries of careful testing. But wheels were only part of the technological picture. Composite bows used at Kadesh were marvels of mechanical science. Made from layers of horn, sinew, and would glued together, these bows stored elastic energy far beyond capacity of simple wooden bows. Their construction required knowledge of humidity, curing temperature, pressure binding, and glue chemistry. Glue use came from boiled animal skins and tree resins. Craftsmen controlled drying times down to seasonal measurements because excess moisture could ruin weapon. The Egyptians were famous for composite bow precision. Their archers could hit targets accurately from moving chariots, which required mental calculation of trajectory, velocity correction, and wind adjustment. At Kadesh, we also see structural science in armor production. Bronze-scale armor required mathematical shaping. Hundreds of small plates overlapped at angles to reflect arrow penetration. Each plate curvature mattered because too rigid meant cracking and too flexible meant tearing. Leather armor required tanning science, salts, oils, drying schedules, and needed maintenance against sweat, rain, and rot. Soldiers carried waterproofing oil mixtures to preserve straps. Helmet curvature calculations distributed impact energy from spear tips. Animal science also shaped armies. Horses used at Kadesh represented centuries of selective breeding. Egyptians preferred smaller, faster horses capable of sprinting long distances without overheating. Hittites preferred larger, stockier breeds, capable of pulling heavier chariots. Feeding schedules used barley mash, date mixtures, and mineral supplements. Water intake regulated hourly to prevent collapse. Handling required knowledge of psychology. Horses panicked easily at war drums, so trainers exposed animals to controlled noise during upbringing. Mathematics played subtle roles too. Military planners calculated travel distance, ration weight, march spacing, and timing. To reach Kadesh, Egyptians measured daily mileage so divisions arrived staggered without starving. Quartermasters estimated grain tonnage per division using scribal math tables. Field commanders likely used geometry instinctively, understanding circle encirclement and flanking angles. All these scientific foundations demonstrate that Kadesh was not primitive. It was technological battlefield built on thousands of data points known by heart, not formula. Technology does not require modern laboratories. It requires organized human experimentation. Kadesh shows that Bronze Age people possessed rich scientific knowledge, even if they described it through religion rather than physics vocabulary. Warfare engineering did not end at weapons and vehicles. Entire infrastructure of battlefield preparation reflected scientific methods. Consider logistics. Egypt transported thousands of troops across deserts and mountains. Such movement required understanding astronomy for navigation, hydrology for water locating, carpentry for tent construction, and chemistry for food preservation. Soldiers carried dried figs, salted meats, onions, garlic, and grain because Egyptian dietitians knew dehydration and caloric burn rates. Salt preserved meat through moisture extraction, a chemically effective technique long before science formally defined osmosis. Water storage relied on ceramic technology. Clay jugs designed for long travel used porous structure to create evaporative cooling, lowering temperature inside container. Egyptians transported these in reed-wrapped crates to prevent shatter on rocky terrain. These engineering solutions allowed armies to travel farther than many think possible. Road science mattered too. Egyptians marched along routes reinforced by prior expeditions. Over decades, hardened soil and carved rock paths allowed chariots to roll thousands of wheels without collapse. Scouts marking routes measured river currents and depth using rods and visual angles. Camp construction demonstrated tactical engineering. Ramses ordered earth ramparts built quickly around his camp at Kadesh, using mathematics for spacing wooden stakes. Soldiers dug trenches, forming defense perimeter. This required soil knowledge because overly sandy earth collapsed. Clay-rich soil held shape better. Such choices improved survival odds. Meanwhile, Hittites excelled at siege engineering. The city of Kadesh sat inside fortified enclosure. Ramparts, stone walls, defensive towers, and gates built with lock beam mechanics. Carpenters and masons applied architectural science to resist battering. Engineers designed wall curvature to deflect arrow volleys. Large supporting beams resisted vibration from siege attempts. Battlefield communication represented another major engineering component. Egyptians used bronze trumpets to relay formation orders. Different sound patterns signaled rotating chariot units or infantry reposition. Without electronic systems, they applied acoustic science, using valley walls to amplify noise. Flags conveyed visual commands. Their shape and color conveyed meaning visible at distance. Another scientific aspect was time calculation. Armies needed synchronized timing, knowing sunrise, moon phases, and seasonal movement patterns. Priests observed stars to determine best months for campaigning. Kadesh occurred in late spring/early summer when ground dry enough to support chariot wheels. Material technology deserves mention too. Egyptians manufactured linen armor by weaving flax fibers to high thread density. Linen textile production required agricultural science. Flax grew in cycles. Water and sunlight ratio determined fiber stiffness. Processing involved retting, drying, and beating to separate fibers. Then weaving required tension knowledge. Finished linen layers glued with animal resin formed cuirass strong enough to resist slashing strikes. Bronze production showcased chemical knowledge. Mix copper and tin to exact percentages. Too much tin meant brittleness. Too little meant softness. Egyptians and Hittites understood composition ratio through experiment. Tin scarcity increased weapon value. Bronze ingots formed standard currency among merchants. Armies even paid soldiers with metal. Even medical science reflected innovation. Surgeons stitched wounds with linen thread. Honey used as antiseptic due to antibacterial properties. Herbal poultices using myrrh, garlic, and willow bark reduced pain. Willow bark contains salicylic acid precursor to modern aspirin. Proof that ancient healers understood biochemical effects. Bones were set using splints crafted from reeds. Chariot crashes caused compound fractures, forcing medical officers to reset bones quickly using traction techniques. Psychological science emerged informally. Ramses used speeches to calm fear because commanders understood morale altered battle outcome. Priests performed rituals to reduce anxiety. This early psychology used storytelling to steady mind. Environmental engineering also shaped battlefield survival. Egyptians stored water in shaded pits to reduce heat absorption. Camps oriented to catch wind to reduce heat stroke. Soldiers wore feathered headdresses to allow airflow under helmets. Footwear design used leather straps to avoid blister formation on long marches. Even map-making played a subtle role. Egyptian scribes drew battlefield sketches to direct troop movement. Hittite commanders memorized region paths, using mental cartography refined across decades of Syrian campaigns. These mental maps reflect spatial reasoning skills. Collectively, these engineering feats reveal that Kadesh was not just history's first recorded large battle. It was proof that human scientific ingenuity thrives even when vocabulary for science does not yet exist. Perhaps the most astonishing scientific dimension of Kadesh lay in medical practice and battlefield healthcare. Armies confronted massive trauma requiring organized triage. Although no modern hospitals existed, both Egyptians and Hittites established medical camps staffed by trained specialists. These individuals understood anatomy through centuries of observation and trial. Egyptian physicians studied human bodies using mummification practices, giving them rare knowledge of organ placement and bone structure. This anatomical awareness allowed surgeons to treat injuries with surprising sophistication. Wound care at Kadesh involves sterilization methods that seem advanced. Honey, oil, and resin mixtures reduced infection because they contain natural antibacterial properties. Myrrh acted as anti-inflammatory agent. Wine used to wash wounds provided antiseptic alcohol effect. Some soldiers received stitches using curved needles made of bronze or bone. Linseed oil applied to wounds prevented cracking. Amputation occurred rarely because doctors attempted to save limbs whenever possible. If bones shattered into fragments, splints made from wood or reed kept bone aligned. Splints secured with linen wraps. Soldiers instructed to remain immobile for weeks during march, riding in carts. Healing took a long time, but survival rates were surprisingly high for non-gut wounds. Pain relief used herbal mixtures, mandrake root, opium poppy resin, and henbane. These substances functioned as narcotics. Surgeons recognized dosage danger. Too much could kill. Their control over such chemicals reflects detailed pharmacology knowledge. Dentistry existed too. Soldiers suffering jaw injuries treated with clove oil and splinting. Tooth extractions performed with bronze hooks. Skull injuries required trepanation in rare cases, drilling small holes to relieve pressure. Psychological healing used ritual. Priests whispered protective spells, understanding that belief altered pain perception. Soldiers believed healing required divine permission. Such belief reduced shock. Sanitation also mattered. Camps kept latrine zones away from sleeping areas to prevent disease spread. Drink water boiled when possible. Linen clothing washed frequently to reduce lice. Even burial of corpses managed carefully. Separated pits dug to prevent disease contamination. Both armies enforced quarantine rules for plague symptoms. They lacked germ theory, yet recognized contagion patterns. If fever spread, sick individuals isolated in outer tents. Another key aspect, veterinary medicine. Horses suffered greatly at Kadesh. Veterinary specialists cleaned hoof cracks with salt water, stitched flesh wounds, applied resin salves, and immobilized injured animals. Respiratory infections treated using aromatic smoke therapy. These practices reveal empathy toward animals and advanced biological understanding. Surgical tools included knives, saws, tweezers, probes, cautery irons, and clamps. Many appear in tomb wall paintings or archaeological finds. They show bronze craftsmanship designed for exact cuts. Surgeons cleaned blades using sand abrasion and fire heating. Diet science influenced recovery too. Soldiers recovering from bleeding received high-protein foods: fish, fowl, dairy. Dehydrated warriors given salted water to restore mineral balance. Herbal drinks boosted energy, barley beer used as nutrient liquid. Battlefield trauma influenced spiritual philosophy as well. People witnessing medical miracles believed gods worked through surgeons. Ramses credited Ammonius for healing soldiers, strengthening link between science and faith. The medical legacy of Kadesh extended beyond warfront. Knowledge gained from treating so many injured men spread to cities afterward. Doctors carried new techniques home. Healers began writing down treatment methods. Later Egyptian medical papyri include detailed wound classifications, likely based on battlefield observation. Thus, Kadesh accelerated scientific learning by necessity. War forces knowledge to evolve. New instruments created, old methods refined, and medical courage soared. History often celebrates kings and chariots, yet unsung heroes were healers cutting infection from flesh and saving lives under torchlight. These technological and scientific advancements reveal that the Bronze Age world possessed sophisticated intellectual culture. Kadesh stands not simply as a moment of destruction, but as crucible for technological innovation. Out of blood and chaos came new bows, new armor, new medicine, new logistics, new maps, new psychology, and new science. History remembers battles for violence, but their greatest legacy may be knowledge forced into existence by need. The Battle of Kadesh was not simply a human confrontation. It was shaped, guided, and influenced by the natural world. Geography controlled every strategic decision leading up to the clash. To understand Kadesh fully, we must analyze the environment where armies marched, fought, and survived. Kadesh sat on the Orontes River in what is now western Syria, a region of fertile valleys, rugged hills, and shifting climate patterns. This geography made Kadesh strategically vital because whoever controlled it gained access to agricultural land, fresh water, and crossroads connecting Mesopotamia to the Mediterranean. It was gateway between Anatolia and Egypt, a corridor of movement where merchants, armies, and diplomats passed. The Orontes River provided necessary hydration for cavalry and infantry, especially crucial in Bronze Age military operations where thousands of men and animals depended on water sources to survive. Consider that each horse might drink 20 liters per day in heat. Multiply this by hundreds or thousands, and you see why armies could not camp just anywhere. Kadesh offered water reliability. Ramses II needed that river to rest troops. Muwatalli II needed it to secure base position. This explains why both armies converged on same geographic spot. It was not random luck. It was environmental inevitability. Surrounding terrain consisted of rolling hills and open plains, ideal for chariot warfare. Chariots needed level ground to accelerate and maintain formation. If Kadesh had been located in mountains or dense forest, the outcome would have been different. But open fields around Orontes turned battle into mobile engagement where heavy Hittite chariot charges could strike deep and Egyptian light chariots could recover quickly. Geography shaped military doctrine. The city of Kadesh itself stood on elevated mound, a tell formed by centuries of human settlement. This raised platform gave defenders superior visibility. Hittite scouts observed Egyptian movements long before Pharaoh realized enemy proximity. Egyptian misinformation partly resulted from landscape. Distance and curvature prevented clear sight across region. Ramses' March-believing enemy was far north because terrain blocked accurate reconnaissance. Climate also shaped events. Bronze Age Syria experienced seasonal rainfall cycles. Snowmelt from mountains fed river flow during campaign season. If battle occurred in winter, mud would have crippled chariots, turning war into infantry brawl. But Kadesh occurred when ground hardened under sun, allowing wheels to roll smoothly. Ramses intentionally marched after rainy season to avoid supply restrictions, but so did Muwatalli. Their strategies mirrored environment. Dust clouds created by thousands of hooves reduced battlefield visibility. Egyptian accounts frequently describe walls of dust rising like storm clouds, making it difficult to distinguish friend from foe. The Hittite ambush depended on dust concealment. They hid forces behind terrain ridges where heat haze and dust camouflage prevented early detection. Nature acted as silent conspirator. Riverside humidity affected combat too. Leather bow strings loosened, armor straps stretched, metal corroded faster. Poorly maintained chariots risked failure. Egyptians stored equipment in shaded tents during night stops to protect it. Their knowledge of climate allowed survival, and yet mistakes still occurred. Some chariot wheels collapsed mid-charge due to heat stress. Another geographic factor was distance. The Egyptian march from the Delta to Kadesh covered hundreds of kilometers through semi-arid regions. Supply caravans struggled across sand, rock, and desert wind. Hittites marched shorter distance from Anatolia, giving psychological and logistical advantage. The long Egyptian route meant troops arrived fatigued. Terrain contributed to Egyptian division spacing mistake. The Ammonius, Ra, Ta, and Set divisions followed same road, but miles apart due to space limitations. Mountains and riverbanks forced narrow file marching, preventing side-by-side movement. This stretched army dangerously thin, causing delayed reinforcement arrival when ambush began. Environmental bottleneck almost destroyed Egyptian army. Thus, geography and environment did not merely provide backdrop. They were active forces. Kadesh exists because the land demanded it. To analyze deeper environmental influence, we must explore climate cycles during late Bronze Age. Modern research on ancient pollen, tree rings, and sediment cores suggests climates fluctuated significantly around 1200 to 1100 BCE, contributing eventually to Bronze Age collapse. But around Ramses II's era, climate still supported large-scale agricultural production. Egypt depended on Nile inundation cycles. Good flood years created food surpluses supporting military campaigns. If Egypt faced drought, Kadesh campaign would have been impossible. So the very existence of battle implies Nile stability before or during campaign planning. Ramses watched floods closely before deciding to march north. Meanwhile, Anatolia faced occasional drought patterns. Hittite kings feared crop failures, forcing them to secure Syrian resources and fertile plains. Kadesh symbolized not just military dream, but agricultural lifeline. Whoever ruled Kadesh gained food surplus to feed armies, nobles, and administrative households. Environmental pressure also arose from migration. Semi-nomadic tribes moved seasonally across Kadesh plains. Their presence created tension. These groups sometimes served as scouts or mercenaries for either empire. Climate shifts pushed tribal migrations closer to major cities, increasing political instability. Hittites attempted to control this movement through alliances. Egyptians attempted through intimidation. Weather affected battle timing. Midday heat exhausted warriors, dehydrating horses. Egyptian charioteers rode bare-chested often to reduce heat buildup. Hittite armor heavier, causing greater heat load. This physical strain influenced tactics. Hittite commanders needed fast kill before overheating weakened troops. Egyptians anticipated longer endurance fight. Night temperatures dropped sharply. Soldiers wrapped themselves in wool cloaks to avoid hypothermia. Fire smoke attracted insects, so camps positioned away from stagnant water. Egyptian commanders selected camp location using environmental reasoning. Close enough to river for water access, but far enough to avoid mosquito swarms. Malaria and parasitic disease existed. Environmental awareness saved lives. Moon cycles influenced march speed. Traveling under moonlight reduced heat strain and increased distance covered. Egyptian scribes calculated lunar phases to plan movement. This planning allowed Ammonius division to move faster early on, but distance still created gaps leading to ambush vulnerability. Wind direction affected arrow flight on battlefield. Archers compensated instinctively, but large gusts disrupted formations. Dust storms occasionally erupted across plains, forcing brief stall in Hittite chariot momentum. Food availability shaped morale. Soldiers gathered wild figs, dates, and nuts during march. Water wells marked across Syria became crucial control points. Armies fought not only for city, but for oasis access. The Orontes served as transportation artery. Rafts used to move supplies, though risk of enemy interception high. Water depth varied seasonally, affecting maneuver. Egyptian engineers may have built makeshift pontoons using leather skins to cross tributaries. Environmental factors also shaped political decision-making. Egyptian governors stationed in Canaan begged Ramses not to withdraw support, fearing drought-driven famine. Hittites used Syrian grain fields to feed their armies. Kadesh represented food security, not just military staging ground. Finally, climate influenced religion. Egyptians believed Ammonius controlled wind and sky. Hittites believed storm god influenced weather. Both sides interpreted weather events as divine communication. If clouds gathered, priests read omens. If river ran high, they saw blessing. This shaped psychological readiness. In short, the Battle of Kadesh became inevitable not just through politics, but through natural circumstance. Environment was silent military commander. The geographic legacy of Kadesh continued long after armies departed. The region around Kadesh remained battlefield for cultural competition centuries afterward. Environmental richness attracted new conquerors: Neo-Assyrians, Arameans, Persians, Greeks, Romans, Byzantines, and Arabs. Each power saw same truth Egyptians and Hittites saw: control this land to control economic and strategic flow across Western Asia. The land also preserved memory, physically. Archaeologists discovered remnants of fortification walls, pottery fragments, weapon pieces, and agricultural terraces revealing daily life around Kadesh. Soil layers show ash bands, perhaps remnants of army fires or destruction phases. Sediment analysis of Orontes River reveals shifts caused by ancient flood control. We must also consider geological factors influencing settlement patterns. Kadesh sits near tectonic boundary where eastern Mediterranean plates interact. Small tremors likely occurred historically. Earthquakes could weaken wall structures, requiring repair effort. Environmental resources shaped architecture. Local stone used for city foundations, mud brick for houses, was scarce, forcing import from Lebanon. This scarcity made city dependent economically, increasing political vulnerability. Whoever controlled forests near Byblos controlled Kadesh construction economy. Geography also created cultural melting pot. Because Kadesh lay at crossroads, languages mixed: Egyptian, Hittite, Akkadian, local dialects. Trade caravans brought foreign foods, clothing styles, and musical instruments. Environmental trade routes made Kadesh cultural nexus long before globalization existed. War destroyed environment as well. Horses trampled fields, chariots destroyed irrigation canals, soldiers stripped forests for firewood. After battle, local farmers faced ruined farmland. Recovery took years. Environmental scars created by military activity shaped settlement decline. Orani's river later changed course slightly over centuries. Floodplain expansion buried original city layers in sediment, making excavation challenging. Yet, river provided steady agricultural fertility for generations. Climatic change later helped collapse Hittite Empire. Around 1200 BCE, drought struck, starving fields, forcing migration, igniting rebellion. Egypt survived longer because Nile's annual flood provided stability, but Kadesh region suffered. Battle that once symbolized prosperity later stood near ruins of abandoned cities. Landscape memory also influenced mythology. Later Syrian legends described warriors fighting near sacred rivers. Some myths mention valley battles between sun god and storm god. These tales may echo memory of Kadesh. Environmental study also reveals battle duration. Soil compaction at battle plain suggests large horse presence over multiple days, not single afternoon. This supports view that war included large-scale maneuvering before and after main clash. Finally, Kadesh's geographic importance endures today. Modern political conflicts in Syria occur near same trade and river routes that shaped Bronze Age warfare. Geography does not change human behavior, it channels it. Thus, Kadesh teaches us that war unfolds not only through human ambition, but through landscape structure, climate rhythm, water access, agricultural need, and survival logic. Understanding these factors deepens appreciation for why this battle stands as one of the most important turning points in ancient history. The Battle of Kadesh did not disappear when the Hittite Empire collapsed or when Egypt entered decline. Instead, it continued echoing across world history through memory transmission, education systems, and cultural storytelling practices that extended into future civilizations. Many ancient battles are forgotten because they failed to create narrative structure that future generations could adopt. Kadesh survived because it became more than a military event. It transformed into a symbol representing cultural identity, leadership values, heroic endurance, and diplomatic maturity. To understand this massive legacy, we must first consider how Egyptians institutionalized Kadesh into formal education. For nearly 1,000 years after Ramses II, Egyptian scribal schools used the poem of Pintor as advanced reading material. Students copied lines across papyrus scrolls, practicing grammar, calligraphy, translation skills, and historical argumentation. Through repetitive copying, every new generation learned not just about Ramses, but about the power of writing itself. They developed identity rooted in ancestral achievement. This ensured that Kadesh lived inside Egyptian intellectual culture, not merely on temple walls. Even more fascinating is how Kadesh entered international literacy. When Greek travelers visited Egypt centuries later, they encountered wall inscriptions describing Ramses' achievements. Greeks admired Egypt as birthplace of philosophy, mathematics, and religious ritual. They adopted fragments of Egyptian thought, and some Greek writers even referred indirectly to Egyptian Kadesh hero traditions. While they did not know every detail, the mythic framework that a lone king stood against overwhelming odds aided by gods entered Hellenic imagination and contributed subtle influence to Homeric tone. Later Persian rulers, especially those building monumental inscriptions such as the Behistun carving, may have drawn inspiration from Ramses' practice of documenting narrative on stone. The idea that kings should carve military autobiography into massive public surfaces originated strongly at Kadesh, then passed through generations like cultural DNA. Even the Bible, written centuries later in a world still shaped by Egypt's legacy, contains storytelling structures that echo the pattern used in the poem of Pentor. Description of overwhelming danger, moment of near defeat, divine intervention, and triumphant restoration. Kadesh influenced the world beyond textual art. In many cultures, especially throughout the Middle East, the concept of heroism, individual courage overpowering organized chaos, became symbolic teaching tool. Leaders wanted their people to believe that a nation could survive impossible odds through unity and moral discipline. Egyptian memory of Ramses allowed that message to flourish. But Kadesh's legacy also emerged in unexpected places. Law, the earliest surviving diplomatic treaty, created because of Kadesh, served as precedent for future civilizations. Ancient Near Eastern lawmakers eventually referenced these early diplomatic structures when forming international agreements. Through cultural transmission, later powers inherited belief that written treaties stabilized borders more effectively than endless warfare. Thousands of years later, modern international legal scholars still reference the Kadesh Treaty as historic model of interstate trust. Educational traditions also expanded beyond writing. Temples used reenactments to keep story alive, performing dramatic scenes for centuries. Actors portrayed Ramses charging alone, priests narrated divine intervention, and musicians played ceremonial rhythms to evoke battlefield pulse. Over time, these ceremonial performances entered Egyptian festivals and religious gatherings, helping even illiterate audiences learn history. Through cultural trade, these ceremonies influenced neighbors. Phoenician ports, frequently connected to Egypt through commerce, adopted festival songs describing foreign heroes. Kingdoms along the Levantine coast repeated fragments of Kadesh myth in oral poetry. Mediterranean sailors may have carried the story westward, mixing it with local myths. Thus, Kadesh did not remain an Egyptian story. It became shared ancient world phenomenon. It demonstrated that narrative spreads not only through conquest, but through admiration, imitation, and cultural respect. The long-term global impact of Kadesh cannot be measured by territory because military borders changed constantly. Instead, its impact manifested through philosophy. The idea that war must sometimes give way to negotiation, that pride must sometimes give way to cooperation, and that civilizations advance when they recognize limitations. This ideological shift influenced entire civilizations across centuries. Consider how medieval European diplomacy emerged. Long before modern states existed, medieval kings signed peace pacts, exchanged hostages, and married daughters to foreign rulers to prevent war. These practices resemble Egyptian, Hittite marriage diplomacy developed in aftermath of Kadesh. Ramses married a Hittite princess not merely for romance, but to ensure political unity. The concept that marriage could maintain peace rather than simply forge dynastic bragging rights trickled through centuries. Medieval royal families continued this strategy, unaware that they were echoing Bronze Age logic. Kadesh also influenced story structure in academic history. Early historians, such as Herodotus and later Roman writers, used narrative frameworks similar to Egyptian monumental inscriptions. Although empirical accuracy varied, the idea that history should mix fact with emotional commentary originated partially from Kadesh's dual document approach: the bulletin, factual list, and poem, emotional story. Modern historians separate fact from literature, but Kadesh demonstrates that ancient people blended them intentionally. In classroom settings today, history textbooks still separate primary source description from literary interpretation, unknowingly echoing Egypt's two-record method. Another legacy appears in military tradition. The world often describes soldiers facing impossible odds as Ramses moments, even if phrase is informal. Military academies study Kadesh to understand reconnaissance failure. Pharaoh trusted false spies and nearly lost the war. Training programs teach that intelligence networks must be verified. Officers review Kadesh maps showing division spacing errors, emphasizing importance of unit cohesion. Thus, Bronze Age mistake became modern military warning. A further long-term consequence lies in political propaganda theory. Ramses' decision to frame indecisive outcome as triumph foreshadowed modern state propaganda systems. Leaders across history learned that messaging determines memory. Napoleon shaped battlefield stories creatively. Churchill controlled wartime narrative. Presidents in modern democracies use speeches to construct political identity. Ramses did it first on global scale. He invented long-term propaganda embedded physically into landscape. Kadesh also shaped archaeology. Because Ramses carved inscriptions everywhere, archaeologists rediscovered his story long before fully understanding Hittite civilization. This skewed early academic perception, giving Egyptian perspective dominance until late 19th century when Hittite clay tablets finally emerged from Anatolian excavation. International scholars were stunned. Egyptian narrative was one side of coin. Hittite records offered another. This revelation permanently changed study of history. Scholars learned not to trust a single source. Kadesh played a massive role in development of comparative historiography. The battle even influenced national pride movements. During the 19th and 20th centuries, Egyptian nationalists embraced Ramses II as symbol of ancient greatness during struggle against colonial occupation. Street statues of Ramses represented identity strength, while Kadesh scenes inspired pride. Modern museums showcase Kadesh inscriptions as national treasures. In this way, a 3,000-year-old battle empowered political identity in modern Middle East debates. International diplomacy also recognized Kadesh legacy openly. In 1970s, Egypt and Israel signed peace agreements, and government officials referenced Kadesh Treaty in speeches to symbolize hope. The United Nations headquarters features reproduction of Kadesh Treaty as a reminder that peace negotiations trace their roots to Bronze Age. Finally, Kadesh's global impact appears in culture of memory. Humans today remain obsessed with stories of noble struggle against overwhelming odds. That archetype has roots in Ramses' narrative. Literature, cinema, video games, and fantasy novels draw inspiration consciously or unconsciously. From knights charging into impossible battles to superheroes fighting alone, cultural DNA still carries Kadesh inside it. That alone proves its global legacy. Kadesh continues shaping educational systems today, even if students do not realize the depth of its influence. History classrooms often highlight it as earliest well-documented battle. Students learn that Egypt and Hittite produced two conflicting accounts, reminding them to analyze sources critically. This encourages academic skepticism, essential skill in social sciences. When historians teach Kadesh, they teach how to cross-check documents, reconcile contradictions, and evaluate evidence. Thus, students indirectly inherit analytic method developed from working through Kadesh discrepancies. Educational institutions also use Kadesh to demonstrate cultural contact. Because both empires produced written documents, scholars compare writing styles, languages, artistic symbols, and military formations. Students learn interdisciplinary analysis, mixing archaeology, linguistics, climate science, anthropology, and economic theory. Kadesh forces cross-subject learning, shaping modern curriculum structure. The battle also teaches leadership ethics. Ramses nearly lost because he rushed ahead without waiting for full army. Teachers use Kadesh to discuss responsibility, caution, and humility. Business schools study Kadesh to understand organizational failure. Miscommunication between divisions caused chaos. Leadership seminars highlight Ramses' recovery strategy to show that crisis does not require surrender. It demands adaptation. Psychologically, teaching Kadesh helps young people understand that ancient humans were not primitive caricatures. They were thinkers, planners, writers, and strategists balancing emotional vulnerability with intellectual discipline. This humanization enriches cultural empathy, showing continuity between past and present. Memory transmission continues through museums. Exhibits display relief carvings showing Ramses stretching bowstring. Visitors feel connection across millennia. Museum docents explain that the scene represents earliest surviving battlefield report. People leave with expanded awareness that history predates modern science by thousands of years, yet remains deeply relatable. The digital age reinforces Kadesh legacy even further. The battle appears in documentaries, podcasts, interactive mapping software, and online academic lectures. Enthusiasts reconstruct battlefield positions using satellite imaging. Digital historians create 3D temple wall models showing inscriptions. Students worldwide can analyze war geometry on computer screens. Through digital media, Kadesh enters global consciousness more clearly than ever before. Educational philosophy also connects to Kadesh because the battle shows how truth evolves. Teachers explain that at first scholars believed Egyptian account literally. Later they accepted Hittite version equally. Now historians combine archaeology with textual research, forming balanced interpretation. This teaches students that truth requires patience. History rarely offers absolute answers, only layered understanding. Finally, Kadesh remains a powerful symbol because it exposes humanity's recurring challenges: fear, ambition, trust, betrayal, cooperation, pride, survival. Students reading about chariot collisions imagine fear. Soldiers in training imagine discipline. Archaeologists imagine dust-covered fragments whispering stories. Modern humans see themselves inside Ramses, struggling against overwhelming odds, and understand that to be human means striving for victory even when defeat seems certain. Kadesh turned ancient Syria into classroom for humanity. It transformed dust into lesson, battle into narrative, and memory into living education. That is why 3,000 years later, Kadesh remains alive, not as static page, but as continuous teacher guiding minds across eras. The physical battle site of Kadesh presents one of the most extraordinary archaeological puzzles in the ancient world. Unlike Egypt and Hittite, the land around Kadesh did not preserve vast, monumental inscriptions. Instead, evidence hides beneath layers of sediment, river shifts, soil erosion, and millennia of continuous human habitation. For historians, archaeologists, and linguists, uncovering the true nature of Kadesh required combining techniques from multiple disciplines to reconstruct battlefield reality. The first major difficulty arises from locating the exact site. Ancient sources describe Kadesh as resting beside the Orontes River, near Lake Homs in modern Syria. Over thousands of years, this river changed course, eroding banks, laying new soil, flooding plains, and burying structures. Much of the original city lies underneath agricultural fields today, making excavation challenging and politically complicated. Early researchers in 19th century attempted rough identifications, believing they found remains of fortification walls. Later surveys using aerial photography, satellite mapping, and ground-penetrating radar confirmed the mound, modern Tel Nebi Mend, as primary Kadesh site. But even with location certainty, battlefield archaeology remains extremely difficult because the open plains where armies clashed leave less physical trace than fortified cities. Still, archaeologists discovered pottery fragments, storage jars, clay tablets, arrowheads, bronze fragments, bone remains, and architectural outlines. None of these items alone could confirm the battle, but together they weave historical tapestry. For example, ceramic typology studies revealed mixture of Egyptian-style and Hittite-style pottery, proving cultural overlap. Egyptian amphory fragments show trade presence, not occupation, suggesting soldiers and merchants passed through region regularly. Hittite pottery fragments demonstrate that the city culturally aligned with Northern Sphere after Egypt lost hold. Bronze weapon remnants uncovered nearby include possible arrowheads and spear tips, though scholars debate whether they belong to Kadesh combatants or later inhabitants. Battlefield archaeology remains uncertain because soil layers intermingle. Flood deposits from Orontes buried older artifacts. Sediment layers compress arrowheads into distorted shapes, making identification difficult. Still, metallurgical testing reveals interesting results. Copper-tin ratio in some fragments resembles ratios used by Hittites more than Egyptians, offering potential evidence of their weaponry on site. Another archaeological approach comes from chariot research. Wheeled impressions rarely survive millennia, but geomorphologists analyze soil compaction differences caused by thousands of galloping horses. In specific layers near Tel Nebi Mend, compaction shifts reveal abnormal pressure, supporting theory that large organized herds moved through area. Though not definitive, evidence suggests region hosted large military activity consistent with Kadesh descriptions. Fortification remains at site show multi-layer defensive structure, mud brick walls over stone base, wooden gate frames, and internal ramp systems. This supports textual claims that city was formidable stronghold. Hittite garrisons maintaining Kadesh required such defenses. Archaeologists also uncover grain silo remains and water storage pits, proving long-term siege preparation. Perhaps the richest archaeological evidence does not lie beneath dirt, but within texts from elsewhere. Egyptian temple reliefs serve as artwork archives. They depict building layouts, chariot numbers, weapon types, and troop formations. By analyzing spatial accuracy of these reliefs, scholars infer battlefield scale. Clay tablets from Hattusa reveal political negotiations before and after battle, proving Kadesh significance. These tablets list vassal kings around region, offering names matching geographical data. Combining textual and archaeological sources builds high-resolution historical map, though full certainty forever remains elusive. Thus, archaeology of Kadesh teaches vital truth. Physical evidence rarely stand alone. Interpretation requires interdisciplinary cooperation. History, geology, climate science, linguistics, metallurgy, and topography. The battle remains partly hidden, yet every fragment deepens understanding. The archaeology of Kadesh is inseparable from history of Hittite discovery itself. For centuries, historians only knew Hittites from Bible references describing them vaguely. Scholars believed they were a small Canaanite tribe rather than massive empire rivaling Egypt. The rediscovery of Hittite civilization in late 19th and early 20th centuries revolutionized world history and transformed understanding of Kadesh. Without this discovery, Kadesh's story would exist only through Egyptian self-praise. Hittite capital Hattusa, located in modern Turkey, yielded thousands of clay tablets inscribed in cuneiform. Among them were diplomatic letters, military reports, treaty documents, religious texts, and legal codes. Among those texts lay Hittite references to Kadesh, confirming presence of Muwatalli II and listing allied states. Archaeologists found political correspondence between Hittites and Amurru, supporting Egyptian claims that Amurru betrayed Egypt. These tablets, once translated, reshaped narrative, turning Egyptian victory story into balanced account. The treaty between Ramses II and Hattusili III, discovered in both Egyptian hieroglyphs and Hittite cuneiform, remains most extraordinary archaeological evidence connecting two civilizations. Egyptian version carved in temples. Hittite clay tablet discovered in archives. Comparison confirmed authenticity of treaty terms. This archaeological triumph proved ancient diplomacy existed at high level. Beyond texts, archaeologists studying animal bones uncovered horse anatomy identical to chariot breeds described in literature. Analysis of burial pits suggests war casualties may have been dumped into mass graves around region. Unfortunately, excavation in Syria remains extremely limited due to modern conflict. War prevents archaeologists from deeply exploring battlefield area. Many promising excavation zones remain untouched beneath farms and villages. Archaeology also reveals cultural transmission patterns. Egyptian scarab amulets recovered near Kadesh show Egyptian presence through trade or patrol movement. Jewelry fragments with Hittite-style engravings appear alongside Syrian creation styles, proving Kadesh acted as cultural meeting ground long before battle. Ground surveys reveal networks of ancient roads linking Kadesh to Homs, Damascus, and Lebanon coast. These roads confirm strategic placement. Armies marched along these very paths. Soil samples contain traces of human waste layers, indicating troop encampments near riverbanks. Environmental archaeology also identifies livestock bones belonging to cows and goats, suggesting large-scale food movement into region to feed armies. Archaeological theory argues that Kadesh scene was not isolated military site, but part of much larger war landscape. Armies camped miles apart, leaving traces across entire Syrian valley. Archaeological teams search multiple satellite sites to construct full picture. Meanwhile, Egypt's archaeological inscriptions may mislead if interpreted without caution. Ramses carved reliefs decades after battle, possibly altering proportions or adding symbolic imagery. Archaeologists analyze carving depth and pigment layer to determine chronological sequence. Some scenes added late in Ramses' reign might exaggerate visual heroism. Archaeological debate continues. Did Ramses truly fight alone? Reliefs show exaggerated size of Pharaoh compared to soldiers, symbolic, not literal. Scholars compare relief placement. Higher temple walls emphasize divine presence, while lower register scenes depict realistic deployment. Artistic placement equals propaganda strategy. In short, archaeology proves Kadesh to be a multi-layered event requiring constant reinterpretation. Each artifact adds perspective, each tablet adds voice, and each soil scrap whispers evidence. Interpretation of archaeological evidence from Kadesh teaches greater lessons about how humanity reconstructs past. Historians must constantly battle bias, both ancient and modern. Egyptian inscriptions emphasize Ramses' heroism. Hittite tablets emphasize victory of diplomacy and territorial defense. Archaeology serves as balancing force, grounding myth with physical reality. To interpret Kadesh archaeology properly, scholars consider multiple variables: weapon distribution, settlement continuity, environmental damage, and burial absence. One mystery stands out: where are the bodies? Thousands supposedly died, yet mass graves remain unidentified. Several explanations exist. First, armies may have removed bodies after battle. Egyptians sometimes burned corpses or transported elite remains home. Hittites may have buried dead in improvised pit away from city to prevent disease. Bodies also decay rapidly. Without stone tombs, bone traces dissolve in soil. Second, battlefield location may lie in currently inaccessible farmland, buried beneath centuries of crops. Excavation limited due to landowner rights and national law restrictions. Future archaeology might uncover remains once political conditions stabilize. Another interpretive field concerns chariot wheel ruts. Environmental analysis suggests chariots tore deep scars into earth. But reconstruction requires accepting uncertainty. Those marks might result from later agriculture plowing. Archaeologists test soil hardness to differentiate, but ambiguity persists. Weapon fragments, discovered far from city walls, indicate wide battlefield spread. Egyptian reliefs support this, describing fight stretching miles. Archaeologists compile GIS, Geographic Information Systems, overlays comparing artifact distribution with text accounts to map probable troop movement. Early results show alignment between artifact clusters and Egyptian claim of Hittite chariot sweep around Egyptian camp. Archaeologists also employ microscopic residue analysis on metal fragments. Blood protein traces rarely survive millennia, but mineral deposits hint at biological contact. Some bronze fragments carry calcium residue consistent with bone strike. Archaeology also clarifies environmental history. Floodplains shifted river about 1 kilometer since Bronze Age. This explains why ancient city walls appear far from modern riverbanks. Battle descriptions mention river, showing city originally adjacent to water. Another interpretive debate concerns Kadesh city size. Egyptian depictions show massive metropolis. Excavation reveals medium-sized fortified town. Exaggeration likely served dramatic purpose. Finally, archaeology challenges overconfidence in written history. Without digging, scholars once believed Ramses completely victorious. Physical record indicates stalemate. Cities stood unharmed, trade resumed, and both armies lived to fight future campaigns. Thus, archaeology forms silent historian that never exaggerates. Soil cannot lie. Tools cannot praise. Bones cannot flatter. They simply exist. And through their existence, we find truth. Kadesh was complex, chaotic, terrifying, and transformative. Human history depends on combining memory, myth, and material reality. Archaeology of Kadesh reminds us that truth hides beneath feet of farmers, beneath roots of trees, beneath stone foundations. Every shovel stroke reveals ancient heartbeat. Each shard of pottery whispers story. More excavations await future generations. Perhaps new technology, DNA, soil scanning, nanoresidue identification, deep magnetometry, will unlock secrets hidden now. Kadesh will continue evolving not because story changes, but because evidence grows. This is why the Battle of Kadesh endures, not only as literature or myth, but as living scientific investigation. The Battle of Kadesh, although occurring nearly a century before the late Bronze Age collapse, stands at the threshold of a major world transformation. To understand the deeper meaning of this battle, we must view it not only as isolated conflict between Egypt and Hittite, but as precursor to immense regional instability. The years after Kadesh witnessed slow economic decline, international anxiety, population displacement, and climate pressure that eventually led to collapse of multiple great civilizations. Kadesh represents final major moment when Egypt and the Hittite Empire possess confidence, organization, and resources to wage a gigantic, multi-state military conflict. After this, the ancient world began losing capacity to mount such campaigns. The Hittite Empire, despite claiming success at Kadesh, entered long-term vulnerability. Maintaining control over Syrian territories, including Kadesh, strained their treasury. Hittites relied on elaborate vassal network stretching from Anatolia to northern Syria. They had to defend territories from invading tribes, rebellious governors, and external rivals. Kadesh delivered symbolic achievement, but not profit. Territorial maintenance cost more than territorial possession gave back. Over time, grain shipments dwindled, horse supply reduced, and diplomatic reliability eroded. The empire entered economic struggle. Egypt also experienced subtle decline. Ramses' successors lacked same charisma, military dominance, and administrative strength. Egypt's bureaucracy grew heavier and more corrupt. Temples demanded increasing wealth. Priesthood power competed with royal authority. Foreign trade with Levant slowed. Economic problems weakened Egypt's northern influence, leaving Canaan more unstable. Meanwhile, the region experienced rise of mysterious confederations, later known as the Sea Peoples. Scholars still debate their origins. Some point to Aegean migrants escaping famine and earthquakes. Others argue they were mixed cultural coalition seeking new settlements. Regardless, the Sea Peoples began raiding coastlines of eastern Mediterranean late in 13th century BCE. They assaulted Cyprus, Anatolia, and Canaan. Egyptian inscriptions depict violent naval assaults that nearly toppled Nile civilization. Although Sea Peoples appeared decades after Kadesh, the roots of their movement lay in systems already weakening during Ramses II's time. Population pressure, food shortage, drought cycles, and prolonged warfare damage. Kadesh can be seen as marker of height before downfall. Point where two traditional superpowers fought at full strength before global disruption fragmented world they dominated. The Hittites suffered first. After Kadesh, they fought internal civil wars. The dynasty shifted. Hattusili III dethroned Ur-Hateshep. Succession disputes weakened national unity. Climate data suggests severe drought struck Anatolia mid-1200s BCE, reducing harvest output dramatically. With limited food, Hittite government could not feed armies. Once Sea Peoples invaded coastal cities, Hittite trade collapsed. Ugarit, powerful Syrian port deeply connected to Kadesh era, was destroyed. When examining these events, Kadesh becomes turning point, not cause but signal. It marks the last moment of massive organized chariot combat before armies shrank due to resource scarcity. Kadesh marked climax of chariot age. Collapse marked its end. Egypt, though surviving collapse longer than Hittites, lost influence northward. Without Hittite alliance and treaty stability, Egyptian control of Canaan eroded. Local kingdoms such as Israel, Moab, and Edom eventually rose in power. Bronze Age world map replaced by Iron Age political mosaic. Thus, Kadesh represents final breath of Bronze Age superpower system before everything transformed. Diplomacy, warfare, economy, and culture. Understanding collapse requires understanding peak, and Kadesh was that peak. To comprehend why Bronze Age collapse occurred, we must analyze how interconnected world became vulnerable. Before collapse, international system formed network. Egypt traded grain for Anatolian metals. Cyprus produced copper for bronze. Tin arrived from distant Afghanistan. Mycenae shipped oil and wine. Ugarit processed letters between kings. Babylon and Assyria exchanged diplomats with Hittite. This global environment relied on stability. When climate, war, or political crisis disturbed one region, chain reaction began. After Kadesh, Egypt and Hittite attempted to preserve balance through treaty, but world forces exceeded control. Volcanic eruption theories suggest global temperature dip. Tree ring data shows drought. Pollen studies show harvest decline. All these environmental changes hit region simultaneously. When harvest shrank, population starved. When people starved, trade slowed. When trade slowed, economies collapsed. When economies collapsed, governments lost authority. When authority declined, migration surged. Sea peoples represented human response to environmental pressure. They attacked ports because they needed new homes. Archaeology confirms Mycenaean palaces fell around same time. Greece entered Dark Age. Mycenaean migrants possibly joined Sea People coalition, arriving in Levant with new weapon styles. Long swords, slashing blades, and iron prototypes. These new tools ended chariot supremacy. Bronze swords snapped easily. Iron swords cut deeper. Chariots required complex supply chain. Bronze metal, horse breeding, chariot wheels, and trained aristocratic warriors. Collapse eliminated resources supporting this elite war system. Infantry armed with iron swords became dominant. Egypt fought sea peoples during reign of Ramses III, grandson of Ramses II. Battle scenes on Medinet Habu Wall depict chaotic naval ambushes, infantry battles, and refugees traveling in ox carts. These scenes show end of Bronze Age world Ramses II defended at Kadesh. Egypt survived, but weaker. Hittite fall impacted cultural memory of Kadesh. Without Hittite state, Syrian territories fragmented. Kadesh probably abandoned or shrank drastically. Trade connections lost. Farmers left fields. War trauma spread across population. Yet collapse also produced cultural rebirth. New societies emerged. Hebrews formed kingdoms. Arameans shaped Syrian identity. Phoenicians grew naval power, and early Persian tribes formed dynasties. Iron Age world stood on ashes of Bronze Age collapse. Kadesh ironically helped preserve Egypt longer. Treaty between Ramses and Hittite prevented northern border warfare during critical environmental decline period. Without treaty, Egypt might have collapsed much earlier. Peace gave space for internal economic focus. Looking farther, collapse helped create first alphabet languages spreading across Levant. These simpler writing systems replaced complex cuneiform. Iron Age merchants needed fast, cheap record-keeping. Language evolution followed economic reality. Thus, Kadesh and collapse connect through cause-effect chain of world transformation. Kadesh represents maximum size of elite aristocratic warfare. Collapse marks transition to common infantry warfare. Chariot age ends. Sword age begins. The disappearance of Hittite Empire after Bronze Age collapse raises powerful question. How did Kadesh survive memory when entire civilization vanished? Survival depends on record preservation. Egyptians carved Kadesh into temple walls. Stone outlasts empire. Hittites kept clay tablets. Buried clay outlasts city fires. Together, dual preservation allowed future historians to rebuild story. Other Bronze Age battles lacked dual documentation, so their memory vanished. Basic principle emerges. History survives through redundancy. Bronze Age collapse erased cultural centers like Ugarit, Mycenae, and Hattusa. Clay tablets burned, palaces crumbled, and literacy dropped. Trade networks snapped. But Ramses' inscriptions remained safe beneath dry sands of Nile Valley, untouched by sea peoples. This ensured Egyptian perspective dominated early historical interpretation. Later, archaeological discovery of Hittite clay archives corrected narrative imbalance. The existence of two accounts, both biased, teaches important academic lesson. Truth requires multiple voices. Kadesh became case study in modern historiography. Historians compare conflicting accounts to reconstruct balanced narrative. This requires critical thinking, linguistic skill, and archaeological contextualization. Bronze Age collapse also widened Kadesh's symbolic meaning. As later societies studied how empires disappeared, they compared their own world with Ramses's. If massive superpowers like Egypt and Hittite nearly destroyed each other and then vanished, what stability could later empires hope to maintain? Kadesh reminded world that even greatest powers existed within fragile ecological economic system. Culturally, collapse created mythic space where Kadesh's story gained legendary tone. The lonely hero, divine intervention, ambush survival. These themes resonated with people after collapse, when chaos ruled. Survivors needed stories of hope. Kadesh provided that. Kadesh also served as archaeological guidepost. During excavations of collapsed sites, archaeologists used Kadesh treaty timeline to date cultural layers. It becomes chronological anchor between stable Bronze Age and shifting Iron Age. Without Kadesh records, scholars would struggle to define historical boundaries. Finally, Bronze Age collapse transformed the map of world religions and languages, but Kadesh memory adapted. Egypt continued venerating Ramses II. Hittite heritage resurfaced in Neo-Hittite states. Syrian oral memory carried fragments of Kadesh geography into folk stories. History, when rooted deeply enough, survives upheaval. In summary, Kadesh stands at crossroads of world evolution. Symbol of final chariot age, warning sign before civilization collapse, and documentary pillar bridging two eras. Its memory endures not because war was decisive, but because world around it transformed dramatically. To understand Kadesh is to understand how ancient world ended and new world began. Modern scholarly interest in the Battle of Kadesh began intensifying during the 19th and 20th centuries, when Egyptology and Near Eastern archaeology emerged as global academic disciplines. Before that period, most knowledge of Kadesh came from Egyptian inscriptions, which painted Ramses II as magnificent conqueror who shattered Hittite forces at Arani's River. Without Hittite records available, historians largely accepted Egyptian narrative as literal truth. But archaeological breakthroughs changed everything. Discovery of Hittite capital Hattusa in Turkey during the late 19th century revealed thousands of clay tablets, including diplomatic letters and military records that contradicted or recontextualized Egyptian propaganda. Suddenly, scholars saw battle from two angles. Not victory story alone, but complex stalemate shaped by political agendas. Modern academics now approach Kadesh cautiously, knowing narrative may hide truth beneath exaggeration. The first scholarly debate concerns outcome. Egyptians claim total triumph. Hittites claim territorial success. Scholars compare both accounts against material evidence. Kadesh remained under Hittite control after battle, yet Egyptians returned home unbroken and proudly carved victory inscriptions. Most modern historians conclude that Kadesh resulted in military stalemate with strategic advantage leaning toward Hittites. Yet some still argue Egyptian political victory outweighed battlefield result because Ramses turned narrative into state propaganda masterpiece. Another major scholarly debate concerns battle logistics. Egyptian inscriptions describe 4 army divisions, Ammonius, Ra, Ta, and Set, marching independently. Scholars debate whether this structure was practical. Some argue divisions marched closer together than text suggests, but Egyptian artists spaced scenes symbolically to clarify sequence. Others believe divisions truly marched far apart, and Ramses made near-fatal leadership error. Academic camps differ because evidence remains interpretive, not absolute. Likewise, numbers of troops involved remain subject of intense study. Egyptian accounts mention Hittite coalition of 3,500 chariots, astonishing number. Many scholars believe exaggeration. They argue ancient logistical infrastructure could not support so many chariots without massive supply chain beyond Hittite capability. Revised estimates suggest 1,500 to 2,000 chariots maximum. Egyptian inscriptions inflate to reinforce heroic image. Yet there remains possibility Hittite coalition armies contributed extra horses. Debate continues. Even battlefield geography sparks scholarly disagreement. Egyptian reliefs depict camp beside river bend, with enemy ambush emerging from wooded hills. Archaeologists surveying Tel Nebi-Mend region confirm general alignment, yet caution against literal map reading. Reliefs compress space and distort proportions for visual clarity. Some scholars attempt reconstructing exact positions using computer modeling, GIS mapping, and river terrace analysis. Results suggest Hittite ambush hit RA division first, turning Egyptian camp chaotic before Ramses regained control. Another fascinating debate concerns Ramses II's emotional speech in Poem of Pentuer. Historians differ. Was speech literal transcription, stylized propaganda, or fabricated artistry? Most scholars agree poem contains stylized exaggeration, but emotional core reflects genuine panic moment when Pharaoh nearly lost control of cavalry. Academic interest lies not whether words are factual, but what motivations shape their composition. Scholars also analyze political consequences differently. Some argue Kadesh shifted power balance heavily toward Hittite. Others claim treaty that followed revealed Egyptian diplomatic recovery. Academic disagreement enriches understanding. Not everything must conclude with single answer. Battle remains one of most studied subjects in Near Eastern scholarship because it blends archaeology, linguistics, warfare history, climate study, military theory, and psychology into multidisciplinary investigation. Modern scholarship also investigates scribal behavior. Why did Egyptians carve same battle report in multiple temples? Why carve identical inscriptions line for line rather than unique narratives? Answer lies in propaganda standardization. Ramses wanted consistent story across empire. Scribal accuracy prevented contradictory interpretations. Kadesh thus plays critical role in study of ancient media control. Kadesh remains special academic subject because it forces historians to see ancient war not as single event, but as living narrative shaped by political fear, cultural pride, and personal memory. Modern historians use advanced tools to reconstruct Kadesh beyond traditional text-based scholarship. New technology reshapes interpretation constantly. Satellite imaging allows researchers to evaluate landscape change over centuries. By analyzing soil shadows and river patterns, scholars identify ancient roads, camp placements, and possible ambush trails. Technology reveals that desertification altered region dramatically, shifting Irani's river path away from original city perimeter. Therefore, Egyptian reliefs showing water beside walls actually reflect real geography at time, not artistic symbolism. Computer simulation programs also recreate chariot speed and battlefield motion. Engineers model wheel rotation friction, horse acceleration limits, turning radius on different soil types, and archer accuracy under movement. These simulations reveal Hittite heavy chariots had superior impact, but inferior turning agility. Egyptian chariots could reverse direction faster. Simulations support narrative that Egyptian counterattack from Ammonius division forced Hittite shock troops in a chaotic retreat. Forensic linguistics adds new dimension. Scholars analyze grammar differences between bulletin and poem forms. Bulletin uses objective tone. Poem uses emotional metaphor. Linguistic study shows scribes manipulated parallel structure to heighten drama. Word repetition emphasizes danger. Scholars now compare stylistic patterns with other Egyptian texts to measure exaggeration scale. Psychological interpretation also forms branch of scholarship. Kadesh emerges as ancient case study in leadership psychology. Ramses suffered information failure due to trusting false intelligence reports. Modern historians compare this with famous military blunders, such as Napoleon entering Russia or Americans in Vietnam. Kadesh indicates timeless vulnerability of leaders misreading information field. Anthropologists study cultural symbolism inside reliefs. Ramses depicted enormous size compared to men, clear propaganda exaggeration. But anthropologists argue it reflects cosmic worldview. King is literal axis of order, symbolically large because universe depends on him. Kadesh art becomes cosmology map rather than literal battle painting. Another academic field examines treaty interpretation. Early translation errors once created confusion over wording. Scholars debated whether treaty promised eternal peace or conditional alliance. Recent philology clarified subtle phrase meanings, demonstrating agreement functioned as mutual defense contract. Egypt and Hittite pledged to protect each other from rebels or invaders. This contract changed diplomacy theory. Ancient world displayed complex alliance logic centuries before Greek city-state politics. Archaeobotany also contributes. Pollen samples taken near tell Nebi Mind reveal cereal crops grown around time of Kadesh. Barley, wheat, and flax flourished. This agricultural richness explains why region held such value. Armies needed bread and beer supply. Zooarchaeology reveals horse bone remains, though military chariot horses unlikely buried ceremonially. Bones of domestic horses near site reflect breeding operations. Isotope analysis shows horses fed local fodder, implying regional preparation for war rather than imported cavalry. The Hittite tablet corpus offers further insight. Letters to Ugarit speak of grain crisis and foreign pressure just years after Kadesh. While not direct battle evidence, these reveal economic strain throughout region. Some tablets even mention Egyptian-Hittite ambassadorial visits, proving post-Kadesh diplomacy robust. One debate concerns battle date. Egyptian inscriptions claim year 5 of Ramses II. Scholars accept roughly 1274 BCE, but some argue slightly different years, depending on lunar calendar interpretation. Chronological debates continue, forcing scholars to re-examine astronomical cycles described indirectly in Egyptian religious festivals. Modern scholars also ask philosophical question. Why was Kadesh remembered so intensely when later wars like Megiddo II or Neo-Assyrian conquests had far higher casualty counts? Answer lies in detail. Kadesh offers documentation unmatched by any battle until classical age. Reliefs, poems, letters, treaties, and archaeology combine into narrative mosaic irresistible to researchers. It is earliest conflict reconstructible at tactical level. Thus, modern academic reconstruction of Kadesh resembles massive detective investigation across centuries, using physical evidence, literary critique, scientific testing, simulation study, and cross-cultural comparison. As research expands, new interpretations of Kadesh continue to emerge, challenging traditional assumptions. One modern theory suggests Egyptians planned psychological shock rather than territorial capture. Ramses appears to have intentionally marched deep into enemy territory with scattered divisions because he expected tribal allies to switch sides at last moment. Amr had recently switched loyalty back to Egypt. Ramses hoped neighboring states would follow. This theory implies Ramses underestimated Hittite diplomatic network and suffered consequences. Scholars supporting this view argue Ramses was not victim of ignorance, but overconfidence in diplomatic persuasion. Another academic debate asks whether Kadesh should be defined as battle rather than campaign event. Some argue multiple skirmishes occurred, not single clash. Egyptian inscriptions compress events into one dramatic story for narrative effect. Archaeological mapping suggests combat zones scattered across wide valley. Ramses may have fought prolonged withdrawal confrontation rather than decisive clash. Also debated, did Hittites intentionally allow Ramses' escape? Some scholars argue Muwatalli aimed not to destroy Egyptians entirely, but to humiliate them and preserve soldiers for future conflict. Full annihilation risked triggering Egyptian desperation war lasting decades. Hittites wanted territory, not endless campaign. They succeeded. Kadesh held under Hittite control afterward. Another school argues that Egyptian accounts exaggerate near-death scene to dramatize divinity of Ammonius. Reliefs showing Ramses alone surrounded exaggerate massively. Modern historians believe his guard units never abandoned him. Artistic rule required Pharaoh appear superhuman. Scribes altered truth accordingly. Kadesh research also reflects modern political influence. During 20th century Cold War, some scholars interpreted Kadesh through ideological lens. Capitalist versus communist, East versus West. They compared treaty to NATO. Later scholars criticized such analogies, insisting Bronze Age politics differ fundamentally. Academic fields evolve. Each generation projects contemporary worldview onto ancient sources. Debate continues over military command structure. Some argue Ramses controlled his generals poorly, causing disorder. Others claim Hittite spy network too effective, making Egyptian mistakes inevitable. Some propose weather conditions disrupted Egyptian movement, delaying reinforcements. Conflict also exists over casualty interpretation. Egyptian inscriptions mention slaughter, but Hittite tablets omit casualty scale. Modern scholars assume moderate casualties rather than mythic thousands. Chariots created horrific death potential, but armies often captured enemies rather than kill all. Prisoners valuable for labor or ransom. Academic analysis of Kadesh teaches humility. Even well-documented battles resist complete understanding. Modern scholarship constantly reevaluates evidence. Each new tablet, artifact, translation, technology, or theoretical model reshapes narrative. Yet despite scholarly disagreement, certainty remains in one area. Kadesh occupies unique place in history as earliest reconcilable battle narrative. It shows ancient humanity thinking deeply about war ethics, leadership, national identity, and memory creation. Modern researchers recognize battle's emotional dimension. It reflects pride, fear, ambition, and survival. Feelings same today as 3,200 years ago. For this reason, Kadesh scholarship remains alive. It is not dead ancient record. It is modern conversation across languages, cultures, and eras. Archaeologists, linguists, military historians, psychologists, climatologists, engineers, and anthropologists continue studying this event. Kadesh became academic meeting point, where specialists from different backgrounds exchange theories. Each discipline contributes unique lens. Linguistics sees meaning in word repetition. Military science reads tactical movements. Archaeology reads soil distortion patterns. Art history interprets relief symbolism. Psychology imagines soldier fear. Economics traces trade flow disruptions. Together, these fields reveal dynamic portrait. Modern scholarship ensures Kadesh never freezes into single story. It evolves constantly, proving that truth is river through time, not static stone. The Battle of Kadesh survived more than 3,200 years not because of war alone, but because it sits at intersection of fact, mythology, psychology, diplomacy, religion, art, memory, nationalism, identity, and human meaning. When we examine this event beyond military narrative, we discover Kadesh reveals deep truths about who we are as a species. Our strengths, our failures, our need to tell stories, and our desire to shape future. Although Kadesh was essentially a stalemate, its echoes influenced later civilizations long after dust settled on battlefield. At root, Kadesh expresses human struggle to understand uncertainty. Ramses II believed destiny belonged to him, yet his divisions nearly collapsed due to false intelligence, miscommunication, and human error. This tension between ambition and vulnerability resonates today. Governments still make decisions without full information. Leaders still shape narratives to protect public morale, and individuals still face overwhelming circumstances requiring inner courage. One philosophical theme emerging from Kadesh involves concept of truth. Egyptian reliefs insist Ramses crushed enemy army entirely. Hittite tablets insist Hutti forced Egyptian retreat. Which version is true? Neither fully, yet neither completely false. Modern historiography teaches that truth exists between extremes. This idea applies beyond history. Most human conflict emerges because groups hold partial truths they defend fiercely. Kadesh shows dangers of single perspective thinking. The existence of two conflicting official accounts encourages modern society to question authority, analyze sources, and reject blind loyalty to single narrative. Another philosophical layer lies in heroism concept. Ramses portrayed himself standing alone against thousands. Historians know exaggeration shaped this scene, but psychological power transcends factual accuracy. Humans admire stories where individual refuses surrender, even if odds impossible. Why do such narratives endure? Because they express universal human condition. All people face private battles that feel like standing alone against world. Kadesh provides symbolic affirmation that ordinary humans, like soldiers terrified in dust storm, can find inner strength. The treaty following Kadesh carries profound philosophical lesson about peace. For centuries, historians believed early societies only embraced conquest and violence. But Kadesh demonstrates ancient rulers proved capable of negotiation, mutual respect, and legal commitment to end hostility. Treaty carved in stone signals deep human desire to avoid endless war. This contradicts stereotype that early civilizations were irrational and barbaric. Instead, they displayed sophisticated diplomatic morality thousands of years before modern international law. Kadesh also exposes fragility of power. Both Egypt and Hutti were superpowers at battle time. Yet within century, Hittite Empire disappeared entirely and Egypt declined dramatically. Kadesh teaches that human achievements, no matter how magnificent, remain subject to external forces, climate change, economic collapse, migration pressure, disease, civil unrest. This is philosophical warning for modern civilization. Strength today does not guarantee survival tomorrow. Kadesh encourages humility. Another key insight relates to memory construction. Why did Egyptians carve heroic reliefs? Because humans fear oblivion. We want future generations to remember us. Ramses could not accept anonymous history. He chiseled his version into stone so time itself would bow to memory. This impulse still alive in digital age. People record lives through videos, photographs, and social media. Studying Kadesh reveals timeless human longing for permanence inside temporary existence. One more philosophical dimension involves narrative of identity. Egyptians saw themselves as chosen people guided by gods, preserving order against chaos. Hittites saw themselves as defenders of rightful geopolitical system. These identity narratives reflect human need to rationalize conflict. Understanding Kadesh allows scholars to explore origins of nationalism, how civilizations defined us in them. That same psychological boundary continues shaping global politics today. Thus, Kadesh matters because it tells more than military story. It speaks to human psyche, offering window into emotional past. Through Kadesh, we explore meaning of courage, consequences of pride, structure of truth, and desire for peace. That is why historians keep returning to this battlefield. Not to glorify violence, but to understand human nature. A major legacy of Kadesh lies in teaching how societies manage collective trauma and transform destruction into identity strength. When we imagine ancient soldiers marching through heat, exhaustion, hunger, and terror, we see real people, not mythical stone figures. These individuals experienced fear identical to modern soldiers. Fear of separation from loved ones, fear of mortality, fear of failure. Yet they marched anyway. One philosophical lesson emerges. Courage does not mean absence of fear, it means acting despite fear. Ancient texts reveal emotional detail unique for Bronze Age. Ramses's poetic cry to Ammonius echoes universal emotional pain. Where are you, Father? Has a father ever forgotten his son? These words transcend religion and time. They capture loneliness familiar to modern readers. Kadesh thus becomes early record of psychological vulnerability in leadership. Pharaoh, symbol of perfection, felt human panic. Leaders today continue facing same burden. Weight of command, loneliness at top, terror of decisions shaping thousands of lives. Another philosophical question concerns fate versus free will. Egyptians believed gods controlled destiny. Hittites believed divine oracles guided events. Yet battlefield outcome emerged from human error, not divine design. Ramses marched trusting misinformation because two captured Hittite spies convinced him enemy, still far north. That mistake reflects human vulnerability to deception. Philosophers often argue history shaped by individuals. Kadesh proves tiny moments, two spies, nearly altered global balance. Fate may guide universe, but free will and chance shape reality. Memory transmission also connects philosophy to Kadesh. Egyptians immortalized their narrative through engraved stone, thus influencing what future believed. Hittites relied on clay tablets buried in destroyed capital. Their voices nearly vanished. This raises philosophical dilemma. Does truth belong to those who speak loudest and survive longest? Modern world still faces same problem. Voices silenced by war, exile, censorship. Kadesh teaches that memory requires preservation structures beyond personal experience. Philosophy of peace also emerges strongly. The treaty between Ramses and Hattusili demonstrates ancient recognition that endless war drains strength of nations. After Kadesh, both sides realized mutual survival more valuable than decisive victory. Treaty clauses emphasize cooperation and extradition, asylum protection, and alliance support. This is philosophical foundation of international relations. That large-scale empires agreed to honor written commitment teaches lesson. Peace demands formal communication, not just goodwill. Leadership studies also derive lesson from Kadesh. Success not determined by flawless strategy, but by resilience under sudden collapse. Ramses failed strategically by marching divided, failed tactically by believing false intelligence, yet recovered through swift reaction, rallying troops, personal presence, and adaptive stamina. Leadership philosophy today emphasizes resilience over perfection. Kadesh proves concept existed long before theory articulated. Ethical questions also appear. Ramses portrayed Hittites as deceitful anarchists, while Hittites described Egyptians as arrogant imperialists. These exaggerations mirror modern propaganda. Kadesh challenges us to see enemy not as evil, but human. Both armies contained fathers, sons, farmers, scribes, and craftsmen forced into combat. Philosophy teaches empathy must rise above propaganda narrative. Finally, battle symbolizes universal human tendency to turn conflict into meaning. War itself senseless, yet people attach purpose to suffering. Egyptians believed Kadesh victory signified divine love. Hittites believed stalemate proved cultural strength. Modern humans continue assigning meaning to tragedy, wars framed as defense of freedom or justice. Kadesh reminds us to examine narratives critically, seeking truth beneath myth. When we view Kadesh through philosophical lens, we uncover complex interplay between emotion, identity, ethics, memory, fear, pride, and hope. Battle becomes mirror reflecting humanity, not just past humanity, but present. Kadesh endures because it represents threshold moment, the divide between mythic ancient world and historically documented human world. Unlike earlier wars described through oral legend, Kadesh left layered evidence: inscriptions, tablets, reliefs, treaty copies. That combined record transforms Kadesh into first conflict historians can reconstruct with deep analytical confidence. This gives it foundational role in study of ancient warfare and world history. Why does this matter today? Because understanding Kadesh helps humanity understand formation of complex societies. The battle demonstrates transition from warlord raiding culture to bureaucratic state military systems. Egypt and Hittite deployed thousands of soldiers, carefully organized divisions, strategic supply chains, and diplomatic networks. This shows early evolution of nation-state structure. Studying Kadesh helps scholars trace development of structural human organization and administrative complexity. Furthermore, Kadesh influences modern world indirectly through international identity building. Egypt uses Ramses II as national symbol. Museums display colossal statues. Cairo once centered traffic around Ramses' monument. His glory inspires cultural pride. Syria, where Kadesh occurred, also references ancient heritage to emphasize deep civilization roots. Turkey highlights Hittite power to reinforce narrative of Anatolian cultural depth. This battle supports national identity, proving past events shape modern political consciousness. Kadesh also illustrates how technology shapes warfare evolution. Bronze chariot armies dominated battlefield until collapse introduced iron weaponry and infantry tactics. This transition mirrors modern technological stages, from cavalry to tank warfare, from muskets to machine guns, from analog control to digital automation. Kadesh teaches that military technology reflects society's economic and scientific environment, not mere random invention. In ethical discussion, Kadesh becomes symbol of unnecessary bloodshed ending in compromise. Modern leaders analyze case to learn importance of negotiation. Some peace researchers describe Kadesh Treaty as earliest structural peace model, similar to UN agreements. The psychological willingness to forgive former enemy exists here. That humanity carried diplomacy across 3,000 years offers hope for future conflict resolution. Educationally, Kadesh teaches critical thinking. Because sources contradict each other, students learn to evaluate evidence rather than memorize single answer. They examine motivations behind text production, analyze propaganda, and compare artwork with archaeology. This method cultivates academic maturity. The battle also impacts popular imagination. Historical documentaries, novels, games, and films reference Ramses. Though dramatized, these cultural products ensure Kadesh remains alive in public consciousness. Fiction helps translate complex ancient history into emotional narrative modern audiences understand. But perhaps deepest reason Kadesh matters. It shows world history not linear progression, but cycle of rise and fall. Egypt and Hittite fought at peak of Bronze Age power. Within century, one vanished forever. This teaches modern civilization fragility. No power guaranteed eternal. Environmental change, economic disruption, social imbalance, and foreign pressure can dismantle strongest empires. Studying Kadesh helps nations learn from past mistakes. Finally, Kadesh matters because it proves humanity connected across distance. Egyptians, Hittites, Canaanites, Syrians, Ugaritians, Lycians, Dardanians, and others interacted through trade, war, diplomacy, and shared memory. Their world was globalized long before modern global age. Understanding this helps modern society recognize interconnectedness, not new phenomenon, its ancient foundation. Thus, conclusion becomes clear. Kadesh is not merely historical battle. It is symbol of humanity's eternal journey toward knowledge, toward cooperation, toward remembrance, and toward meaning. Through studying Kadesh, modern people understand themselves more deeply. You have now traveled through one of the most complex and influential events ever recorded, the Battle of Kadesh, 1274 BCE. Today you learned how Egypt and the Hittite Empire stood face to face as global superpowers. You witnessed fear, deception, chariot thunder, tactical brilliance, medical innovation, scientific engineering, religious hope, psychological warfare, and the intense human drama behind Ramses II's legacy. You discovered how the single battle reshaped technology, literature, and diplomacy. How propaganda turned stalemate into everlasting triumph. How the very first recorded peace treaty changed world politics. How climate and geography helped decide war. How chariots, bows, and armor defined Bronze Age power. How archaeology continues uncovering truth. And how this battle quietly prepared the world for the Bronze Age collapse. Most importantly, you learned the moral lesson of Kadesh. Great empires fall when pride blinds them, but peace survives when leaders choose wisdom over ego. Ramses and Hattusili realized destroying each other would destroy their world. They chose diplomacy, and their decision shaped every peace system that followed for thousands of years. So what does Kadesh teach us today? That truth has two sides. That history must be questioned, not swallowed. That leaders are humans filled with fear and doubt, not gods. That wars end, but stories remain. And that peace, once written, becomes stronger than any sword. Thank you for taking this journey with History Teller YT. This channel exists to keep ancient knowledge alive, to bring forgotten voices back from dust, and to show how yesterday builds tomorrow. If you enjoyed this epic adventure, return for more. From Rome to Egypt, Persia to Greece, from forgotten islands to lost kings, we have endless worlds waiting. Subscribe, Follow our next story and keep your curiosity alive, because history is not dead, it breathes through us. And on History Teller YT, it will never be silent.